Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2020 Virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2020 Virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference.
Hello, this is Ian speaking, consultant surgeon, head and neck surgeon.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2020 Virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference.
Hello, this is Ian speaking, consultant surgeon, head and neck surgeon.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2020 Virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2020 Virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the 2020 Virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference.
Hello, this is Ian speaking, consultant ENT surgeon, head and neck surgeon, NRS fellow, clinical reader at Edinburgh University, an all-round good guy.
Hello Ian, it's Chris.
Chris who?
Chris, the bloke from Blackpool. You know, Swallows Charity.
Oh yes, of course, Sharon's husband. How can I help?
I'm ringing about the conference.
Oh yeah, the International Head and Neck Cancer Conference 2020.
That's the one.
Sounds great. Where's it at?
Edinburgh.
That'll be amazing. I bet everyone's really excited about that.
The people of the United Kingdom.
Now is the time for everyone.
Slow the spread of coronavirus.
No one knows how long it'll last.
Oh, slipping heck.
I'll say. So what do we do now?
Fear not, Ian. I have a cunning plan.
Greetings, people of the earth. Take me to your leader.
No, don't take me to your leader. He's a bit of a pillock. Welcome to your New Look conference, coming to you from the edge of space. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce to this year's president, Mr. Ian Nixon.
Full title, please.
Oh, for goodness sake. consultant ENT, head and neck and thyroid surgeon, blah, 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 blah. Oh, and an all-round good guy.
Perfect, thanks. Chris, is this costume absolutely necessary?
The email says Star Wars and you're wearing Star Trek.
Does it matter?
Well, obviously not.
This is the last one they had left at the shop.
Doesn't matter, the effect's ruined now.
That's illogical, Captain.
Beam me up.
Welcome to the International Head and Neck Cancer Conference 2020. This year has been hosted in Edinburgh. Clearly, it's a different situation this year and we're hosting virtually, but hopefully the programme will have an Edinburgh theme and there will be speakers both from internationally and from locally in the Edinburgh area. So I'd like to thank NHS Lothian Health Board for allowing us to host this. Here we provide head and neck cancer treatment for South East Scotland. We have a population of around 1.1 million, coming from Fife, Dumfries, the Borders and the Edinburgh and Lothian region. Our multidisciplinary team in Edinburgh consists of ENT surgeons, maxillofacial surgeons, clinical oncologists, clinical nurse specialists, speech therapists and dietitians, as well as a host of other allied specialties that help us to deliver contemporary care for head and neck cancer patients in South East Scotland. It's a shame that circumstances didn't permit us to have this meeting in person, because Edinburgh is a great city and I would encourage you to visit in future. Edinburgh has fantastic history and culture, of course with the Edinburgh Festival, the Hogmanay festivities and the famous Scottish hospitality. Special thanks to the Swallow Charity with Chris and Sharon, without whose hard work this wouldn't have happened. We should also thank the sponsors whose support have made this possible. So as a virtual conference, we're going to run this in 2 days with 2 sessions on each day. Each of the speakers will be pre-recorded, but there'll be live question and answer sessions, which will be moderated. And in addition, we'll have a live handover to the 2021 President. We hope that you'll be able to join us live, but if you're not able to, the content will be available to stream at a later date. So welcome to session 1 on the importance of collaboration between patients, caregivers and healthcare professionals.
Does this mirror make me look fat?
Hooray!
Coming up in this first session, we'll be hearing from Kylie Glarusso talking about an oncology dietitian's role, Justin Rowe on improving care pathways, Derek Luthwaite about taking care of our carers, and Whitney Christie about working with a dietitian. At the end of each session, there'll be a question and answer section where we're inviting you to message us with your questions. You can type in your question in the dialog box on the screen, or if you have any problems, please email your questions to Sharon Curtis at sharon@theswallows.org.uk. Questions and comments too are on Twitter at hashtag, and these are all capitals, HNCCONF2020. And do follow us on Twitter too. So that's what's coming up. Now don't forget to download your copy of the Delegate ebook. The conference will be recorded throughout and streamed online.
To start the conference, we're going to turn to Emma, who's going to talk about her salivary gland cancer journey.
Emma Kinloch is a cancer survivor and the founder of Salivary Gland Cancer UK, a charity focused on both patient and carer support and furthering research into salivary gland cancers.
Hello everyone, Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you're joining us from today. I'm Emma Kinlock. I'm the founder of Salivary Gland Cancer UK, and I'm absolutely delighted to be speaking today at the Swallows 2020 International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. I will be talking about the importance of collaboration between patients, carers and health professionals, and I'm going to be using the story of how Salivary Gland Cancer UK came to be to demonstrate the power of these collaborations. So without further ado, let's get started. I was diagnosed in the summer of 2012 with a rare salivary gland cancer called adenoid cystic carcinoma. Now you may remember that 2012 was the year that the Olympic Games came to London, and I am a Londoner. Yet I did not see one single event, despite the fact that they were taking place very near to where I live. I did, however, have surgery for my cancer, and that was followed up in the autumn of that year with radiotherapy. During my treatment and recovery, I quickly realised that there was a large area of unmet need and many challenges associated with this cancer. For patients and carers, and for their treating clinicians, and for researchers, I wanted to do something to change that. Before I go into the detail of what we've done, let me tell you a little bit about salivary gland cancers and why they are rare. So I always used to think that something rare was great, you know, gemstones, diamonds, they're rare, saffron's rare, going to the South Pacific is rare. I mean, all good things really. However, rare diseases and rare cancers are not good things. Salivary gland cancers, despite the fact that there are over 23 of them, they only represent less than 0.5% of new cancer cases globally. Adenoid cystic carcinoma is the most common of them, and that affects around 5 people per million per year in the UK. So ACC arises in the secretory glands and is most often found in the head and neck, in the parotid or the submandibular glands, but it can also occur in the trachea, in the lacrimal gland, the breast, the skin and the vulva. ACC has many specific challenges, and I'm going to start by describing them before telling you what we've done to address them through collaboration. So firstly, the challenge of getting a diagnosis. So ACC is an equal opportunity cancer. It shows no bias. It is not inherited. It is not associated with lifestyle choices such as smoking, and it's not associated with ethnicity. It can strike at any age, and the average age of diagnosis is younger than for other cancers. Quite often patients don't show symptoms, they're asymptomatic, and when you do have symptoms, because there are no clearly associated risk factors and no links to gender or age or ethnicity, they can be easily mistaken for less serious conditions. So for example, if you're a 25-year-old young man and you're a marathon runner and you suddenly develop, breathing difficulties and you go to your GP, they might well think that you have asthma or an allergy. They're not likely to necessarily think first off that you have a cancer growing in your trachea. Similarly, if you're a woman in your mid-30s and you have a very stressful job and you grind your teeth, if you start getting pain and shooting pains in your face and neck region, the first assumption may well be that you should change your job and stop being so stressed and grinding your teeth, not that you've got a bowl of cancer growing in the middle of your head. To add to the complications, ACC may not show up on scans. So PET scans rely on the cancer cells eating glucose quicker than the other cells, and ACC doesn't always do that. So it can show up as negative on the PET scan, or not show on the PET scan. It doesn't always, but sometimes. And ACC looks different to other tumour types. It grows along nerves, and it usually grows very slowly. So assuming you've overcome the challenges of getting a diagnosis, the next set of challenges you face are around treatment. So because diagnoses are often later, people are often diagnosed at stage 4, this means that they have more radical treatments. More radical treatments mean poorer outcomes, an increased use of extensive surgery. Patients lose their eyes, their jaws, parts of their tongue. They may need to be reconstructed, they may not be able to be reconstructed, and they may use a prosthesis for the rest of their life. If a tumour is inoperable, they may be treatable by radiotherapy alone. Until recently, we didn't have proton beam therapy as a treatment option in the UK. That's changing, or has changed. But we still don't have carbon ion treatment in the UK, and there is no referral mechanism to the European centres for that treatment if that would be appropriate for you. So surgery and radiotherapy are the main treatment options for this disease because there are very limited, in fact not really any clearly identified or available targeted drug therapies or chemotherapies. So if you are a patient with an incurable or metastatic disease, current chemotherapy regimes have very poor results. Further complicated by the fact that ACC likes to metastasize, and you can have metastatic growth even appearing after 10 years of being cancer-free after your treatment for your primary. Patients require, therefore, ongoing monitoring for many years, and ongoing scanning for patients has its own unique set of challenges. So those are the challenges for treatment. Let's also just talk a little bit about the challenges for research into these cancers. So very little is known about the biology of ACC, and as I said, there are no targeted drug therapies available at the moment, and there is limited research. I must say though, in the 8 years since I was diagnosed, this has got considerably better. There are lots more people working around the world on this, and information is feeding through, and trials are underway, so it is much better than it was. But at the time that I was treated, there was a massive unmet need in research, and very little, in fact nothing really, well, very little was being done in the UK, and that's not to take away from the people that were doing amazing things. There wasn't some limited research and going on, but there was a lot more needed to be done. Low patient numbers for these cancers mean that it's hard to get the right number of patients in a trial, and if you don't have a significant number of patients in the trial, then you don't really prove anything in your trial. So do we need to be clever about trial design? Do we need to think more about basket trials where you have different types of cancers all in the same trial? And do we need to think more cleverly about drug repurposing? Interestingly, I wonder whether the drug repurposing and the very quick trial delivery, or getting them up and running for COVID, I wonder if this will affect cancer research trials in a positive way. Let's hope so. Other challenges of research include the need for international collaboration, to get those numbers, to share, understanding, to share data, to share results. Will this be affected by Brexit? We still don't know that yet. Challenges are also that when you collaborate internationally, do you have the same sort of data set? Are you looking at the same things? I think from a financial perspective, if you're a pharma company and there's sort of 5 patients for every million, that's less financial incentive for you to work too hard on that, rather than if there were sort of 50,000. And where there is research, then the last point here is that actually getting access to those trials, how do we do that? Are we able to move through Europe, through the world, to access trials, and are there clever ways to do that? So overall, a greater understanding of these cancers is needed. And the last point about the challenges of these cancers is, I'll go through this very quickly because I'm sort of singing to the choir here, that you will all recognise a lot of these points. But specifically to salivary gland cancers and adenoid cystic carcinoma, there was a lack of sort of specific information and UK-based specific support. Some treatments, especially experimental treatments, we don't know the consequences of them. The challenges also of living with a chronic condition, the added complexity of metastatic disease and ongoing monitoring. And then, as with all cancer patients, and certainly all head and neck cancer patients, and certainly for this group of cancer patients, there is the ongoing fear of recurrence, fear of death, and anxiety about having scans, and anxiety about not having scans. And then for many, there's the aspect of post-traumatic stress from having had the diagnosis and been through the treatment, because it really is quite a thing. So, just a few areas to address then. And after I had been treated, I had set up a support group in the hospital that I was treated in. And I started it in collaboration with a nurse, a CNS. And we still work together today on it a number of years later. To my great surprise, it was actually running really well. And it was starting that group and recognising all these challenges and unmet needs that put me on the path to being here with you today. So before I go any further, let's just ponder for one moment exactly what collaboration is, because that's what I'm going to talk about. So let's just start with the definition. Collaboration is the action of working with someone to produce something. I would also say that some of the keys for successful and productive collaboration is listening to others, learning from them, accepting different viewpoints, experiences, and perspectives. We need to embrace diversity, and we need to use it to strengthen the work that we're doing and to generate the best outcomes possible. After a while of running the support group, my attention was drawn to the National Cancer Research Institute in 2015. The NCRI have a number of research groups, and they're focused on specific cancers and working in a collaborative way, bringing together all members of the MDT and beyond and the patient voice to move forward research in cancer. I ended up joining the head and neck group, and I was a little upset initially that there were no ACC or salivary gland cancer trials. So imagine my amazement one day when I'm on a conference call and a researcher called Dr. Robert Metcalf comes on the line, and he suggests an ACC trial. I literally could have reached down the phone to shake his hand, and from that moment on, we started collaborating to meet the unmet needs for ACC and salivary gland patients, and move forward research. So, how have we done this? Well, what we've done to address the unmet needs was starting a charity. In April 2019, Salivary Gland Cancer UK was launched. As I've outlined, it is a unique collaboration between a patient advocate and a medical oncologist. We use co-production to build an active patient and research community, and we think we're quite unusual in that we're founded by a patient advocate and by a clinician together. We want to understand the biology of salivary gland cancers, we want to advance research, develop new treatments, we want to provide peer support, reliable information to patients and carers, we are developing a network, and we want to create the network to be unique. Clinicians and patient collaborators across disciplines and across regions to include all interested parties in our work. Patient carer involvement is represented in everything that we do. Our philosophy is that patients shouldn't be used on a consultative basis in terms of inputting into strategy and research. They are not a box to be ticked on a form. They are integral to all levels of the process. So with that, I'm now going to talk through some examples of how we've used these collaborations to move things forward and to show you just how powerful collaboration can be. So let's start with how we've used patient carer and clinician collaboration to move things forward. We have regular meetings, primarily for patients and carers, but attended by clinicians and open to all. We usually have around 30 to 50 patients and carers, and we gather 4 times a year. We used to do our meetings in person, but sadly, and we all know why, we now use Zoom, and I very much hope that that will change in 2021, but we shall see. In our meetings, we always provide patients and carers with an opportunity to share their stories, and then we follow up with a research update from the clinicians so they can understand the work that we've been doing and what's been happening in other places worldwide to drive forward our shared goals, need for better research, and ultimately improve outcomes for patients. We also have guest speakers to address any topics that the group wants to hear about. So, for example, our last meeting on October the 31st, we had an address by a psychologist to talk through post-traumatic stress and anxiety. We always want to respond to our attendees, and we're really open to agendas and who we have present in our future meetings. We found that one of the great things about having clinicians there is that we can answer a lot of questions on the spot. And just to reiterate the point, these meetings are open to all, and at the end I'll share contact details, so if you did want to join, very welcome. The second thing we've done through our patient carer and clinician collaboration is that we have trial discussion days. So where a researcher or a clinician has a trial proposal, they can come and present to a group of our patient network. And this ensures that patient input is there right from the start, and that the trial is thoughtful and developed in a way which makes sure that patients take part. No trial is any good if no patient takes part in it. Trials need patients. Therefore, it's important that the design is appropriate and isn't asking patients to do things that they quite simply won't do, especially at the moment when we are in a resource-constrained environment. There is limited funding for trials, and that is likely to continue for a little while. So the patient input at this level is hugely important. The third thing is our SGC UK strategy days. So we gather a group of patients and clinicians together, and we talk through what is important to them. And we feed these into our organisational priorities. It's patient and carers' chance to tell us what is missing in their journey so far. What can we do to move it forward? And early 2021, we very much look forward to sharing our 2021 priorities based on these discussions. The collaboration has also raised awareness, so with both clinicians and patients telling people about us and what we do, we've managed to grow our network significantly in the first year. We've got leaflets to send out to people, so let us know if you would like one. Or several, rather. So the next area we've been able to significantly develop in and collaborate in is our UK-wide collaborations. So we've managed to extend, and I'm delighted to say that clinicians are now referring patients from all over the UK and beyond to our specialist hub at the Christie NHS Foundation Trust in Manchester, which is where Dr. Robert Metcalfe has his clinic. He also has a biobank there of tissue samples, which is being built up to feed research both in the UK and internationally. We had a clinical trial open last year at the Christie Hospital for ACC patients, which was amazing. We also collaborate with the National Cancer Research Institute and their Consumer Forum, which is a group of patients and carers who are interested in research across all cancer types, and I currently chair that forum. And patient and carer support organisations. Obviously, we collaborate with those as well. But patient and carer support organisations are the focus, not just in head and neck cancer, but also in rare cancers as well. Next, we collaborate internationally. So Robert Metcalfe and myself are part of the International Rare Cancers Initiative, and this is a great example of where information learning and cross-fertilisation of ideas takes place around the world. As an organisation, I and myself, we represent salivary gland cancers in EuroCan Domain 7, the rare head and neck cancer domain. We collaborate with patient organisations such as Uroidus. We collaborate with research foundations such as the ACC Research Foundation, and we undertake project work internationally, developing international guidelines, looking at building a registry, developing and delivering training courses. The last area that I'm going to mention is our patient-carer collaboration, and since we started over a year ago now, this has just been amazing. On an individual level, patients providing support to each other has just been overwhelming sometimes. We've given people the opportunity to meet others with the same disease for the first time. We found that there are networks of patients out there, but with no organisation to give them a home before now. So when we had our acidic cell focus meeting, I had a couple of patient contacts, and through them we had 10 people join. Now, 10 people is not a big number, but it's a big number for acidic cell carcinoma, and these patients had developed their own little group internationally, and now they can come and be part of our group and have a bit more structure, and it was just amazing. And that's been one of the great things as well about the last year, is we've expanded from adenoid cystic carcinoma into supporting all salivary gland cancers. The second thing is sharing information. Patients and carers have just been amazing in supporting us, providing information about us, providing information to us, what we're doing, what we are going to do being shared through Twitter and Facebook. I mean, it's just been amazing. And we're constantly updating the information we have, and we see people sharing, so thank you everyone that's done that. We've seen our patient-carer collaborations expand awareness with clinicians, patients telling clinicians about us if they didn't know about us, getting clinicians to refer patients to Dr. Metcalfe. Our consultative committees, either for temporary, as I've outlined, or more permanent, and we'll be building those out in 2021 with the help of all our patients and carers. So the last thing I want to mention is at an organisational level, and this is from a personal level as a patient advocate. So we collaborate with a number of organisations focused on head and neck cancer support, research and rare cancers, as I mentioned earlier, but I just want to expand on that. It's not always easy doing patient advocacy. It's a lot of work. It takes a lot of time. Often you're not paid for your time, and you have to work quite hard to establish yourself. People share their stories, they share their pain, and they share their suffering, and some people die. Sometimes you can feel that none of it's helping, and you're not getting anywhere. But then you remember that if just one person feels less alone or enters into a trial that could save their life, then you've done something, and it's a good thing. Quite simply, collaboration is the key to the success of all of this. Collaboration between patients, carers and health professionals. We need each other. We need to work together. We quite simply need to work together to move things forward for us all. This is my last slide. I just want to say thank you for listening. Launching Salivary Gland Cancer UK as a unique collaboration is addressing the unmet needs for salivary gland cancer research in the UK and beyond for clinicians, researchers and those affected by these rare cancers. A valuable database is being established to drive forward national and international research. Reliable information and support is being provided for patients, their carers and treating clinicians. And there is so much more that we're planning, but I don't have time to tell you about that here and now. But please know we are open to collaborating with all of you. Please get in touch if you're a clinician, patient, carer, healthcare professional, pharma company, or just interested in salivary gland cancer and working with us. Contact details are here. You can join our network, email us, tweet, or join us on Facebook. The very last thing I want to say is thank you to everybody that has supported us so far. And within that, thank you to Chris and Sharon and the Swallows. Thank you for inviting me to speak. Thank you for your amazing work. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your collaborative spirit. I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the conference. And with that, I will say goodbye and thank you all for listening.
My wife said if I buy one more guitar, she's going to leave me. God, I'm going to miss her. Actually, probably not.
Hurrah!
Hi, I'm Scott Benson. I'm a Member of Parliament for Blackpool South. I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to everybody who's listening at home to this 5th International Head and Neck Conference 2020. Chris Curtis does a brilliant job here in Blackpool, working with a charity to support those patients and carers. As COVID continues, the implications for that on people's healthcare across the UK are obviously significant, and I continue to work with ministers to make sure that people's cancer treatment is delivered in the usual way, which is so important. But I hope everybody has a great conference. Please do continue the brilliant work you do across the whole world in supporting those people who need it.
Good luck with the conference. I hope you enjoy the 2 days. Sorry we won't have our display stand, but please go to allrelief.co.uk for information, leaflets and any samples you need.
Hiya to everybody there at the Swallows Conference. From me, Emma at BioExtra. We hope you have a fantastic couple of days there. We've attended in the past, unfortunately it's all virtual this year. We've thoroughly enjoyed it and we hope you take a lot from the next 2 days. My message to you from BioExtra, keep lubricated and keep well. Take care, bye-bye for now.
Hi, I'm Linda Tomarelli. I'm a speech and language therapist and I work for Speak Unique.
We create personalised synthetic voices for use on communication aids.
My role is to support people to go through the voice banking process and to work with healthcare professionals to enable them to help their patients use our voice banking technology. I use my background as a speech and language therapist to help repair voices where the patient may have slowness or slurring and to design voices for people who have no natural speech.
This means our personalised voices are accessible to everyone.
Speak Unique create personalised synthetic voices for use in communication aids. This allows people to communicate in a voice that is identifiably their own through text-to-speech technology.
I'm Ewan McDonald. I'm from Edinburgh. I'm Ewan McDonald. I'm from Edinburgh.
It's so hard to lose speech, so anything that reduces that sense of loss helps.
In these modern times, medical technology has come a jolly long way. Here you are, sir. enjoy your leeches. Today's leaders in technology really know their onions with the wonders of modern science. Robotic surgery knows no bounds. I say, you young scallywags, stop playing with the equipment. Indeed, it can breathe new life into patients. Now look at that marvelous healthy glow. Isn't the NHS wonderful? Where would we be without it? Where would we be without it? Where would we be without it? Would we be without it?
Yes, of course, the NHS really is wonderful. And today more than ever, it's embracing modern technology for the benefit of all our lives. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the field of robotic technology. Cancer patients across the world are living proof that investment in state-of-the-art robotic surgery is working. Science is working, and we must continue translating science into better cancer patient care.
Hi, it's Mike Heffernan from Dr. Hef's Remarkable Mints here. I hope you're enjoying another conference, albeit in a virtual world. I also thought it would be a good idea just to let you know that we're now working closely with Swallows Charity, and you can buy Dr. Hef's Remarkable Mints in our new packaging from our website, and you'll get a 5% discount if you enter in the discount code Swallows2020. And the benefit is that Swallows also get a 5% revenue into the charity to continue doing all the great work that they do for both carers and patients alike. I wish you all the very best for the rest of 2020. Bye for now.
Hello, my name is Sam and I work for Flen Health. Flamagel RT is for the management and prevention of radiotherapy-induced skin reactions. It does this by creating the optimum healing conditions to accelerate cell renewal. It provides a protective barrier against external contaminations and provides a cooling effect that reduces pain on the patient's skin. In clinical studies, 7% of patients experience moist decamation when using Flamagel RT compared to 35% of patients using dexpanthenol. This is why we're pleased to say that 94% of patients said that Flamagel RT met or exceeded their expectations.
Mouth Cancer Action Month takes place every November. We work closely with the Oral Health Foundation and all head and neck cancer charities to promote the event, when dental practices across the country try to raise awareness of all head and neck cancers. To find out more, or to join our annual 10K awareness walk, please visit our website www.mouthcancerfoundation.org.
Welcome to your New Look conference, coming to you from the edge of space.
Next, we turn to Kylie, who's going to talk about her role as a patient coordinator in the USA.
Kylie Glaruso is the oncology dietitian and patient navigator at Lowell General Hospital's Cancer Center in Massachusetts, USA. She is a registered and licensed dietitian and works as a member of a comprehensive multidisciplinary care team in the center.
I'm the clinical oncology dietitian and head and neck navigator at the Lowell General Cancer Center in Lowell, Massachusetts, United States. I'm happy to be a part of the Head and Neck 2020 virtual conference, so thanks for having me. I'm just going to talk a little bit about my story of becoming a navigator and also still functioning as the dietitian for the Cancer Center. It's been a unique experience, but super rewarding and really great. I think that patients benefit a lot from it, and it's taught me a lot about the complexity of the healthcare system. So just wanted to go through what basically the definition of what patient navigation is. By definition, it's the process by which trained individuals proactively guide patients through and in around all the barriers in a complex cancer care system. and they basically want, the goal is to decrease the fragmentation of care and the coordination of the services. So that's just by definition, just to give you an idea of what it is. I'm not sure if many of you have had experiences with patient navigators through your treatments or at your own facilities. So just wanted to kind of set the basis for what the purpose is. I did put a few bullet points on what the focus is. It's patient-centric. That's the model that I follow. So my goals are to deliver the healthcare services as thorough as possible and also as streamlined as possible for all of the patients. Its core function is to eliminate the barriers of healthcare, which I know most of you know how challenging it can be with different appointments, insurances, scans, testing. It's pretty much endless, especially for head and neck cancer patients, where there's so many elements that need to be addressed even before starting the treatment. But also, one of the main principles of patient navigation is it should be defined with a clear scope of practice, meaning that it just distinguishes the role and responsibilities of the navigator of all the other providers. So I'm known as the patient navigator to the patients and family to help them through the treatment and throughout their whole entire journey, basically. My huge goal, which I've put in red over here, is it's individualized care. So that's one of the major things. No two people, no two families are the same. So that's why you have to be open-minded and willing to work with different cultures, financial backgrounds, psychosocial issues. It's complex, and you have to be open-minded. So I think that's a huge part of patient navigation. And my goals are to improve the patient experience overall, especially within our cancer care system, which we have control over the patient experience. And then clinical care coordination, so coordinating all appointments that they need to get through in order to get their treatment, whether it be chemotherapy, radiation, surgery, making sure they all have their ducks in a row. So why do we need patient navigation? Kind of, I just mentioned, there are a lot of barriers in the healthcare system that make it challenging for people to navigate through, and quite honestly puts delays on certain treatments and even appointments and scans because people don't know where to start, and not everything is easy to access and plan for themselves. So just a few bullets financial wise to help people get where they're supposed to be. So getting things through prior authorizations, to the financial people, who needs to look at this so they can start in a timely manner. Communication, that's a given. Communication is always a limiting factor in a lot of different areas in healthcare. So if I can be the person to communicate it out, a message from providers to patients or vice versa, I'm really happy to do that. And it's something I like to strive for every day. That kind of goes hand in hand with medical system obstacles. That is always going to be there. So if I can make their journey a little bit easier, where I can be their go-to, and if maybe I don't know the answer, I will find out the answer. That's what I would like to serve for as the patients. Psychological. Head and neck cancer treatment, as you guys know, is complex, and it's very intense, and it's a long journey. It's not just starting chemo and then ending it on this day. It's the before, the during, and the after, the survivorship phase, where people need support and guidance. And then caregivers are also very involved. Oftentimes there's frustration. Why aren't they eating? Why aren't they doing well? So if I can guide people to, whether it be social worker, or someone in the community that can help them, I'm happy to connect them with the right people. Support and guidance, that's just the main goals. I serve to support and guide patients and family members through this journey so they can get through it a little bit easier. Like I said, as you all know, it's a long journey and it's a challenging one. So being a patient navigator is, I think, a necessity for head and neck cancer patients. A little bit of the goals of the navigation process. Basically, it's just so patients can overcome these healthcare barriers through all phases of their cancer experience. So not just through their treatment, but at the time of diagnosis. Do they have the next step? Do they know what that means? And then any sort of consultations, and then starting the treatments. There's a lot of scans and clearances that need to be done, radiation simulations, dry runs, PET scans. It's pretty much endless. It's really intense. There's a lot of appointments. People often tell me, I feel really overwhelmed. I feel like I have appointments all the time, and it's true. So navigating them through this healthcare system, as far as it relates to cancer care, is super important. The outcomes that I've been trying to track on my own are patient and family satisfaction, staff satisfaction, because everything is lined up. People know where to find certain information and where the patient is on their treatment plan, and improve patient outcomes is the major thing. That's our goal. Here at Lowell General, our motto and saying is patients first in everything we do, and I believe by serving as a patient navigator, that is certainly abiding by their goals. So my transition to Head and Neck Navigator came about after doing a little bit of research and learning a bit about what a patient navigator was. And I quite honestly didn't look too much into it, only because I associate navigation with nursing, and there's a lot of talk about navigators for breast health, but not so much for head and neck cancer patients. So it does make sense, though, when you actually put the facts out on the table. Right from when patients are diagnosed with head and neck cancer, a lot of times their nutrition is already compromised. They've already lost weight. Some people walk in the door malnourished already. So I become involved right from the get-go. The side effects and symptoms are nutrition related pretty heavily right from the beginning. Patients are often struggle with the inability to consume enough energy, meaning calories and protein. So I'm already helping them do that even before they start their treatment. Nutrition therapy also occurs from time of diagnosis and then throughout survivorship. So not during just the treatment am I involved, but afterwards as well. A lot of patients need help with regaining weight or weaning off their tube feeding, or managing their G-tube care. These are things that I was involved with already. So the connection between how can I, involve myself formally as navigator was a no-brainer, and it made it easy for me to expand this role. And I'm also a part of the multidisciplinary head and neck cancer team, where we meet patients in new consult and follow-up and survivorship care and follow through their whole entire journey. Being a part of that multidisciplinary team has given me kind of my stepping stone to evolve this into the patient navigator. People know me from up front, and then they see me in follow-up every 3 months. In coordination of care for nutrition support, such as G-tubes or tube feeding or even TPN, that is something that I would be involved with up front. So navigating them through that issue on an outpatient basis, meaning trying to get insurance coverage and trying to get certain things approved for the nutrition support is something I'm involved with. So that helps them be able to have this contact person. Patients know to call me and figure out what the next step might be. And if I don't, like I mentioned before, if I don't know the answer, I will find out the answer. Like I just mentioned, I'm part of the multidisciplinary head and neck cancer clinic that we have here. We are a team of myself, dietitian and navigator, speech therapy, radiation oncologists, and ENTs. We follow patients right from new consult through the treatment and then afterwards into our what we call survivorship phase. This gives the patient a full experience on the access to who was involved through their cancer care. So we follow them and address certain issues that might be still lingering, whether it be side effects like dry mouth or pain. And it's really great for the patient because they don't feel like, what do I do now? They get to see us in a clinic setting with all of us there at the same time every 3 months. So nothing goes unaddressed, and we really like to get patients through it best way possible and offer everything we have. Different modalities of symptom management, even integrative therapies such as acupuncture, and then nutrition support, swallowing therapy, often swallowing therapy, and I work hand in hand to get people eating again and actually enjoy it. So that meeting as a multidisciplinary clinic during each month is a great way for me to continue out my navigator responsibilities, so following them through the continuum of care, which is the main goal of patient navigation. Let's see. So my role as a dietitian in the head and neck clinic, I had mentioned I do the patient assessments of their caloric intake, and then making sure they're able to tolerate certain textures for food. And also maintaining a stable weight. Some patients still lose weight after the treatment is done, so intervention is necessary by a dietitian even throughout after their treatment. And I did mention also the speech therapist and I work hand in hand to co-treat patients. So oftentimes we will be weaning a patient off of a G-tube so they can start to eat again. And if we work together, they can give them the texture and exercises to do that with the certain foods, and I can tell them how much and what they should try. And it's a really great multidisciplinary, appointment that we offer for patients. And then I just take an active part in the nutrition support. So if I think a patient is really struggling and not going to make it through the treatment without either hospitalization or IV fluids, I might make the recommendation for nutrition support, such as a G-tube or even TPN in certain cases where a G-tube isn't feasible. So having that active role in the head and neck clinic has made it easy for me to transition to the navigator. Just a little bit of my responsibilities. I facilitate patient appointments, including those made outside of our cancer center. So whether that be dental clearance or a PET scan, things like that, and make sure that everything is set up for them, so nothing is missed or skipped in the process of treatment. And then facilitating appointments, so labs and diagnostics, different specialty physicians, I can make the appointments myself, and it helps patients I've found who have one contact person for all of these appointments and different things that are going to pop up. They find it very easy, and they really enjoy having someone to just call, this one person, not calling different departments, waiting on hold, pressing a bunch of different prompts. It's really patient-centered, of course, but I think they really benefit from having a navigator. And then I also submit referrals for certain things, such as nutrition support. So if a patient is going to have a G-tube placed, I'll make the referral for a visiting nurse to come, or reach out to different vendors for their tube feeding formula and their supplies. Another thing that I also do as a dietitian and navigator is teach patients how to use nutrition support if they do end up having a G-tube placed. Let's say they have it done in our hospital, I'll teach them how to use it the following day. That is also an important part of navigator and a dietitian, because a lot of people are overwhelmed with all these appointments. Suddenly they need something placed and they are maybe not sure why. So having me explain it and also teach them how to use things and the supplies and how it will function and help them through their treatment is a huge help. I also coordinate resources and provide assistance with assessing clinical and supportive care. So if they mention to me something that's outside of my realm, I reach out to the appropriate person to figure out how we can help them. So just a kudos to my team here. I really owe it all to my multidisciplinary team, who is ENT, Dr. Arthur Loretano, our radiation oncology department, and speech therapy department as well. So I have their pictures here, and a fun picture of us on Halloween last year with some of the radiation nurses as well. They allow me to expand my role in a seamless way. With their support and guidance, I really am able to serve as that liaison link between providers, patients, family, and make it a good experience for patients. So I just wanted to shout out to them. So thank you for having me. I really enjoyed this experience, and hopefully you learned a little bit about how a dietitian can serve as a patient navigator. And of course, it's patient-centered model that I follow is through and through the most important thing. So putting a patient first and making it easy for them to navigate the healthcare system in our cancer center, at least, is my goal. So thanks for having me, and I hope that I get to see some of your faces in real life someday. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the 2020 conference. Thanks.
Hi, it's Guy from CC Med. Just want to wish everyone at Swallows all the best of luck at their virtual head and neck cancer conference. Such a shame we can't be there this year, but let's hope to get some get together next year. We at CC Med obviously look after the AS Saliva Ophthalmic Dry Mouth range. If you'd like to learn more about that, then please visit us on our website. In the meantime, best of luck. Sure, it's going to be a great couple of days. Really looking forward to it.
Hello everyone, my name is Lewis from Flint Health. Many of us are suffering from skin reactions that often gives us no choice but to give up on the activities that we enjoy the most. We at Flint Health want to provide innovation that allows everybody to enjoy the life that they love. This year we are proud to be supporting this year's Swallows event and honoured to be involved with such an inspiring charity that work extremely hard to help patients and carers. At this year's event, we'll be hosting an educational breakout session which gives you the opportunity to learn more about radiotherapy by one of the country's most respected radiographers. Also, a fantastic opportunity to discover a solution for your skin that at present may be very sore, itchy and red following on from radiotherapy treatment. It is extremely important that this year we bring clinicians, patients and supporting companies together as one to be supported and to support others.
Hi, this is Joanna Knight from Capitex Healthcare. We're very proud to sponsor the virtual Head and Neck Conference 2020. Thank you.
Ho ho, hee, ha ha.
Centres. We're here, right where you need us.
Hello, my name's Daniel Hughes. I'm from Aspire Pharma and we really hope you're enjoying your conference today. We're here to talk to you today about oral mucositis and dry mouth, specifically our product Mucosamine. You can find out more information about Mucosamine by visiting our virtual stand. We'd love to virtually see you and we hope you have a lovely virtual conference.
Hello, my name is Abby Miller. I'm a speech and language therapist working at Chesterfield Royal Hospital in North Derbyshire. I recently won a fellowship from the National Institute of Health Research to help me learn how to carry out research in the health setting and I'm studying a Masters at the University of Nottingham. I would like to use these skills in order to benefit patients with head and neck cancer. We know that people with head and neck cancer return to work less often than people with other cancer types. I really want to understand what it's like to return to work following head and neck cancer, what was tricky or what helped you. So I'm keen to speak to anyone who has gone back to work to understand your experiences, and I would do this by a one-off interview either on the telephone or virtually at a time to suit you. If you'd like to find out more information or take part in this study, that would be fantastic. You're very welcome to contact me on my email address. I also have a Twitter account where I recently wrote an article explaining what's happening in the research internationally around head and neck cancer and return to work. So please do contact me, or of course you can leave your email address and contact details with Chris and he'll pass them on to me. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Philip Lewis. I'm the president of the Mouth Cancer Foundation, the national charity which supports everyone affected by the disease. We work to improve awareness and provide education, both for the public and healthcare professionals. Early detection is the key. That's why we've developed our self-examination protocol. To find out more about us, or to join our annual 10K awareness walk, please visit our website, www.mouthcancerfoundation.org.
Hooray!
Dry mouth affects 1 in 4 adults within the UK and can have a significant impact on your overall health. That's why we created Oraleave, a complete oral care range for dry and sensitive mouths. The enzyme system found in all Oraleave products helps supplement natural saliva to help keep your mouth healthy and comfortable. Designed with dry mouth sufferers in mind, our products are free from alcohol or foaming agents that can irritate a sensitive mouth. Headquartered in Luton, Bedfordshire, our small and super-friendly team works to help raise the awareness of dry mouth with healthcare providers and patients alike. You can visit our website, drop us an email, or give us a call from Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. We are ready to answer your questions about our range and process your orders. We love hearing from you. Oraleave, making dry mouths happy again.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elaine Emerson and I'm a research leader at the Centre for Regenerative Medicine, a research centre at the University of Edinburgh. Join me for a special behind-the-scenes virtual tour of our laboratories and to find out more about our research to develop new treatments for head and neck cancer patients recovering from radiotherapy.
When Chris was diagnosed, he just switched off straight away. He didn't take anything on board, he didn't listen to anything, he just went into his own little zone. He decided he couldn't peg feed himself. He was just far too lazy to be bothered to do it. He just couldn't be arsed, basically. He thought it would be so much better for me to feed him, coming from a day's work, in my black work suit, have to feed him, and then decides he's going to cough and this mixture flies all over me and he sits there laughing like a right, clever sod that he is, when poor me is dripping in all this food. I've got to clean it up. It's still on the ceiling because he can't be asked to clean it off or even decorate. He went into his own little, what I call cancer bubble, where it was all about him. He didn't care about me or the family. He just sat there like a right miserable little twat. To be honest, that's my nickname for him now, miserable twat. He's not got any better. He puts a big smile on for everybody else, but he don't give a shit about the rest of us.
I went to a really tough medical school. We had to find our own cadavers and bring them in.
Next we turn to Justin from London, who's going to speak about the role of a speech and language therapist.
Dr. Justin Rowe is a clinical, academic and service lead, specialising in dysphagia in benign and malignant head and neck disease at the National Centre for Ear, Nose and Throat Service at Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust.
Hello, my name is Justin Rowe. I'm a consultant speech and language therapist and joint head of the Department of Speech, Voice and Swallowing at the Royal Marsden NHS Foundation Trust in London. I'm also the clinical service lead for the National Centre for Airway Reconstruction at Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust. And I'm also fortunate to have funding from the NIHR Imperial Biomedical Research Centre and Imperial Health Charity to undertake a postdoctoral research fellowship based at the Department of Surgery and Cancer at Imperial College London. I want to say a big thank you to Chris and Sharon and the organising committee for inviting me to be a part of this great event, and I'm just sorry we can't be together. But what I do hope is that what I have to say is particularly relevant for a conference where healthcare professionals, patients and caregivers attend as one to learn more about head and neck cancer. And what I'm going to talk to you today is about the work we've done at the Royal Marsden in partnership with the Point of Care Foundation to engage with our patients, engage with our caregivers and engage with healthcare professionals to co-design the head and neck cancer services that we deliver. And so I hope that you will enjoy this, and I very much look forward to the panel discussion.
Before I start, I just want to say a thank you to some really important people. First of all, to Gráinne Brady, who has been instrumental in the projects that I've worked on within head and neck cancer. And I'll tell you about some exciting work that we're doing as well as the presentation goes on. But more widely, I do want to say a big thank you to the Department of Speech, Voice and Swallowing, the Head and Neck Unit and the Therapies team at the Royal Marsden NHS Foundation Trust, as well as the Laryngology Service at the National Centre for Airway Reconstruction at Charing Cross Hospital as part of Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust. So just to open with this statement, nearly half of Americans believe that the US healthcare system and healthcare providers are not compassionate. And that's a fairly striking statement to start the presentation with. And as we know, that is not isolated to the United States. And many of you here will remember the dreadful issues and incidents that occurred at the Mid Staffordshire NHS Foundation Trust, the public inquiry which was then subsequently carried out by Robert Francis QC, which showed a complete breakdown of care, a complete breakdown of compassion, a complete breakdown of governance with dreadful, dreadful consequences. And it seems inconceivable as a healthcare professional, how could people be in a caring profession and somehow lose their ability to care? Compassionate care requires an understanding of another person's pain, another person's suffering, but not just understanding, a commitment to do something about this, as is highlighted in this How Important is Compassionate Healthcare paper, which compared the perceptions of people in the US and Ireland. Unfortunately, too often, problems in healthcare come to people's attention as a deficit in healthcare organisations. As well as numerous recommendations that came out from the Mid Staffordshire NHS Foundation Trust, findings both from the Francis report but also subsequently from the work done by Don Berwick. There was a very interesting outcome in some places, and one of those, and this is some years ago now, was that a specialist team of hospital inspectors should be created and should include patients to identify problems early. And secondly, patient groups should be properly funded and trained to carry out inspections and to be able to bring in external experts. So for all the terrible things that happened as a result of the care issues at Mid Staffordshire, this was really an opportunity and a recognition by people that patients are extremely important people, not just because they're consumers of services, but because maybe they have something to offer at another level. On completion of his report, Don Berwick recommended 4 main guiding principles to build an even better NHS, and this concept of a learning NHS. He emphasised what a fantastic institution the National Health Service is, and that it is not unique in making mistakes. That is a problem in healthcare worldwide. However, what he did say is that in order to be an exemplar health service, place the quality and safety of patient care above all other aims. And not only does that create a safe environment, it actually enables you to deliver lower cost care if you involve patients. Remember to engage, empower and hear patients and carers throughout the entire system and at all times. Also, when he wrote to the people of England, he said, we have to wholeheartedly foster growth and development of all staff, especially with regard to their ability and opportunity to improve the processes within which they work. And also insist upon and model in our own work thorough and unequivocal transparency in the service of accountability, trust, and the growth of knowledge. And I think this is a really nice way to close his letter to the people, which was you as patients, as carers and as citizens have a vital and exciting role to play, and your voice is key to the future. And he closes by saying, I hope that this report will give you more confidence in speaking up everywhere and all the time in a vital NHS, and will give those who care for you and want to help you the confidence and skills to invite you, hear you and welcome you into an authentic partnership. What is also particularly heartwarming from his report is the fact that he also took the time to write with clinicians. And when we think about empathy and compassion, I think this couple of paragraphs really sums it up. He doesn't shy away from the fact that things went especially badly at Mid Staffordshire. But what he did was he empathised and showed compassion. Statements like, it gets rough sometimes, doesn't it? Statements like, at its worst, problems like that can hurt morale as people lose sight of how great the mission is and of how hard you are trying to do what's right. And I think that shows a real compassion and understanding, reaching out to people. It was a very difficult time going to work every morning with healthcare being scrutinised and everyone being implicated as a healthcare professional into the problems that occurred at Mid Staffordshire, and that was one place. That's not to say, as Don Berwick said, that mistakes don't happen elsewhere and problems don't happen in other centres and other healthcare systems, but certainly as a healthcare professional at the time, it felt awful because most people are trying to do their very, very best. Here are 2 books that I'm going to refer to during my talk today, and they kind of mirror what Don Berwick was saying. The first one is an excellent book. It's essentially a systematic review of compassion. It's called Compassionomics, and it certainly had a real impact on me, reflecting on the care that I provide and the organisations that I work with. And the second one really mirrors what Don Berwick was saying, which is The Patient Revolution, and this is written by David Gilbert, who's a mental health services user, and makes the very, very compelling argument that maybe patients have the answers to some of the most significant issues in healthcare today? So based on this concept of compassion, how do we move from empathy to compassion, and what are the differences? One of the simple things is to just think of empathy as being a feeling. However, compassion is an action. And if we don't have compassion, that can really impact on the connection that we have with the people who use our services. So we need to see what the problem is, we need to feel and understand what the issues are, and we need to be able to respond and develop that personal connection. And what I'd like to talk to you now about is a study that was carried out at Johns Hopkins in the US. And this study looked at the value of a compassionate consultation for people newly diagnosed with cancer. And I'll tell you what the significance of 40 seconds is shortly. When people saw the doctor, they were either given the standard consultation or an enhanced compassionate consultation. And the doctor would say, in addition to the information usually provided, I know that this is a tough experience to go through, and I want you to know that I am here with you. Some of the things that I say to you today may be difficult to understand, so I want you to feel comfortable in stopping me if something I say is confusing or does not make sense. We are here together, and we will go through this together. And that was further punctuated by a closing sentence, which was, I know that this is a tough time for you, and I want to emphasize that again, that we are in this together. I will be with you each step along the way. The significance of the 40 seconds, it only took 40 seconds to enhance the narrative at that cancer and a consultation and the breaking of the bad news. And what was the further benefit of that? They measured people's anxiety and found that there was significantly less anxiety in those who underwent the enhanced compassion consultation, and also rated their oncologists more highly. So when we think about service improvement, what normally triggers service improvement? And I did a teaching session on this last week, and I can tell you that the first thing that people said was complaints. And quite often it is a complaint will come into a service and there will be a knee-jerk response to what do we need to do, how do we need to address this, and there is a real, yes, there's some learning, yes, there will maybe be Datix reporting of an error, but a very reactive, potentially, approach. Then, as we've heard from the Francis reports and Don Berwick, we need to really include patients and citizens and caregivers in how we design and deliver care. And I'm sure some of you here may have sat on groups with professionals in a capacity as a member of the public or someone who's used to service. And I remember this myself, looking around a room full of consultants, full of nurses, full of therapists, all very senior people who'd been invited to a meeting. And there would be one patient sitting, feeling out of their depth. And I think a lot of people, regardless of whether you're a professional or a person who uses services, can feel out of depth at some of those meetings. But in some way that was seen as we've had patient involvement. Of course, that's not true patient involvement. What true patient involvement is working in partnership with those people, giving them a real power base from which to support decision making, support planning. And I think one of the really outstanding ways that this has been particularly highlighted has been through the involvement of patients and public in research design, and the fact that that is one of the quality indicators and the fact that if you do not have decent patient and public involvement in any research study design, that will not get approved by the National Institutes for Health Research. They want to see strong evidence, and that is judged not only by clinicians, not only by academics, but importantly by patients. So we need to move along that continuum from just responding to complaints to really working closely. And as David Gilbert said, our patients are probably our most underused resource when we are looking at healthcare improvement. Now, some of you may remember this story in the newspaper, this fresco in Borja in Spain. It was decided that the fresco needed to be repaired, needed to be restored. And on the far right, you can see that there were pretty catastrophic consequences for this, and doesn't bear any resemblance to the first picture. Now, that means that making changes is not always going to make things better. The fact that the tourism in Borja went through the roof as a result of this is another matter altogether. However, when we're thinking about healthcare services, we need to really be careful, really think about what we're doing and think, does this need to be changed? And as someone who works in healthcare services, and I'm sure many people here have been through many healthcare service changes, and patients who are here and caregivers who are here will have seen many changes that just don't feel right, don't do what they're supposed to do. So I've been very lucky to train in a methodology called experience-based co-design, which the technical definition is it's a participatory action research approach combining user-centered orientation and a collaborative change process. Basically, it's about us working in partnership to create change, and at the centre of that is a partnership with patients. So why do we need patient-centred quality improvement? Well, rather than just completing surveys, which is the most common way that feedback is obtained by healthcare services, it's about understanding the experiences of care. How did it feel? And if we involve and keep patients at the centre of what we do, it helps us to deliver care that's more responsive to their values, their needs and their preferences, and as Don Berwick alluded to, improves safety, effectiveness and experience. The immediate benefits, and a lot of this comes from the design literature, better ideas if you involve the people who use the services, high user value. You get an improved understanding of needs when you listen to people's experiences, and if they do have ideas, you can immediately validate them. You can get high quality output and better decision making, reduce development costs, reduce time taken to make those changes, and optimal cooperation between participants. And I think what's important, as I'm going to illustrate to you, it's not just about participants when we think about inviting patients in, it's that partnership with those people who provide services. And in the longer term benefit, and this is very, very much within design and about how people design shops, etc., greater satisfaction and loyalty, increased levels of support, enthusiasm for innovation, for change, and better relationships, a more even playing field between those who provide and those who use specialist services in healthcare. From a healthcare perspective, they're sustainable changes when you co-design, and that's what they've found within the literature. You will get a better return on your investment if you involve patients and caregivers. Invariably, positive outcomes come for patients as a result. And they also note sustainable change, not just within the service, but the patients is a sustainable change for them. Staff can feel a bit worn down at times and are struggling, and there's so much change within healthcare at the moment for numerous reasons, as you know. But what we do know is that this approach can be very motivating for staff as well as engaging for patients. And the process can be adapted to different settings. And funnily enough, although experience-based co-design has been used primarily within healthcare, I read a paper recently that was showed that prisoners coming on parole within the Los Angeles County Jail, they've started to look at experience-based co-design to get the best possible outcomes for people who are returning to life outside of the prison setting. So I'm going to tell you in the last few minutes about our experience at the Marsden of co-design. That's me assessing a swallow. And when people come to see me, the first question I ask is, do you know why you're here to see me? And that's really important because most people who come to see me say, is it my speech? And of course, as many of you here will know, speech is just one thing that speech and language therapists do. And more often there are other issues that we're dealing with within the head and neck cancer community. If you're interested in finding out more about this work in detail, this is a paper that Gráinne O'Brady and I published with Joanna Goodrich from the Point of Care Foundation. And the Point of Care Foundation is a really, really fantastic organisation that looks, some of you may have heard Schwartz Rounds, Sweeney Projects. They're really embedded in quality improvement and keeping patients at the centre, but also about providing compassionate interventions for healthcare professionals as well, and that's really illustrated in Schwartz Rounds, an opportunity for people to reflect in a safe environment. Gráinne and I were particularly lucky because RM Partners West London Cancer Alliance provided training and funding with the Point of Care Foundation for us to undertake training in experience-based co-design. And if you want to know more about experience-based co-design, the Point of Care Foundation have an excellent website with an experience-based co-design toolkit available there. And as I say, this was really made such a significant impact on me in the way in which I lead but also deliver services in healthcare environments. So when we think about experience-based co-design, we need to remember that experience isn't necessarily the same as satisfaction. It's that getting away from the fact that ticking that you've had good care may not really capture what's happened to people while they've been using healthcare services. What's important is through EBCD that we use experience to gain insights to identify opportunities for improvement of services. And it's about experiences, not about opinions, not about attitudes. And I think that's really important because sometimes people can be quite fearful when they take this type of methodology on about what is it going to unveil. And our experience is that it is nothing but positive. So the way that you start is by setting up a project. You look around, Have any healthcare professionals here actually sat in a waiting room to see what it's like for a patient? That is just one example of shadowing and trying to get a feel for what's needed. We then gather staff and we interview them, we audio record them and get to understand their experiences of providing services. We then go on to meet with patients and video record them talking about their experiences. There is then the opportunity for both the staff and the patients to meet separately to understand whether what has been said and talked about is a true representation of the way that they see things. And that's before the staff and the patients are then brought together. And the patients will then, for the first time, sit with the people who provide services for them and watch a video of them providing reflections, an edited video of 30 minutes. And from there, patients and staff and caregivers will then move into groups to work on priorities that they have agreed as one. So what are the priority groups? Then there's a movement to implement those, and importantly, a celebration event. And then the process can keep going. You can keep working on co-design groups together. What's very important is that we mustn't forget staff. Patients are at the heart of what we're doing, but we need to get staff involved. And it's with designing experiences, not just systems or processes. And it's really important. This isn't operating separately. This is about patients, staff, caregivers working alongside each other. We identify touch points. The emphasis is on co-design of services. It's a systematic evaluation of improvements and benefits, and it's all about the aesthetics or how things look, how things feel. We have to engage staff in order to get success because they deliver the services, and that's just as important as receiving them. They will also help with project setup. They will help set the scene and inform how the experience is for them at the moment. And they will also help us to establish relationships with patients that maybe we don't know, that we haven't seen. And engaging patients is really important, and one way that we do that, as I said, is through shadowing. Walking in their shoes, sitting in waiting rooms, going to consultations. I know that Chris does a lot of that, going around the country to watch clinicians at work to see how things feel. I don't need to tell people here that head and neck cancer has a devastating effect on speech, voice and swallowing, and the impact of that disease and treatment can be have an impact before the treatment starts, during the treatment and after the treatment. In our department in speech therapy, we had designated pre-treatment speech therapy clinics set up in 2013, and we felt we were working to the best practice and using the best evidence available, enabling us to get a baseline assessment, information provision, and prophylactic swallowing exercises embedded. But what we found out as well was that people weren't coming to those appointments, and when we followed up with them, they were saying, "Oh, I didn't see why I need to see a speech therapy. No one had mentioned my speech." Some people were just totally overwhelmed coming for the appointments and didn't see the value. And information needs are different. People have different information needs at different time points. And they need to have it in a variety of forms. And this is stuff that I know from work I've done with lung cancer patients, and also my team that I work with have found out within the gynecological cancer community. So we wanted to look specifically at the pre-treatment pathway for people undergoing head and neck cancer treatment using radiotherapy. And we wanted to do that in partnership with our patients. To do that, we interviewed 7 people, 7 patients. We made a video. We interviewed 7 staff members, and then we had a staff feedback and a patient feedback session, as I described to you. So what the patients told us was they were really drawn by the professionalism and team working. They said everyone seems to be pulling in the same direction. They know what they're talking about. They made me feel safe. Staff talked about the fact that when they tried to make appointments, they needed to try and make them on the same day so they didn't have extra travelling. People didn't know why they were coming for their appointments. Last experience I had of speech therapy was for a lisp when I was 6 years old. Also, why do I need to see a speech therapist? I seem to be able to speak okay. And also, it's really important that we recommend that we know that people have a lot of appointments, and there were some mixed views on whether appointments should be joint or individual MDT members, but people said it's better to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I know you all work closely together, so it makes sense to see you together. And also, it was highlighted here that people had varying information needs. They needed smaller chunks. Maybe good to talk to someone who's been through the treatment. And also, what they really liked was that as a team, we seemed to be all pulling together, and the same messages were what were coming through to patients and caregivers. And they liked the fact it seemed joined up. We were really interested in exercises and why people did or didn't do them. And people said they found exercises impossible. Some people said there was no problem and they liked the fact that it helped them focus on something else during their treatment, the routine of them. The summary of the patient priorities was what they really wanted was a central point of contact. They also said someone's got to tell us at the outset what the rationale is for a speech therapy appointment. They wanted information in a variety of forms. What they felt very unprepared for was the duration of side effects. And they wanted to know more about that at the outset. One patient said, if I was going to invest money in an investment fund, I'd ask for a portfolio. I'd like to read about it. I'd like to learn more in the prospectus about what I might get on my return. When I'm entrusting my life to a hospital, I'd like to have some statistics on survival. I'd like to know more about functional outcomes, which is a really interesting concept. They wanted to know about fine-tuning after treatment, about what the things they could do to get themselves back to everyday life. And also, it was articulated that people said, if I do have a recurrence, what are my treatment options? So things that we don't think people are thinking about before their treatment, they are thinking about. Staff said they wanted to have more flexible appointments for patients. They recognised that perhaps the rationale for the speech therapy appointment wasn't being articulated and we really needed to get that out there. Possibly the most simple thing that they thought about was, and the patients echoed this, is why are you called the speech therapy department when you do speech, voice and swallowing? And that's what we are now. They wanted joint appointments, the staff. That wasn't mirrored always by patients, I hasten to add. So again, sometimes it might be out of kilter. They wanted a variety of forms of information provision available, and particularly at the Marsden, where we have people who come all over the world to be treated, that it's available in a variety of languages. There was also a discussion about whether we could meet some of the patient's needs by having a frequently asked questions sheet, core MDT questions that we could agree on to make sure that the information that's being provided is consistent and across the board. So what was agreed was that we would move to a more Royal Marsden branded set of information. People didn't want to be searching the internet for information, they wanted to come to the Marsden, and that's work that's ongoing in a variety of areas at the moment. They've said that they'd like to have a patient information video. They wanted that variety of information that we needed to work on, and a bit more about radiotherapy treatment. And this may resonate with some of you here, but they also wanted information on timelines, and that's very hard to give, as you know, but they wanted to know roughly, when can I expect to be feeling better after the treatment? When can I expect to go on holiday after the treatment? When can I expect to be back at work after the treatment? Or at what point during the treatment may I struggle? Again, fine-tuning of information, and also they wanted a buddy system, and this is something that we hadn't thought about. We do it for people who are undergoing laryngectomy, but they wanted a buddy system and to be able to speak to people who've been having treatment or maybe undergoing treatment at the same time. As I said, the agreed priorities were to try and provide more flexible appointments outside of the clinic structure, get some more information for radiotherapy, have a seamless transfer of care. People were very worried about going to their local services coming from a specialist centre like the Marsden. Changing the name of the SLT department, that was a priority. And we're also now looking to how can we make our research data more accessible to our patients. So what next? Well, currently we're leading on a project looking at how telehealth services are delivered. That was a big change that came in rapidly. There wasn't a lot of patient consultation on that. COVID forced our hand. But we are in a position now that we can stop and reflect and look at how those services were delivered, and we are utilising experience-based co-design for that. And I actually put it out here to you. What do you think you could be doing where patients and clinicians can be working in partnership around delivering high quality patient-centred care? People do say that there are uncomfortable truths and they're worried. Everyone's out of their comfort zone initially, but you can see patients grow in stature as they get more confident being with healthcare professionals. And I know from my own work, I feel very much that this is a partnership now. It can feel very uncomfortable listening to practice issues, But it's important. If we're to grow and learn and develop, we have to. And also, some of what our patients and caregivers tell us may not fit with national guidance and policies and procedures, and we really need to think about that, and that's about how we deliver those services in the future and develop that guidance in the future. And also, what I think is a priority may not be what our patients and caregivers think is a priority, and that is the importance of co-designing these services and pathways. And so far, we've not had anyone say, I want to have a parking space right outside the hospital. People are realistic and understand the context of the NHS. In summary, this type of work is a real time for reflection. It's a time of reflection for staff, it's a time of reflection for patients. We learn from each other. Many of the frustrations I've learned are shared, but what this does allow for is an opportunity to make big changes with little resource. And importantly, it's a real opportunity for patients to be users and co-designers of highly specialist services. Thank you.
A horse goes into a bar. Bartender looks at him and says, "Why the long face?"
Hooray! Have you ever wondered what happens inside a research laboratory, or who the people are who are working on new treatments for head and neck cancer? Join me, Dr. Elaine Emerson, and members of my research team for a special virtual tour of our laboratory.
Mucosamid mouthwash and oral spray can be used together to provide a convenient and effective way to help you with the effects of cancer therapy. The mouthwash and oral spray have been proven to reduce the symptoms of dry mouth, provide rapid pain relief, and help treat and relieve the symptoms of oral mucositis.
Hello, Mike Heffernan here from Dr. Hef's Remarkable Mints. You may remember Toby and I from the conference last year. I can't believe a year has gone by. Unfortunately, because of social distancing, Toby can't be in the same room, so I thought I'd bring another alternative Toby along to wish everybody a great year, and hopefully next year we can all get back together again. Bye for now.
I was a workaholic, super energetic, fit, healthy, and a really, really happy person. Didn't think for 1 second that, cancer would hit me. Everything changed. Every waking moment you appreciate everything much more. The hospital stay was really, for me, mentally challenging. I just wanted to have some inspiration, and in that environment it's incredibly hard to find. Having spoke to a friend who was having treatment at the Rutherford, I decided to have a look. It doesn't feel like you're coming for cancer. It feels like you're just coming to get well. It's a positive experience rather than I'm having chemotherapy. I'm really excited about my future. My advice for anybody starting their journey would be to surround yourself with positive people and to ask yourself, what do you want to do? And go and do it.
Hooray!
Head and neck cancer is a brutal treatment. When you take the ability to communicate off somebody and to eat and drink, you stop being a human being. So what we're doing is, courtesy of one of our sponsors from America, we're actually sending patients what we call a boogie board. The boogie board is a piece of equipment that the patient can write on it and then push a button and that text disappears.
So we'll use this on our head and neck cancer ward for patients with communication difficulties, particularly after surgery, including laryngectomy. So the device allows you to write a message and then move on by deleting it automatically. And that's very useful for patients who can't speak, which is common after head and neck cancer surgery. Communication is very difficult after head and neck cancer surgery, and it's frustrating for patients who can't communicate, but, particularly if they've lost the use of their voice. So this kind of device is critical for communicating with family and caregivers and healthcare professionals during their inpatient stay.
So the boogie board is a nicer way to communicate with your friends, your partner. It makes it so much easier for the patient to communicate.
The Mouth Cancer Foundation and Swallows Head and Neck Cancer Charity have enjoyed a great relationship for many years. We are both passionate about supporting patients and carers every step of the way along their cancer journey. Working together makes us stronger, and when we are stronger, we can better serve everyone affected by the disease.
Now Derek's going to talk about the role of the caregiver and how working with healthcare professionals can improve patient outcomes.
Derek Luthwaite, one of our volunteers at the Swallows, became a caregiver when his wife was diagnosed with mouth cancer in October 2018. Here, Derek tells his story and the role of a caregiver.
Hello everyone, my name is Derek, and I trust I find you all as well and as safe as can be expected at this very difficult period of time. The coronavirus pandemic has impacted on us all in some way, but without doubt it has made the situation for carers even more difficult. Today I'd like to try and explore with you some personal as well as general experiences and observations which challenge the already difficult role of the carer to the limit and often beyond. Carers in crisis. In the UK currently, 1 in 8 adults care unpaid for family and friends. Carers UK reports that the coronavirus pandemic has led to 70% of these unpaid carers having to provide even more care for their loved ones during the outbreak. 1/3 of which was a result of their local care and support services having been reduced or closed. Many of these selfless individuals will lead extremely complex and busy lives, completely unaware of the potential support available to them from the state, charities and other sources. They may not even know where to start seeking the support they might need. Please try to imagine this scene. It's dark outside because it's only 2:30 in the morning. And on this particular morning, it happens to be raining and cold. I mean, very, very cold. The silence is broken by the ear-shattering tone of a telephone ringing. A slightly unsteady hand fumbles for the source of this intrusion, which has dragged the owner from a very deep and extremely comfortable sleep. With heavy eyelids and a quiet but reassuring voice, the call is answered. Hello, Swallows Helpline, how can I help you? The response is all too common as a trembling voice replies, I need help. I don't know what to do anymore. I just can't cope. Sadly, yet another carer has found themselves in a very, very dark place and turned to what most would consider a last resort for some comfort and support. Why are approximately 70% of all calls to the Swallows helpline made by carers? The answer to this question are many and varied, and are driven by the circumstances and the needs of the individual making the call. What can be said with some certainty is that the carer making this call believes that they have absolutely nowhere else to turn to. That whatever situation they now find themselves in, all other avenues of help, assistance and guidance have failed. And reaching out to the Swallows helpline is often a final resort from a carer in a state of despair and deep emotional distress. Most carers have not been trained to deal with the demands of a head and neck cancer patient or their needs, whilst at the same time trying to maintain a home environment, work commitments, and the unrelenting requirements of the treatment regime, from simply travelling most days long distances to the hospital, to assisting with personal care, such as specialised feeding, and in some cases, probably the most difficult, an inability for even the most basic oral communication. All of these issues take a huge toll on a carer's physical and mental well-being. And as much as the patient's normal life is taken over by the focus of fighting their illness, so the carers also find themselves immersed in this same fight, but from an entirely different position. One of not having cancer themselves, but the guilt that comes from watching a loved one suffering from the ravages of the cancer, the invasive treatment regime, and the desperate need to constantly give moral, physical and emotional support, which is not always acknowledged or welcomed by either patients or healthcare professionals. The healthcare system is focused on treating the patient's cancer with the objective of obtaining either a cure or at least long-term remission. And they do a remarkable job in achieving that objective, to which both patients and carers thank them for their dedication and skill. Carers, however, find themselves dealing with the patients 24/7 and dealing with their quality of life issues. And as this is a far less definable objective, impacted by patients' individual attitudes and behaviours, it is sometimes, I might even say often, not recognised as the essential support in the treatment regime that it truly is. The carer becomes both the physical and psychological support mechanism to the patient. And whilst this support is given unquestionably and often unknowingly, it is certainly without adequate professional training and guidance. So it is absolutely no surprise whatsoever that some carers find this role not only difficult, but at times almost impossible to cope with. As a result, carers' physical and mental situations deteriorate to the point where they feel unable to carry on, to the point where they feel unable to be of help, or that they must be doing something wrong. And that concern and worry is truly bad for both the patient and the carer. The carer's natural inclination is not to complain. They do not have cancer, so they feel they have no real justification to ask for help. They certainly do not want the patient to be aware of the struggle that they're fighting with, and would do anything to avoid upsetting or adding to the patient's problems, even if sometimes the patient is the problem. This is a real issue, and it does have profound as well as negative effects on the carer. The healthcare system absolutely needs carers performing their role in support of the patient, if for no other reason than there is realistically no alternative available. But when a patient's health deteriorates, the system, in the guise of our healthcare staff, leap into action in an attempt to remedy the situation as soon as possible. But when a carer's physical or mental health begins to suffer, there is absolutely nothing in place to come to their aid. The carer, a vital cog in the complex cancer treatment highway, is not recognised as a patient or a potential patient in their own right, and therefore little or no serious treatment is at hand. So, if being able to recognise the situation, and not all carers do, is potentially the start to resolving the issue, who do carers turn to? Not all carers have the opportunity to call on friends or family for guidance, help and support. Indeed, the perceived burden of needing to just get on with it often acts as a barrier to seeking essential help. Some carers may not want their immediate family or friends to know that they are not coping with the situation as well as they portray on the outside, and often feel that this new and sometimes overwhelming and frightening carer role that they suddenly find themselves in is entirely their responsibility, and do not want in any way to shift the burden of it onto others, even when something as simple or as basic as being able to take a short break from home or the patient would prove invaluable to both. Friends and family are absolutely fantastic in offering both moral and physical support to carers, always assuming that the carer does have family and friends to turn to. But just like the carers themselves, they are not trained professionals and lack the specialist knowledge of how to care for head and neck cancer patients, just the same as the carer. So at best, their most welcome help and assistance can only be moral, supportive, anecdotal, none of which is able to address the carer's underlying psychological and emotional battles. So, turning to the professional medical people that carers will undoubtedly come into contact with as a result of head and neck cancer diagnosis, well, it should offer a rare chance to gain an insight into the impact of an almost overnight becoming a carer and the potential and real effect that it will have on each individual carer's life, physical and mental well-being. All too often, this is a lost opportunity, as both the medical professionals and indeed the carers themselves are totally focused on the patient, their treatment, and hopefully a cure plan. The carer wants to be strong and supportive of the patients and often has no idea, until it's usually too late, that they are in need of help themselves. In fact, they will often go to great lengths to cover up their own physical and mental situation as they strive to do their very best for the real patient, the one with the cancer, not the one who's just being silly. Once again, the attitude of just get on with it often prevails in this situation. How many health professionals during a patient's consultation will turn to a carer and ask, "And how are you today? How are you doing?" and receive a standard carer's reply of, can you guess? I'm fine, thank you. When in reality, this is blatantly not true. The opportunity to discuss their own issues with the patient's healthcare team seems somewhat self-indulgent. And even if this hurdle is overcome, it is rare, very rare, to get time alone with these professionals to discuss issues that involve the patient without the patient being present. The primary carer is with the patient 24/7 and could tell the healthcare team about issues arising from the patient's treatment, pain management, general attitude and behaviours that the patient somehow manages to hide from their doctors and nurses. But this delicate and sensitive discussion should never be held in the company of the patient. The overwhelming sense of disloyalty to the patient is a huge barrier, and this serves no one well. The burden of keeping this vital information from the medical team, or indeed the disloyalty felt by spilling the beans, if given the opportunity, increase the stress and anxiety levels of the carer to new heights. And as most of you probably know, guilt can and does paralyse action, and that serves nobody any well. If matters of confidentiality are an issue, well, I would suggest that it cannot be beyond the scope and capabilities of administrators to devise a simple document that both patient and carer can sign, agreeing to full and total disclosure of medical details and treatment to both parties, thereby eliminating one massively unhelpful barrier. The tragedy of these real and perceived barriers is that there is little or no effective help available to carers to guide or assist them in dealing with these at times overwhelming and destructive emotions. Once on the slippery slope of denial and despair, you just seem to accelerate towards the inevitable result, a breakdown of either or both physical and mental well-being, which again serves neither carer nor patient well. Carers can be, and often are very, very resilient. But with early recognition of the symptoms and the correct intervention, the potential for a breakdown could be avoided, or at least mitigated. However, I would suggest that it will need a step change in both the treatment regime and the attitude of healthcare professionals towards the primary carers as a genuine source of valuable insight into the patient's behaviour and attitude towards their cancer, and also their treatment plan, as well as their own needs, ensuring that they are able to continue as an effective carer for the patient. It is genuinely my belief that until head and neck cancer patients and their primary carers are treated together as a combined unit, then the situation will never improve. And that telephone support line, located here where I live in Blackpool, will continue to ring in the early hours of too many mornings, with too many carers desperately seeking the last resort of assistance. Our current cancer treatment system benefits from many, many trained professionals, from consultants, oncologists, doctors, dentists, nurse specialists, nurses, nutritionists, speech therapists. I mean, the list just goes on and on. But there is one glaring omission: the psychologist. Perhaps the one specialist that could recognise the signs of both a patient and carer's mental health deterioration and help put in place a support network that would enable the carer to continue with their vital contribution to the patient's recovery, as well as helping the carer deal with their own mental health issues. Head and neck cancer diagnosis and treatment is as much a mental battle as it is a physical one, and certainly for the carer it is probably the greatest hurdle to overcome. As long-term treatment slowly chips away at the carer's resolve, the opportunity to talk through issues in a non-threatening environment, by which I mean without the patient being present, can only increase the chances for the carer to avoid their own health decline and hopefully positively reassess their circumstances, help them gain an inner strength and find a clear way forward, knowing that they have not been abandoned and are not alone. Sadly, and in my opinion quite wrongly, mental health issues always seem to carry a stigma. And this perhaps prohibits carers from raising issues with their medical team. But it is almost certain that even the strongest of personalities will suffer a decline of some kind during protracted and lengthy cancer treatments. And these are often ignored and go untreated. So this is where the Swallows can and does help carers who do step forward, not with a professional diagnosis, but with time, listening, understanding, and helping them to refocus on themselves. Carers are notoriously bad at only focusing on the patient and not themselves. And this refocus really will help in their task of assisting the patient. Talking to and with other carers who have experienced many of these same emotions and made it through to the other side surely offers hope and a light at the end of the tunnel to carers who feel that they have hit the brick wall of emotional despair. Unfortunately, Swallows cannot be present at every consultation of all head and neck cancer diagnosis meetings that take place around the world. And besides, I would actually argue that the need for carer support increases over time and over the course of the treatment, and is only ever rarely present in the early stages. Intervention and prevention is always better than treatment. So we need much more serious observation of the carers from our health professionals during routine appointments with the patient. Give them an opportunity to speak privately if they so wish. And above all, learn to recognise the early signs of a carer who really is not coping well with their situation, and don't be afraid to intervene. Until such a time that regular and organised professional assistance is available to and for carer issues, we at the Swallows will pick up the slack and continue to try to fill the gap. And we therefore urgently ask, nay demand, of all medical professionals in the provision of head and neck cancer treatment to ensure that both patients and carers are made aware of the availability of our support network. Finally, and in conclusion, I would just like to say that in my opinion, it is very, very sad that in this supposedly modern, caring world, we ignore the needs of the very people essential in supporting the recovery of head and neck cancer patients by focusing almost exclusively on a cure and not on any of the consequences or implications the effect and effects of a chosen treatment may have on the carers and their ability to positively influence their own and their loved ones' quality of life, which after all, in my opinion, as well as striving for the cure, should be our number one all-inclusive objective. Thank you.
I saw a patient the other day. I said, sorry, but you get 6 months to live. He said, I don't think I could have paid my bill for another 12 months anyway. I looked at his chart, I said, I think you got 12 months to live.
The University of Edinburgh's Centre for Regenerative Medicine would like to take you behind the scenes of our research. Join me, Dr. Elaine Emerson, for a special virtual tour of my laboratory and to find out more about our research into new treatments for patients recovering from radiotherapy.
Mucosamine mouthwash is a soothing mouthwash designed to become part of your usual daily dental routine. It's not always practical to carry the mouthwash around with you, so Mucosamine oral spray comes in a convenient 30ml bottle with a long nozzle to help you get those hard to reach areas in your mouth for fast targeted relief when and where you need it.
Hi. Just wanted to come and say hi. I know it. Alright.
Now mic's gone, I can take that off. It's Toby from Dr. Hefts. Just wanted to say hi, and thanks to Sharon and Chris for letting us come and say hello on this virtual conference. I'm sorry we can't be there today, but I'm really looking forward to next year, so hopefully we can meet each other face to face again. Have a great conference and see you again soon. Cheers then.
Hi everybody. My name is Mark Lawler and I'm from Queen's University in Belfast. I'm Scientific Director of DataCan, the UK's health data research hub for cancer. We see data as being a little bit like oil, and just like oil, it needs to flow. And then we can use that data to help us in earlier diagnosis of cancer and in providing better treatments for cancer patients.
Despite having no symptoms whatsoever, somebody sits in front of you and says, I'm sorry to tell you, Mr. Colgrove, that you have prostate cancer.
I have a routine blood test every year, and then I had the MRI, and that's when they found a P-shaped tumour in me. In fact, it was through you that I found out about proton therapy. The actual treatment with the protons takes less than 2 minutes aside, and that's quicker than a slice of toast.
Seeing the tech and the facilities is all fine and it's smart and it's plush, but that counts for nothing if the people aren't giving you a feeling of security and support, and that's what the Rutherford Centre did so well.
flipping heck.
Hi, I'm Liam from Flen Health. We know that most patients undergoing radiotherapy treatment will suffer some kind of skin reaction to this treatment, which is why Flamagel RT is clinically proven to reduce the effects of radiotherapy-induced skin reaction. Over 90% of patients say that it soothed the pain and the heat from their reaction with its cooling effect, and it reduces the intensity of that red, dry, itchy, irritated skin. And it's easy to apply. It's not sticky or greasy, and it dries on the skin very quickly, allowing you to get dressed and get on with the rest of your day.
Next, we have Whitney from Virginia, USA, who's going to speak about the role of nutrition and dietetics in head and neck cancer.
Whitney Christie is a registered dietitian and a board certified specialist in oncology nutrition. Whitney works at the Mary Washington Healthcare Regional Cancer Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Hi, my name is Whitney Christie. I'm a registered dietitian. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to participate in the Swallows Group International Head and Neck Cancer Support Group Conference. I'm very honored to have this privilege. I've been a registered dietitian for 15 years, and I've been working with individuals who have cancer for the majority of that time. And what I wanted to share with you today was the importance that I feel that there is for you to be working with a registered dietitian before, during, or after your cancer treatment. As I mentioned, I've been a registered dietitian for 15 years. Another important thing to mention is that I have my CSO, which means that I'm a certified specialist in oncology. That certification requires that I have 2,000 hours of experience working with individuals with cancer. And it also requires that I have 2 years of experience in the field as well. Another certification that I have that you'll probably find interesting is that I have my I am a certified nutrition support clinician. What that means is that I have special experience working with individuals who have feeding tubes or require IV feeding. That also requires that you have a certain amount of experience, around 2 years of experience working with individuals who have feeding tubes or require IV feeding, and it also requires, as does the CSO, that you pass a certification exam. I'm broadcasting to you from the United States of America. I am from Virginia, and I work for a regional cancer center at Mary Washington Healthcare. To describe a little bit about our cancer center, we have 3 radiation facilities. We have one central location, which is a large radiation facility, and then we have 2 other small satellite centers that are radiation facilities too. We have various practices that are outside of the hospital, and then we have practices that are inside of the hospital. Most of our oncologists operate outside of the hospital. And one thing that I appreciate about my job is that my services to patients are free, and that means that there's no barrier to care. What I thought I'd do with my presentation was go over some questions that I think can explain to you why I think it's important for you to work with a registered dietitian, and maybe some key things that you can ask or key things you can look for when you're trying to find a registered dietitian. I think having the certification of the certified specialist in oncology is a good thing to look for when you're looking for a registered dietitian. And also, like I said, having a certification in tube feedings or TPN, that CNSC certification, is also something that you should look for when you're finding a dietitian. And that would be if you do have a feeding tube. And lots of individuals who have head and neck cancer do require feeding tubes. The first question that I'm going to go over is, tell us a little bit more about what a registered dietitian does in a cancer center. When might you be involved in caring for individuals who have head and neck cancer? I'm typically involved with caring for individuals who have head and neck cancer at various stages in their journey. I may have individuals with head and neck cancers referred to me after they have surgery. They may have feeding tubes, and the physician wants me to help them with figuring out their feeding tubes and improving or optimizing their nutritional status. Some other ways that I'm involved with individuals with head and neck cancer is that I will see them prior to their treatment. Some of you may know that individuals with head and neck cancer often will get combined chemotherapy and radiation. I would say that's the largest percentage of patients that I work with who have head and neck cancer, where they go through chemotherapy combined with radiation. Sometimes we'll have like a prophylactic feeding tube placed, and I will follow them through their journey, a lot of times until they are finished with using their feeding tubes. So yeah, that's kind of how I'm involved. And then I also, other than head and neck cancer, I do see a lot of individuals that have other forms of cancer. Just to give you some statistics on how much head and neck cancer I see, about 20% of the patients that I work with have head and neck cancer. So that's a large portion. And I would say the frequency that I work with individuals who have head and neck cancer, it's quite frequent. I do try to see these individuals every week or every other week during their treatment. Sometimes a little bit more frequently than others, depending on how they're doing and how their nutritional status is. The next question is, when you see an individual with head and neck cancer, initially, what type of things do you talk about? Typically, when I see an individual with head and neck cancer for the first time, I like to do what's called a nutrition assessment. Well, I will talk to the patient about how they're doing nutritionally, what type of barriers they might be having with their nutritional status, if they're having any issues with swallowing or things that might hinder their nutritional status. And we typically go over those type of things, and like I said, just see if there's anything that I might be able to help them with in terms of nutrition. I also like to review with them some upcoming things to think about with their treatment that's coming up. So I may review side effects to anticipate so that they will have some nutrition survival skills that they're able to refer to. But then again, I do remind them that I will follow them throughout their cancer journey. Another thing that I like to do is ask them about questions that they might have, anything that they've heard or any myths that I might need to bust as far as nutrition goes, because there's a lot of information out there, and I just want to make them comfortable and make sure that they have all of the information that they need or questions answered that they might have about nutrition. For those who are getting feeding tubes placed, are there any special consideration for these individuals? Why is it important to collaborate with a dietitian if you have a feeding tube? I think it's important to collaborate with a dietitian if you have a feeding tube, because they can help you troubleshoot and figure out the best regimen that you need to be on. Sometimes formulas, not all that work for one individual would work for another individual. And using a feeding tube is a huge part of a lot of people's journeys who have head and neck cancer, and it can be quite life-changing. So I think it's important that they collaborate with a dietitian, and if that dietitian can't figure out answers, if there's any mechanical issues or things where they might need somebody else to look at their feeding tube, the dietitian typically can lead you in the right direction as far as finding somebody who can help you. So, but I think a dietitian's a good starting point as far as getting information about your feedings and how to do them, and then if you have any questions or having any issues with your feedings, a lot of times I'll have people that really struggle with getting in like adequate nutrition during treatment just because of a lot of side effects that they have from their cancer treatment. So I try to talk to them about, adjustments that they might need to make with their feedings, and answer any questions or issues that they might be having. The next question that I have up here is about caregivers. Tell us about the importance of a caregiver or loved one's participation in head and neck cancer treatment and how this is reflected in your role. I think caregivers are extremely important during treatment for head and neck cancer. A lot of times because of the grueling nature of the treatment, it's a very difficult treatment for patients to go through. A lot of times they may not feel up to doing all the things like doing their feedings or, getting their hydration in that they need to, or getting an adequate diet or variety in their diet. So a lot of times I'm working with caregivers. They provide a little bit more information sometimes. They a lot of times are the primary one that's taking care of fixing the meals or doing the nutrition or the tube feedings that the patient may have. So I find the caregiver's role extremely important in getting that individual through treatment. The next question is, tell us about your approach to care with an individual with head and neck cancer. My approach to care is individualized. And when I say that, I mean that each of us has unique needs, especially when it comes to nutrition. So I think it's important to meet the patient or the individual where they are and try to find out how you can best facilitate them getting through their cancer journey or their cancer treatments the way that they want to get through their cancer treatment. In terms of diet modifications, or even talking about different things that they might need to do with their current diet. So I think focusing on kind of what that person does normally in terms of nutrition, and then kind of making adjustments from there. As I said before, we're all unique, especially when it comes to nutrition. So I think that everybody has unique nutritional needs, and that's something that a dietitian has experience with addressing. The next question is, what are some ways other than direct counseling with an individual with head and neck cancer that you are involved in their care? There's actually a lot of ways, a lot of behind the scenes things that you might not know that registered dietitians are involved in. Direct care probably takes about 75% of my time, but the other portion of my time can be filled with meetings. I do a lot of multidisciplinary meetings. We have what we call cancer conferences, and we have one specific to head and neck cancer, where we will actually talk about patients that are getting ready to go through cancer treatment, or those who are kind of in the midst of their cancer treatment, and address any needs that they might need, not only from a nutritional standpoint, but perhaps from a medical oncology standpoint, perhaps from a financial standpoint, or any other assistance that they might require. Another thing that I've done, and you can see on this slide, is I love research. That was another reason that I got into nutrition. A few years back, I did a research project with it was a retrospective research project where I actually looked at weight changes and feeding tube use during treatment for individuals who had head and neck cancer, and I was able to present that at a conference here in the United States of America about 2 years ago. And then I also have helped organize our support group, our head and neck cancer support group. I helped with organizing that. And each year we actually participate in Battling Cancer 5K, where the funds that are generated from that 5K go to supporting individuals in our community that have cancer. And we formed a group that keeps growing and growing, and it's our head and neck cancer support group, and we walk and run and show our support and bring awareness to head and neck cancer. The next question is, are there any special nutritional products someone with head and neck cancer might need to purchase prior to starting treatment, or can they use things at their home? You can definitely use things at your home. You may need to purchase some things. However, a registered dietitian might be able to give you kind of a list of things. A lot of times I'll give a list of things out about things that might be softer if you do have any pain or difficulty with swallowing during your treatment. I also like to talk about smoothies and protein shakes. You can make smoothies just with your own homemade ingredients. There are also commercial products that you can purchase. So you can kind of do a combination of both. But if you just want to use things in your home, we can talk about that kind of stuff too. So there's not necessarily any special products that you have to use or have to purchase, but there are products that might be a little bit more beneficial, and a registered dietitian can definitely give you guidance on those products and things that can help you with some of the side effects that you might experience during your treatment. And has COVID-19 changed the way that I deliver care to my patients with head and neck cancer? It really has. Since COVID-19 has started, I'm actually doing telemedicine. So I've been doing virtual visits with my patients. I'm doing either video sessions or I'm doing telephone sessions with my patients. So that's been how COVID-19 has changed the way that I provide care. And so far, so good. I haven't had really any hiccups or anything like that. I think that my experience probably has helped with that and reaching out to patients and just kind of knowing what to expect with patients during their treatment. So a lot of challenges for a lot of people in the medical profession, but that's been my biggest challenge is that I have transitioned from before what was more in-person care to doing more telemedicine. Talk to us about your experience about support groups and your experience with those and how nutrition can be a topic of conversation at these meetings. I love talking at support groups. One thing that with our head and neck cancer support group that I've found is a lot of people in that support group talk about their nutrition and different things that worked for them, different things that might not have worked for them. We always talk about how everybody's, unique again, and some things that may have worked for one person may not work for another person. However, I think it's great that people provide their experience and, will provide information on, this worked for me. This might be something that you want to try during your treatment. So I think support groups are great again, and I think that, patients can get a lot of useful information in attending a support group meeting. Can you talk more about some of the common side effects of combined chemoradiation and how nutrition can help manage these side effects? Up here I do have a little statistic I pulled out. 1 in 3 patients has side effects from cancer treatment that they wish they knew more about. I talk about a lot of different side effects that can happen during treatment. And if you've been through treatment for head and neck cancer, you know that there's a lot of different side effects, not just painful swallowing that can happen. You can have changes in your taste, changes in your smell. You can have issues with nausea. You can have changes in your bowels. Those are all things that I typically will talk to patients about. Another thing that I have up here is taste and smell changes, dry mouth or thick saliva. As some of you probably know, going through treatment, thick saliva a lot of times can kind of follow you near, if you're going through radiation and chemotherapy treatments, a lot of times it kind of happens near the mid to end of your treatment. And dry mouth is one of those things that can kind of happen during your treatments and then even follow you for the rest of your life. So there are a lot of different counseling things that I do with patients where I would provide verbal communication of the information, but I also provide a lot of nutritional informational sheets that review different side effects you might have, like, difficulty swallowing, taste changes, ways to manage dry mouth and thick saliva. The next question I have here is, how does someone know when it's appropriate to contact a dietitian? And that question, the answer to that is that it's appropriate anytime to contact a dietitian. A registered dietitian, like I said, can help you before, during, and after treatment. If you're interested in speaking with a registered dietitian, you may want to talk to your oncologist, you may want to talk to your radiation oncologist, or other individuals who are involved in your cancer care. Registered dietitians are extremely common and extremely important during head and neck cancer treatment because of, again, the grueling side effects that things like surgery, things like chemotherapy, things like radiation can do to your ability to eat. So having somebody who has knowledge in that can definitely help and give you, things that you might not have thought about. So I would ask, like I said, any of your medical providers about if there's a dietitian that you can speak to, and preferably if there's one that has certain certifications that are relevant to oncology, and also ones that might be relevant to if you have a feeding tube. Tell us about some nutritional issues individuals may struggle with after they complete their treatment for head and neck cancer and how a dietitian can help. So as people near the end of their treatment, particularly chemotherapy and radiation, that's the one that I most commonly see individuals go through. a lot of times the treatment ends and the side effects might not end. And the support also isn't as much there because you're not going to daily radiation treatments. You're not going to regular chemotherapy appointments. And you also might not be going and getting your hydration as frequently as you were before. So that being said, some of the nutritional issues that I commonly see are there's still issues with tube feedings if people are requiring those during treatment. There and the need for support for those individuals who have feeding tubes. And then there's also, I think, just the need for support in general. Having all these people surround you during your treatment and then finishing treatment and realizing that some of those people aren't there, like I said, on a daily basis. So those are some of the common issues, I would say, nutritional issues that I see. So I typically give follow-up nutritional phone calls after patients finish treatment, and we talk about any nutritional issues that they might be having. Because as you know, when you finish your cancer treatment, the side effects just don't go away the day that you finish your cancer treatment. They can be that sometimes something that lingers for a while, and sometimes even like with dry mouth, something that can last for the duration of your life. Is there a certain diet that individuals with head and neck cancer should be striving to get back to after their cancer treatment? This is kind of a loaded question, and the reason I put this on here is because I do really try to encourage people to get more towards what I call a survivorship diet. That being said, I understand that there's a lot of challenges with individuals who have head and neck cancer. For one, you might be relying on a feeding tube. You may have formula that you're feeding to yourself. So kind of, take everything with stride. I know that with getting back into kind of the groove of eating, a lot of times people do require smoothies, nutritional shakes, but it's important also to talk to people about getting into that survivorship mode. And for survivorship, we want you to have, a balanced diet. We want you to, get back into, eating fruits and vegetables. Typically about 2.5 cups of fruits and vegetables. It's what's recommended for survivorship guidelines. And we also want you to, get back into eating a healthy diet with like whole grains, lean protein, beans, and again, getting all those colors of the rainbow in there. I always talk about antioxidants and phytochemicals and all those fun things that are found in foods. And it's important to try to incorporate those things back into your diet, because diet really is important in terms of feeling like your best self, and then also in terms of kind of getting into survivorship mode. For those who might have feeding tubes, one thing that I would say to you that you might want to do is to find a registered dietitian if you're kind of tired of being on formula. There are ways that you can blenderize your diet and incorporate more fruits and vegetables. And that would be something that you could speak to a registered dietitian about. And I am going to end right there. And I just wanted to say thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to do this talk. And I hope that you have a wonderful conference. And I'll see you at the Q&A session.
I saw a patient the other day for hearing loss. He said, "Doc, my right ear is blocked." I looked in, I said, "No wonder it's blocked. You have a rectal suppository in your ear." He said, "Uh-oh, now I know where my hearing aid is."
Thank you, everybody. That concludes our first session. Now, hopefully the technology will work and we can now go live to Boston, USA, and to Arthur Loretano, a medical director, head and neck surgeon, and a Swallows International patron. Arthur is the chair of the panel and is looking forward to hosting the question and answer session. Please join us again at 2 p.m. GMT for session 2 of the virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. But for now, it's over to you, Arthur.
Good morning or good afternoon, all, I should say.
Hi there.
Hello, all. Hi, Ian.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, good afternoon.
I hope everyone's enjoyed it so far.
Outstanding.
Been a great morning.
Fantastic.
Getting quite a few comments back on it, so that's fantastic. If you all share your cameras, if you've got one, that'd be great. Emma and Kylie, if you've got a camera on, that'd be fantastic. And I would like to, first of all, before I hand it over to Arthur, thank you for everyone for the morning session. I hope you've really enjoyed it. The comments have been great. We've got a lot of questions. We'll not be able to get through them all today, but I'm now going to hand over to Arthur and obviously Ian, and he will take it from here. Over to you, Arthur. Lovely background, by the way.
Well, thank you. It's my new apartment. So good afternoon, all. It is the morning here, and I got up at 4 a.m. so that I would be ready for the conference. You've seen me as the comic relief, but the reality is that obviously this is quite a serious topic, and Chris and Sharon have done a wonderful job, and thank you, Ian, for being the president of the conference this year. It's not by any accident that when you look at who we had as presenters this morning, we had obviously a patient in Emma. We've had a carer in terms of Derek. And then when you think about it, we've had Kylie, who is our patient navigator for my own clinic, for our own clinic, but also a dietitian. Whitney, who is a dietitian nutritionist, and Justin talking about dysphagia. We've had nobody really talking about ways of treatment or cure, for the actual cancer. And the importance of that is we almost call that table stakes. We expect that we're going to go in and try to cure these cancers. That is our goal from a treatment standpoint. But what's so much more important now in many respects is survivorship and quality of life. Because to cure a cancer but leave somebody with a horrible quality of life is still a tremendous disservice. And so that's why when you look at the people who are on this panel right now, it's really going beyond what, just saying, hey, we cured your cancer. It is moving on to how do we make your life better? So, this is sort of a focus I want to talk about this morning, or have our presenters talk about. Obviously, we're talking about collaboration. That is the big one. And Chris is sending me questions here that have come up. So the first one that came up is for you, Kylie. First of all, someone mentioned that you were a twit. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Somebody wants to know what your Twitter handle is. And so I'm not sure if you have one, Kylie.
I forget.
Can't remember.
I do have a Twitter. Hi. Yes, my Twitter handle is that does that mean my Twitter name?
Yeah, you're at.
Okay, hold on. It's at KKJ5.
At KKJ5.
Yes.
All right.
That's me.
So while you're on the air here, the question that came to you is, do you do this role alone? Are you the only navigator on your team, or do you share the role?
So I'm the only navigator on the team, and it's worked out great. I wouldn't say I'm the only one that assists. I mean, we have a multidisciplinary team, which includes Dr. Loretano here, and also, the radiation oncologist and the speech therapist and the nursing. So we really do work as a, cohesive team, but I am the only navigator, and I've been in this role for about 2 years.
Okay. And what's your typical caseload? Just say how many patients you're carrying.
Okay, good question. So similar to what Whitney mentioned, I also see other patients in the clinic as well. So caseload as far as head and neck cancer patients go, I would say it's now becoming more than 50% of my time, and anywhere between 10 to 15 patients for as far as head and neck cancer goes at a time, whether that be on treatment patients or post-treatment patients, and then some that haven't started yet. And then the rest of the time would be going through the chemo and radiation for other sites of cancer.
Great, thanks. A lot of what I've gotten are comments, very positive ones, obviously, about everybody's presentation. And Chris, if you have more, you can even just put them in the chat and I'll look here. I did have a few questions, certainly for Emma and Derek, and I'll start with you, Emma. One of my questions was, we talk about collaboration here, and I'd like to know, did you feel that you had a coordinated point of care and journey through your cancer, or were you doing multiple visits with multiple different people separately? And I focus on this because of the multidisciplinary approach that I know I brought to Lowell from when I was at the Dana-Farber, where I was on staff. We really did multidisciplinary way back in the early 90s. So, Emma, I'll start with you.
I felt my treatment and my whole experience of being treated was very joined up. I mean, I felt very much that there was a collaboration amongst the MDT. I wasn't witness to that collaboration in that I didn't meet them all at the same time. I would see my surgeon, and then as I moved through treatment, went to radiotherapy, I would see my oncologist, clinical oncologist here in the UK, with a radiotherapy up her sleeve, unlike the medical oncologist who isn't. But I guess my primary point of contact really was the CNS, was the nurse. She was the person, and I did see a dietitian, and I saw a speech and language therapist, and they were all absolutely amazing at helping me through different stages of my treatment and recovery. I guess the most consistent interaction I had probably was with the nurse, was with the CNS.
Okay. Is Derek on? I'm sorry, I don't see him on my list.
Yeah, I'm here.
There you are. Okay, thank you. Derek, your thoughts on that as you and your family, as you and your wife went through this?
Yeah, okay. Sadly, my experience was completely the opposite to Emma's. Absolutely zero coordination whatsoever. Often we would have an appointment with one department in the hospital at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, and they would make a scan appointment or a blood test appointment some 7 hours later in the same building at the opposite end of the, they just wouldn't coordinate anything. So your entire day was written off. Often we had appointments in a department on a Wednesday morning, and we'd have to go back to the exact same department the following day for an appointment with somebody else in the same department. There was just zero coordination, and that puts a huge amount of stress, not only on the patient, but the carer. I drove hundreds of thousands of miles up and down the motorway. I have to say, Arthur, that we were a little unique in that we live in one health authority district and were treated in another. Wow. And there was zero communication between the two hospitals and the two districts. Letters only were the means of communication in this modern world of Zoom and technology, and it was letter. So there was no coordination, and it all came to a head at the very end. The last insult for this lack of coordination was a letter from the oncologist at the hospital arrived at my home 4 weeks after my wife had passed away to tell me what treatment he was proposing. Ugh. I mean, absolutely outrageous. But what can you do? We're stuck with what we've got. So this job that Kylie does, I mean, I would walk 1,000,000 miles to get a taste of some of that. If thankfully I never have to go through this again, but if we had at the time, it would have made life so much less stressful. I mean, hugely less stressful.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's really helpful. Thanks, Derek. And I'm just going to give a quick shout out to Kylie. Kylie came to me and said, I learned about this navigator role from a conference she had attended, and brought me a slideshow. And it was specifically the role of the nutritionist / dietitian becoming the navigator. And I was impressed, went to bat for her, talked to the administration, and she's just nailed the position. So yes, it is definitely something to encourage. So Ian, let me ask your comments as a, obviously in your position as someone who provides excellent care. What has been your approach to try to bridge this gap that in particular Derek is really talking about?
Yeah, I mean, that's not been a great experience, obviously, for Derek, but we're in the UK, we tend to rely on the clinical nurse specialist, the CNS that we just heard about there. But the practicalities of organizing complex multidisciplinary care generally in the UK in a general hospital means that there are multiple administrations involved. So the administration department of the CT scanner, for example, doesn't speak directly to that of the PET scanner or the dental institute and so on. So we try to use, we don't call them a navigator, but we try to use the clinical nurse specialist role as someone who can help not only be a source of information for patients and support, but also to try and smooth their journey to some degree. But I think we're somewhat limited by the fact that we don't run a cancer. Most places aren't cancer units. They're cancer units within a general hospital that has other pressures, and that makes it more difficult for scheduling, as Eric was saying, that there are often appointments that conflict or are other different ends of the day, which make traveling and waiting and hanging around more difficult. And that is a practical difficulty within the NHS, I'm afraid.
Okay, thanks. I want to shift gears a little bit, and I'm going to put Justin and Whitney on the spot, kind of going around the horn here, as we say in baseball terms, not cricket, but baseball. So here's one of my questions, which is that, we heard a lot about G-tube feedings, patients who definitely are on, G-tube feedings. We often start them early in the process when we know there's going to be dysphagia. So Justin and then Whitney, can you speak about the need to have patients continue to swallow in spite of the fact that they are getting, assuming they're not aspirating and it is safe for them to swallow, the role of their continuing to swallow in spite of the fact that they're really getting all the nutrition through the G-tube? So Justin first, please.
Sure. Well, there's evidence to say, and certainly our practice at the Marsden is that we actively promote swallowing from baseline. So when people arrive, we really do reinforce the fact that swallowing throughout, keeping that natural movement of the swallowing muscles is so critical. We do provide prophylactic or protective swallowing exercises, which is in keeping with a lot of centres in the UK, but also the US and worldwide. And this is really, we also, I would say, we have a reactive tube feeding approach. So people don't automatically have gastrostomies in our centre at Marsden. We certainly, as you say, there may be on a case-by-case basis where people at the outset may need to have a tube to support them with their nutrition, which is also vitally important. However, we tend to go with a reactive nasogastric feeding approach. I think the thing that we recognise, and I don't have to tell people who are here at the conference, is when you're going through radiotherapy, swallowing and swallowing exercises can be uncomfortable. But we work very closely in partnership with our dietetic colleagues, but also with our nurse specialists and doctors to make sure we optimise pain management so that we can keep people swallowing for as long as possible and ideally throughout treatment. And we have a very hands-on approach with our people who use our services, and we do keep tube feeding to the bare minimum, and it tends to be a reactive NG tube in the what we do find is the people who do keep swallowing, they tend to get back to eating and drinking more quickly. And also, it's just, I think it's important for people as well. I think many years ago, it might have been said, don't worry if you don't eat and drink, we'll get you back to eating and drinking after your treatment. And what we've learned now, many years later, is that wasn't necessarily the right approach. And it was vitally important to keep our radiotherapy patients eating and drinking. And we also, with our surgical patients, get people swallowing as soon as possible after surgery, because that's equally important.
Great. Whitney, your thoughts?
Sure. Yeah, at our facility, what we do is we do similar to what Justin was saying that they do. We have what we call prehab, where a patient will go and see a speech therapist. I saw somebody's presentation about, patients saying, well, I don't have issues with speech, but we've actually made a handout for the patients about the importance of speech therapy or swallowing exercises, and getting patients to continue to eat successfully and safely during treatment. The other issue is after treatment, if they continue to use those muscles, they do get back to eating a little bit quicker. So unless there's any unsafe reason for a patient to not be eating, I do encourage all of my patients to continue to use those, use those muscles, continue to exercise them, and to continue to eat as well as you can during treatment, whether it just be, taking sips of water. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. let's see. So I had one other question, well, a couple of other questions, but then one question did come in for Emma. So let's jump to that, which is, Emma, how can we drive more collaboration between charities to drive a single voice for change? And then extend that to all speakers too. But Emma.
Well, there are some umbrella charities out there. There are, for example, for rare cancers, and I think this conference is a really excellent example of charity collaboration. I mean, I'm a charity, Chris is a charity, and here we are together. And I think it's just through being open-minded and willing to think out of the box and think how you can support each other and join hands to move things forward together. But I think that we need to ensure that we're keeping everybody that's involved in the process of being diagnosed and treated and rehabilitated after treatment of cancer, especially obviously here head and neck cancer. We need to keep everybody that's involved in the loop, and we all need to be working together. And I'm very much a believer that, as you would have gathered from my talk, that patients and clinicians working together move things forward with at a greater speed than us being siloed groups. I don't know if anyone else would agree with me. Hopefully.
Yeah. Derek, did you have any thoughts on that as a carer?
It's a difficult one for me to answer that, because obviously I'm very local based in the activity that I do, although I live only down the road from Chris, which is too close by far, as I'm sure you would agree. It's all my activity is done locally. I do manage to get through another society that I belong to. I do manage to get other local cancer charities to come and talk to the group that I belong to, not necessarily to the Swallows meeting, and maybe that's something we ought to look at more. When COVID hopefully goes away and we can have our live meetings again, we can look at inviting more cancer support and carer support charities that have a base locally to come to our meetings, maybe hopefully establish some good long-term working collaborative relationships, which sadly don't always exist at the moment, but open and willing. Very much.
Any other thoughts from the other panelists on that? I will mention in terms of, I'm sorry, go ahead, Justin.
No, I was just going to say, I think sort of, and Emma alluded to this in her talk as well, it's important of collaboration and making sure, I think as well, with the research hat on, making sure that the research that we're doing and the innovation that we're looking to is relevant and important and not just driven by what clinicians think, but what do the people who use the services think, what do the caregivers think, what's important. So that always making sure that our research, the ways we work together are absolutely on point and relevant for people.
So that's, thanks, Justin. That is a great segue to what I wanted to ask next, because it's really talking about, like you said, not just doing with the clinicians, but with the patients. I did want to make one quick comment before we move to that, which is that in the United States, this is something that was impressive me. Oh, yes. So that's, thanks, Justin. That is a great segue to what I wanted to ask next, because it's really talking about, like you said, not just doing with the clinicians. I'm hearing myself on before we move to that, which is that in the United States, this is something that was impressive me. Oh, yes.
Before you go on, what I'd like to say is that I honestly believe that collaboration is one of the most important things that we can work on to get universal change with government. And without just wait. Before you go on, what I'd like to say. Sorry, I was getting. Collaboration. Is one of the most ignore me.
Just to pick up on Chris's point, I think I anticipate he was going to talk about how the collaborative voice across all of us can be an instrument for change, and how we must continue to collaborate and produce a stronger voice if we want to make meaningful impact.
That sounds great, Emma. Thanks. And I agree. I think, and I think it's interesting when you find out some of the charities that exist, trying to bring them together. I also think an area to look for charities is how to reach out to where the needs are. So one of the things I was going to say was that in the United States, particularly in the Boston area, we have a terrible time paying for dental care and for tube feeds. And I can let Kylie address that. So Kylie, why don't you tell them how the fact is that our insurance doesn't cover dental care, or in many cases tube feeds, and how we have to use Teamwalk to pay for that. We have to use charity funds to pay for that.
Yeah, it becomes a challenge. I really kind of delved into insurance lately. It's just part of my role, and I've had no experience with that prior. And the reality is people aren't meeting deductibles, or certain things aren't covered, or certain patients come in and they haven't applied for certain brackets or different groups for Medicare, things like that. So it ends up being a real challenge where these people need to start sometimes urgently on tube feedings, or sometimes even IV nutrition, and there's no option for them. So we have our charity Teamwalk raises money every year. Typically it would be a walk and people raise money. This year it was a walk on your own because of COVID. And every year we raise money for our patients to pay for things like this. So this year I got Teamwalk to pay for a tube feeding pump for a patient that, like I mentioned before, had insurance issues, didn't apply for a specific type of insurance that didn't cover it. So I was able to give him a tube feeding pump and then supply his formula. Same thing with the dental insurance. If patients don't have any, or if there's lack of coverage in certain areas, and we do need dental clearance, as I'm sure many of you may know, all of our patients need to be cleared by dental in order to move ahead with radiation in most cases. And then often we'll pay for their visits with local dentists that we have a strong relationship with. So it becomes amazingly helpful as far as, providing for the patients. And it's also just been a challenge, these obstacles with insurance. Luckily, we do have 2 social workers here that are a tag team, and we work together, and they are pretty much experts. So I have them to lean on to just guide me in the right direction. But it's been amazing with charity funds to be able to provide for these patients. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any options.
Thanks. And just for a quick primer, dental care is not generally covered in the United States by our medical insurance. Dentists typically want cash. A copay is when a patient has to pay a certain percentage of the payment for their visit. And a deductible means that when you have insurance and you have a $5,000 deductible, the first $5,000 of coverage or payment for care has to come out of your pocket before the insurance starts to pay. So very different than the NHS.
Yeah.
So this next one is going to be for everybody, but I want to start with Emma and Derek. And first, Emma. So one of the things that I'm really big on, and Kylie has heard about this, is preparing patients for what to expect during treatment. When my patients leave the room, they know every side effect of the surgery I'm going to do. Typically when I meet them in the holding area, the pre-op area before surgery, and start talking to them again about the side effects, so they know, they pretty much rattle them back off to me. Oh yeah, you told me that, you told me that, you told me that, because I think preparation is key. Emma, when you went through your treatments, and Derek, I want to hear from you in terms of your wife, did you feel that you were well prepared for the side effects that you had, or anything? And then, how could it have been done differently if you weren't?
I'm going to answer probably a little bit more generally, rather than just my experience, but talk more broadly about some of the experience of being diagnosed with a very rare cancer with limited treatment options, which is that you don't necessarily, you don't feel that you have all the information because there's only a limited amount of information. So for example, in terms of treatment options, first off, there are only, there aren't chemotherapy treatments that are, that work, and there are there are a couple of trials, but there aren't any targeted drug treatments. So, and the side effects of radiotherapy, I think are generally explained very well and are known well. You know, different areas of the head and neck region produce certain well-known and well-documented side effects. I think the problem with surgery with rare cancers, and especially when they're sort of in there, and you can correct me when I get this wrong, but sometimes you don't know exactly how large the surgery will be. Of course, you have scans to guide you, but it may be that a little bit more surgery is needed. And I think that if you're going in for an extensive surgery, although you may hope that you may come out, you know, for example, with your eye, sometimes that's not the case. So I think, yes, I think that patients that have been diagnosed with adenoid cystic carcinoma in the UK, because the surgeries and the radiotherapies are, you know, known to a certain degree, I think there's probably genuinely quite a good level of preparedness. But in terms of overall, the treatment for your cancer, how it's going to affect you, what it might look like and how it's going to affect you afterwards, no. And that's a challenge, I think, with a lot of rare cancers and rare diseases.
Derek, your thoughts on the preparation aspects of things?
Yeah, sure. Obviously, from an observer point of view, the treatment plan was laid out very early on from diagnosis, in terms of there was going to be extensive surgery followed by radiotherapy. Now, we never got to the radiotherapy because the cancer came back, but the description of the surgery by the surgeon that was going to do the operation, but in the end didn't. We had to have another surgeon do it. Involved removing the whole of the lower right-hand side of my wife's jaw. She lost 85–90% of her teeth. She had to have a bone removed from her leg to do the rebuild. And whilst that is being described to you, I don't think she took it in fully because it was shocking. I was a little bit more remote, and I was the one that asked all the awkward and difficult questions, and we talked about it afterwards. But Jane, until the operation had been completed and she was in recovery, when she said she wished she'd never had it done. Now that's, you know, the alternative to that was you will die. Sadly, that happened anyway, but the alternative to that was you will die if you don't have it done. She said, I never knew just how bad, how painful, how nasty this was going to be. And of course, it left her for the short period during recovery with huge scarring all over her face, bottom lip that didn't match her top lip, so was a constant, like a tap dripping all the time, just constantly drip, drip, drip. Yes, they told us, but they cannot ever give you the insight to just exactly how this is going to impact on you, on both the carer and the patient. So I would say, yes, we got an explanation. No, we didn't get an understanding. Okay. If that makes sense.
Can I just jump in there with a follow-up point to Derek's, if I may? I think that's a really good point that speaks to the importance of support groups, of talking to other patients and carers that have been through it, to hear what they, you know, really felt about it. You know, I think it really highlights a really important point. Sorry, I'll be quiet now.
No, that's great. Let me hear from the other people on the panel as well, and I'll call them off. And then actually, when we get to Whitney, because I'm trying to divvy up the questions, I'm curious what your experience has been, Whitney, also trying to work with support groups. We've had a really hard time in the Boston area creating support groups, and Kylie knows that. Justin, your thoughts on preparation when you're working with patients?
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue with supporting people is, as I said in my talk, first thing is knowing why they're coming to speak to you, because I think there's such a range of issues that people can experience when they have their treatment. I think I'm also very mindful as well, and I think, Derek, you sort of maybe alluded to this somewhat, but this sense of some people are being given a lot of information and they're completely overwhelmed with the whole diagnosis. The next thing you come along and see the next person you're going to have difficulty with swallowing. You then see the next person say you might need to have a tube feed. There's all of those things. So I think it's about really making sure that the information we provide is tailored. And we know from research that's been done by from my colleagues in Newcastle and Australia as well, that people have different information needs and at different timings, and we need to be sensitive to that. That's all part of the personalised care approach. And for some people, they'll get an information sheet and never read it again. And then for other people, they want to have an online opportunity. I think what's important, and one of the things that came out of our co-design work, is while some of the healthcare professionals felt we should have more dietitians, speech therapists, nurse all together, some of the other staff who contributed to that said, actually, I think swallowing is really important. I think nutrition is really important. And if you've got a nurse in the room as well who's talking about wider issues, some of that can get lost. So again, while it might mean more appointments, it does lend itself to think about, is this the sort of person who's going to respond well to one profession at a time or a group of professionals together? Do we need to come back to that person? But preparation is all important. And as I said through that Johns Hopkins study, I like people who I see to know that we as a team are going to walk through the treatment with them and support them throughout. And we're not just sending them off with information. It is a partnership going through.
Thanks. Ian, you and I do some big surgeries. It's, we try to prepare patients, and as you heard, sometimes there's preparation, but there's not understanding. What are your thoughts?
It's a difficult balance, isn't it? Because every patient's an individual. As we just heard there, you might go into a surgery and 2 millimeters might make the difference between taking out someone's eye or not taking out their eye. So even though there are very general side effects associated with most head and neck cancer treatments, there are also extremely specific complications that depend on the details of the patient, the details of the tumor. There's also you're asking patients to make one of the most difficult decisions that they'll ever have to face, and at the same time putting them in under so much stress with a new diagnosis of cancer that it's difficult to make good decisions when you're under stress, but it's inevitable. And there's a clock ticking as well. And so you've got to make a decision relatively quickly, because otherwise the decision makes itself. And those combine to make it a challenge. And providing information, some of our patients read better than others. Some prefer online, as Justin was saying. Some really don't want very much information at all. So it is difficult. And I don't think you ever provide all the information exactly how the patient and the family group we should be thinking of them as well, exactly how they want it. And so when you look back or when the patients look back, it's very difficult or impossible, I would say, to be perfect. But I think, as Justin was saying there, that it's not just a one-off. There's a whole team, and the information continues to be provided to patients and their carers throughout treatment and beyond. And when you talk about surgery, Arthur, there's in the UK, there are certain legal requirements for the amount of information and so on that have to be given. So the focus of information provision changes from the initial diagnosis to planning treatment. And I think, again, you rely on the understanding of the whole team, understanding the patient and family to try and predict what they want to know, how they want to receive it, how quickly you can give the information. Some people demand a lot of information. Other patients will feel overwhelmed and scared by information. And so there has to be a kind of individualized approach, even though largely you're giving similar information to similar patient groups. But it's difficult, and it's obviously one of the challenges of providing this service, as we all do.
I'm muted. That's rare. It's hard to shut me up.
So one of the things that was really important that came through our experience-based co-design work is that the people using the services were really positive. They wanted to make sure that everyone was giving the same message, and that's what they really liked. That whoever they saw, as Ian said in the team, is the speech therapist saying the same thing as the oncologist and the dietitian, because that's so important to them. It's when people start giving mixed messages that can be really challenging for people as well. So consistent messages from the team is so important.
Great point. Kylie, anything we missed here in terms of preparation? And then I'll go to Whitney as well.
Just, they both kind of hit the nail on the head there. I mean, support, also getting onto the patient's level. Everyone's different, like, people might prefer certain information in certain ways. So I really try to feel out the patient and let them know that I try to be honest and upfront. And that, of course, you want them to know everything and what's to come, but also to give them hope that you aren't the only one going through this. People do get through this. I make references to different people. I said, if they can do it, you can do it, things like that. I think also what Justin mentioned, the same message is super important. And one thing that we do over here to kind of help with that is I work really closely with the speech therapist, of course, and we do co-sessions. So we treat the patient together. Especially in the post-treatment phase, if we're trying to wean someone off of tube feeding, we will discuss diet and texture together, and then I'll give them instruction on how to start to cut back on the feeding. So I think clear messages, but also just the message of hope and getting onto their level and what they prefer.
Great, thanks. And now to you, Whitney, same question, anything we missed? And then I am going to ask you to also touch on what Emma said about support groups, which, as I said, in the Boston area, we've had a hard time. So first of all, anything we missed in terms of preparation of patients, Whitney?
I don't think so. I think everybody pretty much covered it. I mean, I like to try to prepare people at that initial nutrition appointment that they have with me about side effects, whether they be ones that they're going to experience in the present moment or during treatment, or maybe in the future. Because like I said, I do have a lot of patients that tell me that they were not told about some of the side effects. So I think it is important. Another thing that's important is to educate your medical staff. A lot of times there are a lot of people that come into cancer care that may have different levels of experience. So I try to give a lot of talks and education to various units of the cancer world or the cancer staff on nutrition and various types of cancer and things to expect. So I think knowledge is power. If people are hearing that from somebody who is certified in nutrition and oncology, that they again understand it a little bit better themselves. And then as far as the support groups, our experience here in Fredericksburg, so probably about 2 years ago, we had some interest actually from one of our ENT physicians about starting a support group. And it actually came from an individual who was having a lot of trouble and didn't have a lot of support. So we did start a head and neck cancer support group. And initially, I would say the numbers kind of boomed with it. It does kind of ebb and flow as far as attendance, but I think it's important to still continue. I mean, I think if you help one individual, if say there's like 2 or 3 people in the meeting, I mean, if you're helping one individual, you are helping somebody who has head and neck cancer. So that is important. So it doesn't have to be all about the amount of people that are in a room with a support group. It has to be about helping the people that are there and that are really coming for that support. We also try to have unique speakers. There were topics that I honestly never knew as a dietitian that people would be interested in. We had somebody who came in and showed, we probably had 4 or 5 people at this meeting, but we had somebody who came in and brought in one of the lymphedema garments, and we had different individuals in there trying it on. We have somebody come and talk about lymphatic massage and the importance of actually going to a legitimate person for that. So I think the topics too have to be kind of interest and variety, and you need to get that from the support group. So, and another thing is constant communication. I don't feel, I actually was sending out emails to people, you know, what kind of topics do you want? You know, this is the topic that's going to be presented. You know, we have several individuals that are interested and would like to talk to people who are starting treatment, would like to talk to people who have been through this experience. So that brought in individuals that had already gone through treatment and could share their experience. And there are a lot of individuals like that out there. They want to help other people who are going through something that they have gone through. So I think all those different points are key when you're having a support group.
Great, thanks.
Arthur, can I mention something?
Yes.
I think on the basis of support groups, you know, ever since we started our support group, which is the Swallows, we've done 115 now consecutive monthly meetings, never miss a monthly meeting. And in Blackpool, that takes some doing because our weather isn't as nice as in America and Australia and the rest of the world. It's one of the blowest, coldest, wettest places you can ever come and visit. But I'd recommend it to everybody. Then you'll appreciate the world when you go away. But we've had every meet, and you know, Derek is our lead now for Blackpool. Derek will go to that meeting for 6:30 in the evening. We start at 7 o'clock and we don't finish till 8:30. Now, if nobody turns up, Derek will still be there that whole time, because we've had patients that suddenly come in at 8:15 because they've got enough courage to walk around the hotel and then suddenly walk in. You only have to not be there once, and then they never come back. And not only that, when they're in the waiting room talking to their fellow patients, they'll be saying, well, don't go there. There's no one ever there. Even though you've just had a 10-minute because you thought no one's coming. And we've always said one person helped is 1,000,000 times better for that one person. You know, 1% difference makes 100% difference to that patient. And on the basis support group, it's not just about meetings. You know, we're doing our support group boxes at the moment. Every patient that needs one, we send out a support box that is supported by all our supporters and our wonderful companies that support it. Sharon's just been to the shop to bring back a load of stuff so we can get 10 boxes out today. And they're costing £10 a piece to send out. Never mind what's in the box that's been donated, but a support group is more than just sitting in a room and talking. And, you know, we mustn't forget our carers in that meeting. You know, I'm sending out things like this, things like the sprays, things like those, things like the little mouthwashes, Dr. Hef mints. You know, we've got a whole box of food going out because the hospital here in the UK can't get stock because of COVID. It comes down to us as a charity to send those out. And I'm going to ask a question now, which is, you know, I've got the world listening now, and I've got two great people, which is Ian, and I've got Justin. You know, charity is great, but in COVID times, funding's hard. Now, from my point of view, how can we get commissioners to suddenly realise the importance that the work like Emma and ourselves are doing for you guys in the hospitals? Because at the moment, it's a completely free service. Now, in normal times, it's okay. We have fundraisers. We have people out there. The Mouth Cancer Foundation do some great work. But at the moment, all our charities are, I would say, 1,000 times busier with less money. Now, you guys are right at the front of it. And I know, Justin, you're a great speaker for the UK. And I know, Ian, you are for Scotland. Somewhere along the line, we need to change commissioners to realise the importance of the work that we do. And I think there should be some money to help us deliver this service. So, Ian, your thoughts?
On central funding for patient support groups?
Yeah.
Is that your question?
Yeah, instead of it going to the hospital, but they commission us to deliver the service for you.
Sure. Well, there's obviously I would say there's pros and cons of it. One of the advantages of support groups is they are separate to the hospital care. And I suspect patients engage in a different manner when it's not delivered by the hospital. Certainly, having been at some of your virtual meetings, there's certainly a different vibe to the consultation I have with somebody sitting in the Edinburgh Cancer Centre. I think charities throughout the UK are struggling during COVID. I mean, this is a real problem for charitable, like CR UK shops are shut in practice. That's a real problem for them because they're not generating the money. And we're going to see an impact of this flow through, I'm not really thinking about support groups specifically, but support groups obviously affected, research studies funded by CR UK and the charitable bodies. We're seeing grant deadlines postponed and pushed back. And there's a hope that they'll recover from that. But you know, there's been some interest in this peer-to-peer support group that might lend itself well to the kind of pandemic support system that I think you've been pushing on. But again, it's not funded by hospitals or commissioners, and that's likely to cross commissioning boundaries as well, which makes that more of a challenge to get them to provide. So I think that over the last 10 or 15 years, there's been quite an increase in funding for things like clinical nurse specialists to help support patients. But you're right, I don't think there's been any funding that I know of coming directly from state for patient support groups. And it's largely landed at the door of the charitable sector. But in some ways, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. COVID obviously is a very extreme example of, you know, disruption to organized systems. But do you feel, Chris, that it would be better if your charity were state funded rather than supported by charitable donations?
No, I'm not saying that. The thing I never want to do is get to where a funder tells me what we can and can't do, because then that way I might as well come and work for the hospital and the NHS, and that's the last thing I want to do, because you guys are the experts. But what I think they should be doing is allocating some money that comes to us, even if it's an unconditional grant that allows us to deliver the service to a bigger audience. And if every commission department put 1% of their budget to people like ourselves, then Emma, myself, the Mouth Cancer Foundation, Oral Cancer Foundation could all deliver one hell of a better service. But yeah, I agree with you. I never want it to be that we are governed by the NHS or the commissioners, because that puts us into a different ball game. You know, our regular monthly meetings now, virtual, have 120 people plus every month on that meeting. So, you know, we get to a big audience. Patients want to listen, like Emma said, to another patient. Carer wants to talk to another carer. You guys do what you do the best. But at the end of the day, on our 24/7, they all say, this is what I've been told to do. Is that the best for me? Should I be doing it? Shouldn't I be doing it? What really does that mean to me and my family? And when I get a 78-year-old man asking me, why the heck did I survive cancer because of what they've left me with, then there's a place for us as peer-to-peer to be able to offer that support. And it must make your jobs an awful lot easier if we smooth them through their journey.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Go on, no, carry on, Justin, because I'm on my soapbox, so I'm going to get off it.
Know that we will signpost people to groups like the Swallows and Heads Together, whichever group you know, people have access to. We have the booklets and all the rest of it. But I think for exactly what you've said and what we've said about consistent messaging, I think that's, I can't speak to the funding side of things because, as Ian said, you know, the charitable sector is having a rough time at the moment, no doubt, and you know, healthcare budgets nationally are having a rough time. But what is important, and we keep coming back to the word collaboration and working together, I think, is to make sure that we have good relationships between our clinicians in the hospital, people like Ian and his colleagues, and people like my speech therapy, dietetic colleagues, etc., so that we can make sure that if people are coming to the Swallows group for advice and support because they've been told X, Y, or Z at a hospital, that we've worked in sufficient partnership with the Swallows group to make sure that you're also supporting that consistent messaging. Because for me, there's an ongoing relationship with the patient and the caregiver beyond that treatment, as we know for many years quite often. To maintain that trust and maintain positive relationships, I think both from a clinical perspective and a charitable perspective, we have to work very closely. Events like today and tomorrow, where people are going to learn together, share information, but ultimately be giving consistent messaging to people at a time when there's a lot of confusion, a lot of fear, etc.
So, I mean, we've just taken on an advocate in London because we get so many phone calls and so many people contacting us from the London area. So we know there's a need. So we've just taken on a lady who, her brother is a patient survivor, and they both want to give something back. So they've become advocates for London. So, you know, it is about that collaboration, Justin, and I believe, you know, we've got a great collaboration, but I do think there's more that we can do on this. And that's why I love this type of event, because it opens sometimes not nice conversations to have, but if we're all there with an open mind, we can all make a difference. And, you know, and I know Emma does some phenomenal work, yet sometimes she struggles to get that message over to some hospitals, which is, I think, which is criminal. So I do think there's a lot more work to do for us all. And as I say, Justin and Ian, I know you're two great drivers, otherwise you won't be here at the conference. So, you know, I think if nothing else, whoever's listening to this and you guys, if we can take this away, then great. Because at the moment, from the Swallows point of view, we're doing some fantastic collaboration in America, Australia, in Spain, in Japan now. And, you know, they are so more open to this collaboration word than some hospitals here in the UK. And I don't include people like yourselves, guys, but there are some hospitals that think they know best and they've always done it their way and they'll always do it their way. And I think that's where the message needs to be changed. And now I'm coming off my soapbox.
Yeah, we have a few of those in Boston, on every street corner, pretty much.
So
anyway, what do we have? About 10 minutes left, Chris?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Wow. Does anyone on the panel want to? I mean, I did have one more thing. You know, actually, Whitney kind of, in soccer terms, kind of tossed up a nice corner kick for me to head in, which was I was going to ask about lymphedema. Someone asked a question about physiotherapy, so I don't want to miss that one. Let's see. Debbie Richardson, University Hospitals of Derby, and Burton NHS Foundation Trust.
Hey, Derby again, Arthur.
Derby. Could I ask what if any experience of physiotherapy is involved in head and neck cancer services? So I'd like to talk about physiotherapy, lymphedema, you know, McNeil dysphagia, and in particular, you know, I have a patient who is 20 years out from head and neck cancer treatment, actually was treated elsewhere, came to me, was swallowing fine, and now is G-tube dependent. Survivor of cancer. He's a guy, he's probably 60, he's a little older than me. I'm 56. And over the last few years, developed such bad dysphagia from his head and neck radiation. He had a neck dissection and radiation that he is almost completely fibrosed. So who wants to talk about physiotherapy? Anybody, you know, how you coordinate it? Or, I mean, I know we don't have any actual physical therapists or physiotherapists on the call. Who wants to go first? Kylie, you want to talk about how we coordinate that, or?
Yeah, sure. So for us, we, again, kind of talking about our multi-disc team, one of our speech therapists is specialized in lymphedema treatment, which becomes amazing for our patients because in the post-treatment phase, that is a big issue with fibrosis. And she's trained to do the actual lymphedema massage and actually the McNeil dysphagia therapy as well. So we are super lucky in that we have a specialist that is trained in these therapies. So a lot of times it's just referring onto her name's Katie, our speech therapist, Katie. But a lot of times she's already part of the process and already treating them for dysphagia. So she'll take it upon herself. Also in our post-treatment phase, we see patients in our multidisciplinary clinic every 3 months for the first 2 years. And that way, if anything does start to arise, Katie is able to assess, you know, the patient right then and there, and then suggest that they enter the program or see her for more therapy. So in regards to our cancer center, we're pretty lucky where she's trained in those things.
Thanks. And as Kylie said, we do every 3 months for the first 2 years. We then do every 6 months for the next 3 years, then once a year for the rest of their lives. Until I die, they'll be stuck seeing me. Justin, maybe you want to take this one next, and then Whitney along the lines of, you know, physiotherapy, McNeil dysphagia, or any of those, neck massage, etc.
Arthur, just so you know, we do have Ben tomorrow talking about this subject. So Ben will be talking about it tomorrow, who's a pension survivor.
Okay, great.
I guess not from my point of view. Yeah, we unfortunately we're seeing people who are now not only experiencing acute problems with their swallowing, but also in the much longer term, people who have swallowed very well for a number of years and then suddenly start running into trouble. And yes, we use bolus-driven therapy as well as part of that. And there's been some great work going on from my colleagues at MD Anderson around respiratory muscle strength training, bolus-driven therapy, boot camp type approach. And also there's been great work going on there as well around the lymphedema, and colleagues in Australia, University of Queensland have just been publishing some great work on lymphedema as well. I think it's all about your MDT and knowing who's around, and we're very fortunate. Our lymphedema therapists are right next door. We can get them people seen as part of a comprehensive package of care. In terms of physiotherapists, while we don't necessarily have physiotherapists attached to our team as what we call a core member of the team, we have access to physiotherapists who are absolutely brilliant in supporting people, for example, around recovery from the point of view of neck dissections, etc., if required, and are just generally available. But that's the beauty of the head and neck multidisciplinary team. It's reaching out to those people as you need them, but also knowing what they provide. And that's so important. But yes, the late dysphagia stuff is it's an issue, and we're seeing it more. So,
thanks. Whitney, any thoughts?
Yeah, it's tough in our area too. We actually only have one physical therapy group that does lymphedema for head and neck and treatment for that. So that's unfortunate. But again, it is available, and we try to identify it. Again, I think the big piece with lymphedema is the educational piece of not only patients, but staff members as well. I think it's being missed a lot. And that patients really could benefit from understanding a little bit more about it, and knowing also like signs and symptoms of it too. So, and then there are, I'm not sure if anybody's ever dealt with like massage therapists that are, certified in that as well. But we do have a gentleman in our area who does lymphatic massage for head and neck cancer. And again, I mean, I think the certifications are important too, because you don't want to do harm to the patients either.
So we're close to closing. I want to get closing thoughts from Emma, a patient on the line here, and then from Ian, our president of the conference. So Emma, final closing thoughts, anything we missed, anything?
I just want to follow up actually on this lymphedema physio conversation, which is really great to hear this discussed, because lymphedema I think is really important and could be, more of a light shone on that. I think also from a patient perspective, what I've learned with those patients who have been treated and who are lucky enough to age, because aging is a privilege, as time goes on, I think you have to sort of adapt a little bit. I always found that driving my car really helped, because I had to look like this, and I try and incorporate little things into my life, and I know it might sound silly, but it actually I think can be quite helpful. More generally, I just like to say it's great to be part of this discussion. It's great to be collaborating with you all. Thank you for having me. Look forward to the rest of the conference.
Well, thanks, great job. Ian, close us out, my man.
Okay, so it's been a good first part of the first day with a focus on patient experience and survivorship, we might say. I think what we've heard is I suspect what we'll see over the next 20 years or so is a change from a focus on acute and early side effects management and discussion, information provision, things we've talked about, to thinking more about the long-term survivorship. Because just thinking about the last topic we discussed, lymphedema management, we have core members of our multidisciplinary team in the UK who deliver surgery, radiation, dietetic support, speech therapy, but that almost every single patient develops lymphedema, and we do not consider that a core member of the team. And it's very hit and miss in the UK whether there's anybody local who can provide that kind of support. But I suspect as with the survivorships, it becomes a more important part of head and neck management. Hopefully we'll see that developing within the core competencies of an MDT. And this kind of conference, the focus is on clinicians' minds and commissioners' minds, if Chris has got gets his way, on the long-term survivorship can only be a good thing for patients with head and neck cancer.
Well, that was great. I'd like to thank you all. Thank you to all our panelists. I think that was outstanding. Thank you to the audience who stayed with us and, keep the questions coming. Chris can always give you our contacts, certainly mine. I'm very reachable. And I appreciate it all. Have a nice lunch and we'll be back. Chris, when are we back?
Arthur, we've had a poll running while you've been in your session. And I'm just going to give you the results if that's okay. And
Biden won?
Pardon?
Biden won, you say?
Yeah, no, it wasn't about your beard as well, Arthur, and it certainly weren't about the jokes you've been doing all morning. But the question was to the audience: do we need a navigator within a patient and caregiver's pathway? That was the question we put out to everybody, and the result is 93% said yes. So, and whether they're including their CNSs or whatever they call them, but 93% preferred the word navigator and would like to see a navigator within their journey.
Cool.
So that's the first poll that's come out. So at least that's going to open some debate going forward with what we call a person like our CNS. So thanks, guys. Fantastic. We are starting again at 2:00 and hopefully I'll see you all then. And thanks for today and I'll speak to you all later. Cheers all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to session 2 of the 2020 Virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. This year it's hosted by Ian Nixon, Consultant Head and Neck and Thyroid Surgeon, NHS Lothian.
Welcome to session 2. It's going to deal with post-treatment issues relating to head and neck cancer.
Does this mirror make me look fat?
Hooray!
Coming up in this session, we'll be hearing from Dr. Philip Lewis on keeping well in a COVID world, Ros Dowes on surviving treatment and then living with the after effects, Emily Fong, the journey of the salivary gland from the patient to the laboratory. At the end of each session, there'll be a question and answer section where we're inviting you to message us with your questions. You can type in your question in the dialog box on the screen. Or if you have any problems, please email your questions to Sharon Curtis at sharon@theswallows.org.uk. Questions and comments too are on Twitter at hashtag, and these are all capitals, HNCCONF2020. And do follow us on Twitter too. So that's what's coming up. Now don't forget to download your copy of the Delegate ebook. The conference will be recorded throughout and streamed online.
First we have Philip, who's going to talk about the importance of early diagnosis.
Philip Lewis was recently elected as President of the Mouth Cancer Foundation, a national charity supporting sufferers and survivors of the disease along with their families and friends.
Hello everyone. Some years ago I attended a production of Aladdin at a local theatre. I particularly remember the bit when the evil wizard Abanazar forced Aladdin into the cave to retrieve the treasure. Aladdin was reluctant. Well, the cave was a scary place, and he vacillated at the entrance. "He's in again," cried Abanazar. "I'm out again," murmured Aladdin, sidling past his master. A well-placed kick to the posterior part of Aladdin's ventral surface. Well, I am a scientist, you know, and he was in again, but not for long. This repartee continued for some time, until the audience was overtaken with hilarity by all the mayhem and confusion. This theme of in again, out again, seems to have become a way of life in the UK over recent years. Think of Brexit, with all its swings of expectations before a decision was finally made. More recently, in again, out again, has applied to the lockdowns and the restrictions associated with the current coronavirus pandemic. Can we all celebrate Christmas this year as a family? Or will those of us with big families simply have to decide which of our children we love the most? Should we go out? Stay in? Go to work? Work from home? There are a myriad of other considerations we need to look at to keep ourselves safe. Still, before I go on, let me introduce myself. My name's Philip Lewis. I'm the president of the Mouth Cancer Foundation, the national charity which supports mouth cancer sufferers and survivors along with their families and friends. We raise awareness of the disease among professionals and also among the public. Much of this work is through education, and I spend a lot of my time lecturing to professional groups and writing articles which promote an understanding of mouth cancer, and particularly the importance of early detection. So, what is staying safe in a COVID world? Well, first we have to decide what sort of safe we want. A prisoner in solitary confinement is pretty safe, but that isn't necessarily the sort of thing we're looking for. It means looking after ourselves and those we care for, looking after our mental as well as our physical well-being, and maintaining a sense of proportion, being relaxed and at ease with ourselves. Safety means much more than just avoiding a disease, although the disease we're all facing now does demand we take the necessary steps to avoid it. So that seems a good place to start. We've already had the basics drummed into us: hand hygiene, face coverings, social distancing, and all the rest. We've been advised to avoid unnecessary contact with each other. That's why I'm not in the room talking to you now, but instead you're watching this online. It's a pity, because although I can hopefully get my message across, an online event isn't really a substitute for meeting up and discussing things face to face. We miss out on empathy. We miss out on the feeling of camaraderie that develops when groups of like-minded people meet up. That's why it's important, even in these times, to preserve as much safe social contact as we can. Humans are social creatures, and when we deprive ourselves of this element of our life, our emotional well-being can easily suffer. There are other areas where we need to take a proportional approach. Some of us may be reluctant to visit our doctor, or even go to the local hospital because of the fear of being exposed to COVID. But we're still susceptible to lots of other conditions which, if left untreated, can cause an equal or even more serious threat to our general health. We've heard reports of people not reporting heart attacks until it's potentially too late. And sadly, many people not reporting early symptoms of cancer. As well as my work with the Mouth Cancer Foundation, I'm also a practicing dentist and continue to run my own practice. For many years, the dental profession has been at the forefront of infection control, and the pandemic has caused us all to redouble our efforts. Similar enhancements have taken place in all healthcare settings, with the result that clinical premises are now among the safest places we can visit. There's a thing called the daughter test, which basically asks professionals, would you be happy to provide this treatment or service to your own daughter? Well, I'd like to introduce my daughter Chloe, who works with me at my dental practice. Looks just like me, doesn't she? Since I'm happy to employ her and she's happy to continue working at the practice, I think I've made the point that our environment is really pretty safe. Please, everyone, don't avoid health professionals during these troubled times. It's true, nothing is completely without risk, but the risk is extremely small and well outweighs the risk of neglecting potentially serious medical conditions. Let's stay with COVID for a moment. As we know, for some, it is sadly a fatal disease. But for most of us, it's not. We're finding out more about it all the time. One interesting piece of research from Germany, published in September, suggested that people with cancer are no more likely to die from a coronavirus infection than people who do not have the disease. Now, this statistic needs a bit of explaining. In fact, the number of people with cancer who die from COVID is really quite high. But the researchers showed that when age and other contributory factors, like diabetes and other diseases, were taken into account, the cancer itself had no bearing on the risk of mortality through COVID. That doesn't mean that if you're a cancer sufferer or survivor, you shouldn't take all reasonable precautions to avoid COVID, but it does again put things into perspective. Another thing we know about this COVID world is that the healthier we are, the less impact the virus is likely to have. It's said more than 1 million people in the UK have given up smoking since March because they've heard this message. This is a great time to also look at what we eat and drink and whether we could take more exercise. The health gains we could achieve will stay with us well after the pandemic is over and can permanently improve our quality of life. But wait, I've remembered, I'm a dentist. I have to say a little about what we eat and drink. Good nutrition is vital for our health. We all need a diet containing all the essential food groups and enough vitamins and minerals. Vitamins are mostly destroyed by cooking, so we need to eat plenty of fresh fruit and vegetables. But how about fresh fruit juice? This is where I start to get dental. You see, fruit juice, especially from citrus fruits like oranges and lemons, contains a lot of acid and doesn't contain the fibre that we'd get from eating the whole fruit. When our mouths become acid, calcium dissolves out of our teeth, making them more prone to tooth decay and often making them sensitive. Nature compensates for this by restoring the acidity back to normal, but this takes a couple of hours. So, if we drink a glass of fruit juice all in one go, well, in the long run, no real damage will be done, unless we eat or drink something else that contains acid or sugar within the next hour or so. Then our mouth stays acid, and over time, our teeth can seriously erode. So, the message is, keep sweet or acid things to meal times. Don't sip a glass of orange juice throughout the morning. Drink it all at once. Frequency is much more important than quantity. If we're going to have acidic drinks often, then drinking half a glass of water afterwards might help rinse away some of the acid, but it won't undo all the damage. It's not just fruit juice, of course. Carbonated drinks, cola and sports drinks also tend to be harmful, so the same advice applies. Keeping our teeth clean is also vital. Plaque is the film of bacteria which builds up on the teeth after eating. These bacteria also produce acids which attack the teeth, and other chemicals which attack the gums. Dentists take out more teeth because of gum disease than from just about any other cause, and gum disease has been shown to reduce general health and weaken the immune system. Tooth decay and gum disease are the commonest preventable diseases in this country, but to prevent them, we need to clean all the surfaces of our teeth efficiently. Dentists and their teams are always happy to give help and advice with this. Why am I giving this sermon? Well, because this talk is about keeping safe, and that includes avoiding disease and avoiding dental emergencies, especially at a time when dental provision throughout the land is pretty limited. Staying on this subject, Because dental appointments are still thin on the ground at the moment, very many people are missing out on their routine checkups. And this is serious, because although as well as looking at your teeth and gums during the checkup, this is the time your dentist would be checking for diseases of the mouth, including mouth cancer. Sadly, there are already reports from specialist services that mouth cancer is being seen at a later stage than before the pandemic. And as we all know, early detection generally leads to much better outcomes. Now, more than ever, it's necessary to regularly self-examine for early signs of mouth cancer at home. You'll find details of how to do this on the Mouth Cancer Foundation website, where there's also a video showing the self-examination in action. Please share this information with your friends. The more people who know about this, and the more people examining themselves, the more cases will be discovered early. I mentioned exercise earlier. Guess what? The Mouth Cancer Foundation can help you with that too. Why not join our free 10K awareness walk? You can walk wherever you want to and whatever distance suits you in one go. The event is carrying on right until the end of November. And again, full details are available on our website. Okay, so our physical health is important, but it's also important to protect our emotional well-being as well. These really are strange times. People are behaving in strange ways. It seems like the reference points of our daily existence have been taken away. Do you have trouble remembering what day it is? I still do, and it was even worse during the spring lockdown when every day seemed the same as every other. Things we had to look forward to have gone. It's become risky to make any plans. Foreign holidays? Best not. We don't know from week to week where we can go without quarantining for a fortnight when we get home, or even if we'll be allowed to travel at all. Trips to the theatre? Forget it. They're still closed. It has to be said that this is disastrous for the performers and for the theatres themselves. I have a special interest here. My wife was formerly a professional ballet dancer, and we've maintained a great interest in the arts, attending performances whenever we can. One of the venues we love to visit is Covent Garden Opera House, which must be one of the best organised theatres in the country. They do everything to provide a great customer experience, and even now keep in regular contact with their customers, presenting both free and paid-for events. The Mayflower Theatre in Southampton is doing similar things, but without audiences, these theatres can only raise a fraction of their normal income, and without substantial support, none of them will be able to go on indefinitely. How about going out for a meal? Who knows? Even when pubs and restaurants are fully open, the experience isn't anything like what we were used to. Rules, regulations, restrictions. What happened to the pleasant, relaxed evenings we used to enjoy? Worst of all, family gatherings. The rule of 6 if we're lucky, or no gatherings at all. Then there are the more insidious things. We've become frightened and suspicious of each other. People cross the road when they see us coming, or back into doorways, even when we're all wearing masks. We get angry with each other in supermarkets and shops if we think social distancing isn't being observed. We get scared that we won't be able to buy what we want when we want to, so we buy too much when it is available. Where will our next roll of toilet paper come from, we ask? It's become as real a concern as where will our next meal come from used to be. Of course, our next meal could also be an issue, it's true. Many of us have already lost our jobs, and many more may well do so. Most of us won't become destitute, but it's difficult to keep a sense of proportion. It's the new normal, we're told, but it really isn't normal at all. No wonder people are getting depressed. That brings me on to the next part of staying safe in a COVID world. Worry and depression are probably our worst enemies. They bring out the worst in us and prevent us from thinking logically and putting things into perspective. On the whole, we're really not so badly off. We live in a rich and developed country where we can take advantage of all the benefits the state has to offer. We're honestly unlikely to starve to death and can rely on the state for the essentials of life. Most importantly, the pandemic isn't going to last forever. One of two things is undoubtedly going to happen. We're either going to develop a reliable vaccine to protect us from this disease, or, like all pandemics in the past, the disease will run its course and far more of us will survive than succumb. I know it's easy for me to say, but it really is true. So, what do we do in the meantime? The most important thing is to stay optimistic. We need to take stock of our own personal situations and take ownership of our own destinies. We need to celebrate that which is good in our lives and take steps to improve that which is not wherever we can. We need to keep aware of current affairs, but avoid being sucked into despondency by listening to all the doom and gloom our media is so fond of dishing up. We need to enjoy the company of others, family and friends, as much as we are able to within the constraints we now find ourselves in. If we live alone, we need to interact with others in imaginative ways, through social media and video conferencing, for example. If we are people of faith, chances are our church or other place of worship has already set up support groups to help people with problems or just help people talk and mix with others. There are lots of other support groups available. The Swallows, for example. Social interaction is vital to preserve our emotional well-being, and our emotional well-being is vital in keeping us safe in this COVID world. Alongside all of this, we need to keep a positive attitude. Watching endless depressing soaps on TV does not help. We need a bit of levity, either in what we watch, listen to, or read. The expression, laughter is the best medicine, isn't groundless optimism. When we simply smile, chemicals are released into our bodies which benefit both our physical and emotional health. Really, just by smiling. The reason I'm banging on about this for so long is because our state of mind influences every part of our existence, including our physical health. Getting it right goes a long way towards staying safe in a COVID or any other world. There are other practical steps we can take. The coronavirus spreads easily. We can pick it up just by touching an infected surface or by being in close proximity to someone with the virus. An attempt to limit these risk factors is what lies behind the restrictions we're currently facing. Washing our hands regularly and using hand sanitizer really is important. It's believed coronavirus can survive on surfaces and packaging for at least 3 days. So, when we've been shopping or received things in the post, there's a potential that if they're infected, they can remain a danger for quite a long time. If it's possible, quarantining items we bring into our homes for a few days may offer some protection. But let's be honest, in some cases, that just isn't going to happen. The virus is destroyed by cooking, but remember, packaging may be contaminated on the outside. So after opening, dispose of the packaging, and then it's hand washing time again. Face coverings stop infected droplets from our mouths and noses being spread through the air. The mask needs to cover the nose and the mouth to offer protection. The outer surface of the mask may become contaminated, so after use, remove it carefully and put it into a plastic bag. Remember, touching the mask may cause fingers to become contaminated, so be careful not to touch the face again before hand washing. Used masks should be washed if possible, or disinfected before further use. Just talking normally can project droplets a metre or so. Speaking loudly, sneezing or coughing significantly increases the range. This is what happens when you sneeze. That's why social distancing is important. Many of us are still working from home, but if our job demands we go to a workplace, the wearing of masks and social distancing is important, even if it feels strange with people we know well. The better our immune system, the better our chances of avoiding contagious diseases, or if we do catch them, avoiding serious complications. Now, we've already spoken about the importance of a healthy lifestyle. We need to make a conscious effort to ensure we're eating a balanced diet, getting some exercise, and getting enough sleep. Finally, keep focused. It's all too busy to become so preoccupied with masks, keeping our distance and planning our safety that we forget to stay aware of what's going on around us. The best immune system in the world isn't much use when we step off the curb without even looking for that bus that's almost upon us, or ignore that vital warning sign. I'd like to finish by saying a little more about the Mouth Cancer Foundation and how I became involved with it. Back in the 1990s, I attended a lecture about diseases of the mouth. The lecturer was describing all sorts of things, and among his slides was one of an advanced tumour. "This is mouth cancer," he said. "We could treat this disease much more effectively if only it were diagnosed earlier. But because no one is really looking out for it, we only tend to see it in its later stages." After the lecture, I started doing some research and found there were lots of signs and symptoms that could be recognised early, as well as things that increase the risk of the disease. It occurred to me that dentists could really help with early diagnosis. After all, we see patients regularly. Perhaps not as regularly as their doctor, but unlike their doctor, we always look inside their mouths. As well as that, we already have knowledge of what is normal and what is not inside the mouth. So we were well placed to pick up early signs of the disease. I started writing articles about what to look out for and how to conduct an examination, then followed on with lectures for groups of professionals. I tried to stress how important it was for all members of the dental team to be involved. Even non-clinical team members were vital. Receptionists tend to know our patients well and will quickly notice changes in appearance or in the voice. They're often also told important things that the patient wouldn't necessarily tell the dentist about, and can stress to the patient the importance of sharing this information. As the years went by, the interest in early detection of mouth cancer grew. Then, one of my lectures was seen by Krishan Joshi, the son of Vinod Joshi, who had founded the Mouth Cancer Foundation. I was asked to be involved with the charity and worked on some of its ongoing projects. The foundation exists to support everyone affected by mouth cancer and to spread awareness of the disease among the wider community. We have a really great team of people, which includes doctors, dentists, pharmacists, and mouth cancer survivors. Because of this, we can plan our educational and outreach materials with input from a variety of associated people. We produce a range of resources for the public and for professionals. Some of these have recently even been translated into foreign languages so that they are accessible to as many people as possible. We work with students, with other charities and other interested groups, and provide some financial support through grants and awards to worthy causes. Ambassadors of the charity normally meet up several times a year, but this year all our meetings have had to be online. Despite this, we continue to communicate well at these meetings. Our annual 10K awareness walk has previously been held in Hyde Park in London. This year, we've changed the arrangements so that people can walk in their own areas, and I'm pleased to say we've had a wonderful response. We try to increase and improve our range of activities whenever we can, and are now working on an initiative which will bring together dental practices in all regions with a special interest in early detection and helping patients during the recovery stage. We've enjoyed a relationship with the Swallows for a number of years now, which we greatly value. I'm really grateful to have been invited to speak here today. Please do visit our website to find out more about us and share in our resources. So, keeping safe in a COVID world? Sure, it's a challenge, but it's one we can meet. We need to keep our heads and use our heads. The genie may be out of the bottle, but we'll soon put him back in. You don't need to be a wizard to know that. Thank you.
My wife said if I buy one more guitar, she's going to leave me. God, I'm going to miss her. Actually, probably not.
Hurrah! Good luck with the conference. I hope you enjoy the 2 days. Sorry we won't have our display stand, but please go to allrelief.co.uk for information, leaflets and any samples you need.
Hiya to everybody there at the Swallows Conference from me, Emma at BioExtra. We hope you have a fantastic couple of days there. We've attended in the past, unfortunately it's all virtual this year. We've thoroughly enjoyed it and we hope you take a lot from the next 2 days. My message to you from BioExtra, keep lubricated and keep well. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
Hi, I'm Linda Tomarelli. I'm a speech and language therapist and I work for Speak Unique. We create personalised synthetic voices for use on communication aids. My role is to support people to go through the voice banking process and to work with healthcare professionals to enable them to help their patients use our voice banking technology. I use my background as a speech and language therapist to help repair voices where the patient may have slowness or slurring and to design voices for people who have no natural speech. This means our personalised voices are accessible to everyone.
Speak Unique create personalised synthetic voices for use in communication aids. This allows people to communicate in a voice that is identifiably their own through text-to-speech technology.
I'm Ewan McDonald. I'm from Edinburgh. I'm Ewan McDonald. I'm from Edinburgh.
It's so hard to lose speech, so anything that reduces that sense of loss helps.
In these modern times, medical technology has come a jolly long way. Here you are, sir. Enjoy your leeches. Today's leaders in technology really know their onions with the wonders of modern science. Robotic surgery knows no bounds. I say, you young scallywags, stop playing with the equipment. Indeed, it can breathe new life into patients. Now look at that marvelous healthy glow. Isn't the NHS wonderful? Where would we be without it? Would we be without it? Where would we be without it? Would we be without it?
Yes, of course, the NHS really is wonderful. And today more than ever, it's embracing modern technology for the benefit of all our lives. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the field of robotic technology. Cancer patients across the world are living proof that investment in state-of-the-art robotic surgery is working. Science is working, and we must continue translating science into better cancer patient care.
Hi, it's Mike Heffernan from Dr. Hef's Remarkable Mints here. I hope you're enjoying another conference, albeit in a virtual world. I also thought it would be a good idea just to let you know that we're now working closely with Swallows Charity, and you can buy Dr. Hef's Remarkable Mints in our new packaging from our website, and you'll get a 5% discount if you enter in the discount code Swallows2020. And the benefit is that Swallows also get a 5% revenue into the charity to continue doing all the great work that they do for both carers and patients alike. Wish you all the very best for the rest of 2020. Bye for now.
Hello, my name is Sam and I work for Flen Health. Flamagel RT is for the management and prevention of radiotherapy-induced skin reactions. It does this by creating the optimum healing conditions to accelerate cell renewal. It provides a protective barrier against external contaminations and provides a cooling effect that reduces pain on the patient's skin. In clinical studies, 7% of patients experience moist decamation when using Flamagel RT compared to 35% of patients using dexpampanel. This is why we're pleased to say that 94% of patients said that Flamagel RT met or exceeded their expectations.
Mouth Cancer Action Month takes place every November. We work closely with the Oral Health Foundation and all head and neck cancer charities to promote the event, when dental practices across the country try to raise awareness of all head and neck cancers. To find out more, or to join our annual 10K awareness walk, please visit our website www.mouthcancerfoundation.org.
Welcome to your New Look conference, coming to you from the edge of space.
Next we have Ros from South Africa, who's going to talk about dealing with head and neck cancer in her country.
Ros Dowes from South Africa has lived with recurring head and neck cancer for 22 years, having had 6 occurrences and multiple operations. She is an academic pharmacist and a researcher with a focus on health communication.
Hello everyone, my name is Ros and I'm a head and neck cancer patient. As you can see and hear, a very compromised patient. So welcome to all of you, my fellow very special head and neck cancer patients, carers and healthcare professionals who take care of us so well. Thanks to Chris for asking me to do this virtual presentation. However, it has been my nemesis since I said yes. I was so anxious about all the technology as well as appearing in front of you in close-up on a screen with all this. I suppose that's our life as head and neck cancer patients. So from the slide, you can see that I'm from South Africa, and that's at the bottom of Africa, and I'm from Grahamstown, and that's at the bottom of South Africa. I showed 2 other towns. Now my little town is a very small one, and there are very few, probably no specialists here. Cape Town is 500 miles to the west. Johannesburg is to the northeast, up the top there, 600 miles away, and I've had all my treatments in either one of those 2 places. Our local town, Port Elizabeth, is about 80 miles away, and I've had a few things done there. So my journey is a long one. It started in 1997, 23 years ago, and I tried to make it a bit more manageable in working my way through it, but putting it in phases. I've also had rheumatoid arthritis as a chronic disease since my early 20s, and I'm now in my 60s. Okay, back to 1997. I was normal, the good old days. I celebrated my 40th that year. I was at that time a wife, a mother, a university lecturer, a researcher, a pharmacist, a wine taster, and that's a picture of me at our Christmas dinner that we had at our house. And then in the latter half of the year, I noticed a spot on the back of my tongue that every now and again was really sore. Eventually went to the GP, the usual, have some paste, put it on, come back with you, And this carried on for a while, and then I went to see my dentist. And he said to me, Ros, you don't fit the profile, but I want you to go to PE for a biopsy. And you know why? Because his father had lung cancer, so he was sensitized to it, and I thank him every day. So, early 1998, I had my biopsy, and then I was referred to Cape Town. What they did there, they removed a portion of the tongue, did a partial neck dissection, and came home to recover. Once I was recovered enough, I then travelled to Port Elizabeth, that's 80 miles away, for all my radiation. I mean, radiation is a bitch, isn't it? It aims to kill, and I think in some cases it almost does, in terms of what it does to us. After that, I thought, oh well, I'm done. Oh yes. 2000 it came back as a lump in the throat, in my neck. I was referred back to Cape Town for biopsy, and then for the operation. They explored both the tongue, which had cancer, and they removed the lump from the neck. And then I had a right radical neck dissection. flew home again, recovered. Less than a year later, I was back in Cape Town with my third occurrence. And this time it was the big ones that came out. So I had half my tongue removed, a hemi vasectomy, and then it was replaced, the half was replaced, as you will no doubt know, some of you, with a forearm flap, and I had a radical neck dissection. And I think that this, oh no, hang on, I had that last time. This time, this was a major life-changing operation where I really had to look at where I was in life, what I had to do, could I continue? However, my students declared that they were able to hear me, so I was able to maintain my lecturing job. For the next 9 years, there was no apparent sign of cancer. However, my mouth was busy disintegrating. So I had multiple infections, bacterial and fungal, and you will know how intrusive and painful that can be. I was referred at that stage. I asked to be referred to Johannesburg because my sister was in the area. There was a period of osteoradionecrosis, so the radiation kills all kinds of things, and it impairs blood flow. And I thought that taking the teeth out might be very dangerous without giving me hyperbaric oxygen, hence that picture. I had that before and after. All my bottom teeth removed. At some stage over the next couple of years, I had all my top teeth found. I went back to have a dental implant placed, and then went back later on to have my teeth loaded. So by the time my 50th came around, in 2007, I was fine. I had a beautiful looking mouth. By the way, at this time of my life, I also had tuberculosis. Nothing normal about me. I didn't have it in the lungs. I had it here in that joint, and I had to have 13 months therapy. And that was a pretty hard thing to do as well. Phase 3. It came back in 2010. This time, in the anterior of the mouth, the floor of the mouth, that's over after biopsy, an operation, and they removed it. A few months later, I went back up, had a PET scan, and I was declared all clear. So my sister and I celebrated, we dashed across the road to the pub and downed a celebratory drink. Yes, well, 2 years later, I was back. My 5th occurrence. Again, anterior floor of the mouth. They did the surgery. It was more expensive than they had anticipated. And a while after that, about 2 weeks after that, I was back home. I was in the lab, in a pharmaceutics second year practical, when I got the latest call from my old surgeon. Sorry to have to tell you, we found cancer in the jaw and in the skin of the jaw. My first question to him was, can I still lecture? Will I still be able to? And you know, he replied in a way that I thought a lot about. I don't know whether to be angry or happy. I'm probably happy. He said, we're not sure at this stage. Let's wait and see. And I think in retrospect, it was better for him to give me a little something to hold on to in the hope that I might have a silly, normal life. So I moved on to Christmas. In that year, I celebrated my last almost normal Christmas. In January, I was up to Johannesburg again to my sister. The night before the operation, she said to me, what would you like to do? And I said, I'd like to sit somewhere in the open, watch the sun go down, and drown a bear. So that's what it is. We had that, the universe delivered, and it really was a goodbye to my old life. And you know what? If I had known that that would be the last time I could drink out of a bottle, I would have drunk a whole lot more bottles. Okay, my black, yeah. So, January of 2013, I entered hospital for a 3-week stay. I had everything removed, that's all removed, the skin removed, the skin from my lid was put here, the fibula from my lid was used to fashion the jaw, and I had a rather challenging 3-week stay, but I'm not going to say anything about that now. For the rest of that year, the other 2 operations I had weren't to remove cancer, they were to rehabilitate me. So in October I went back, they released a bit of the tongue that had kind of tied down, fused to the floor of the mouth, and they tried to give me a sulcus. Now at this stage I have a top upper lip, I have a top lip, but I don't have a bottom lip. They tried to create a sulcus unsuccessfully, and then they implanted the implants, and they loaded it simply ginger. I'm not quite sure why, because I think it was the source of the constant infection I had for the next couple of months. Very painful, very hard to live with. So I went back quite looking forward to my December operation, and I woke up with my hair full of blood all over my face. They had extended the lower mouth, and they had placed the teeth. Okay, after that year, it was in time to kind of I did a lot of things in the intervening time, but I'm going to carry on to the end of my journey first. 4 years later, in 2017, I turned 60. Now you know what? I had never really thought about getting to 60. I hadn't expected to be alive, so I felt obliged to celebrate, and I did. I had a wonderful party at a local establishment with friends and family from all over, food, wonderful old music, dancing, and I had a whole lot of photos taken. And those for me are such a beautiful source of inspiration when I am really down. I look at those and think, I've had a good life. However, 4 days later I was flat on my back on an operation table with my 6th occurrence, another anterior floor of the mouth and the overlapping tongue. So after all that, okay, that's ended now, my journey. So who am I? What am I? What can I can't do? Well, I have this immobile tongue. I am swallowing impaired. I do have inadequate lip closure. So if I have to close my lips, I have to consciously. So it's. But even then, I still have a hole there where they extended the mouth. Can I just say that blowing out a candle is not easy. And it's quite funny, I think. And then I'm here, and I'm inside my mouth. So what does it affect? Well, it affects talking, eating, drinking, swallowing. And if you think about those 4, plus add in what I look like, that's everything that's been taken away from me that defines us as normal social beings. So what is my life? What are its labels? Well, there. Messy, embarrassing, exhausting, slow, not normal, isolating, etc., etc. So a little bit about each. Why messy? Well, I dribble all the time. At the moment I'm talking, so I'm probably going to get dry rather than too moist. I spit, I blow often into, I don't blow my nose all that often, but I blow my mouth. I'm constantly coughing and hawking up and spitting and spewing. Man, it's gross. It really is. And that my poor husband endures all that. Embarrassing. Well, I mean, look at this pretty face and my lips. And I'm thin to begin with, okay? We have good days and bad days. And on the good days, when people stare at us, we can either stare back at them, or I sometimes don't. Or I just smile, and they smile back. But on those bad days, those days when they're fragile, I've always wanted to have a t-shirt that I can rip apart, rip open my jersey and show a t-shirt that says, "Fuck off, rude to share." I never had that t-shirt made, but a friend of mine, a few years back, had it made for a birthday. The bird is there because we bird together, and she couldn't quite bring herself to have the word "fuck" printed in bold letters. I'm quite happy with that word. So basically, I live a life that's tough. It's on the periphery, it's no longer normal, it is isolated, it's gone from being that big to being that big, and I think the loneliness is a huge consideration. I'm lucky to live in a small town. A friend is a few minutes drive, or the neighbour. It's easier to come into easy contact, and people here get used to seeing you in the supermarket, in the same supermarket. That's where it all tends to meet. The whole eating and swallowing thing, if I talk to health professionals, I go into a lot of detail, but all your patients will know about it. You know, I have to make a bolus outside the mouth. Everything has to be moist, lots of gravy. I use fingers to position a piece of chicken and gnaw on it with my front teeth. Because I'm numb, I don't know where food is inside my mouth. I can't feel it dribbling out. And there's my serviette. And this is how I eat. I don't even eat without this in front of my husband. I'm too messy. This kind of existence brings up all those fundamental questions in life. Who am I? Why am I? There's no joy in life. I don't feel useful to anyone. What meaning do I have? Can anyone love me like this? And you know, we all have to answer all those questions for ourselves in our unique way. Listen, we have others to help to help us, but we all have to do it in our own way. I am an academic. I read for a job. So one of the first books I read was a book by a throat cancer sufferer, John Diamond, a BBC columnist and commentator, and superb writer. He writes things like, "Well, would the people I love me, know me, if, and had taken the trouble with me, if this is how I was when I first met?" You know, I read this early on in my cancer journey, and it made me both laugh, because he writes in such a humorous manner about events that were mine. It was me he was describing, and I cried because I was so relieved there was one other person in the world who was inhabiting my reality. The other one, Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist, neurologist, Jewish, Holocaust, in thought concentration camps. He observed the behaviour around them, who thrive, who doesn't. And these two quotes are my absolute favourites. But we can't change what's out there. We have to change ourselves, what's in here. And everything can be taken from us. That's our own attitude. The freedom to choose how we are going to walk our own way. The last Sunday I saw a couple of days ago, and it just hit me in the forehead, in the mind. And it goes, it is ironic that we must go to the edge to find the centre. I love that, it's so beautiful. And all our great wisdom teachers, they don't live like this. They live on the periphery and see life much more clearly. Sociologists have commented a lot on illness and what it does to our life. I love this book by Arthur Frank, a sociologist. He says that as ill people, we lose our destination and our map that we previously followed on our known road. We now have a new road. Other sociologists talk about biographical disruption. Now, a biography is a story, so they say that our stories are disruptive. And that's described as a fundamental rupture in the fabric of everyday life. You know, I like thinking of life as a tapestry, and we start creating it from the time we are born, and it's colourful, and then it's a bit dull, and then it has tears and rips in it that we try and repair. Well, I felt as though my life had been ripped in half. And I felt as though I didn't know it at the time, but in retrospect, I worked at trying to put together a new life for myself. Now, one of the ways that we navigate life is by telling stories about our lives. How many patients, how many times have you had to tell your story? Does it give you a sense of satisfaction? Are you happy with it? Now, I listened to a TED talk, and you'll see at the bottom of the slide by Lori Gottlieb, and it really made me think, oh, I must talk about this. So we make sense of our lives by talking about our lives, by telling stories, and the circumstances shape our lives. So head and neck cancer defines our stories. Isn't that right? Well, hell yes. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for head and neck cancer. It certainly impacts on my life. But then she says the way we narrate our lives shapes what we become. And I thought that was so interesting. She reckons that we are very unreliable narrators of our own lives. Now let's think about this. How about you having a bad day as a head and neck cancer patient, and you just choke yourself almost to death? You're in your chair, you have no energy, you don't feel like going out to see an old friend who's longing to see you again. You don't have the energy, you feel ugly and helpless and hopeless and I'm a loser, I'm pathetic. At the same time, your daughter is talking to a friend of hers and is saying, you know what, Mom is amazing. She is having such a tough time. She's in pain. There's so much that she can't do in her life anymore. But you know what, when my kids are there, she forgets about all that. And she is so good to them, and they just love her. She is such an inspiration to those two children and to me. How about that, eh? Two stories about the same person, but totally different. It's all about the lens through which we look at our lives. Many stories, according to this woman, are about feeling trapped by our circumstances, by our marriage, by our job, by our whatever, by where we live. And often we're almost content to go round and round and round in that story, because to move beyond that and to change takes courage, and it takes a concerted walk into freedom that takes energy and commitment. We'll have to eventually see that through a different lens. And how do we do that? As soon as I read that, it catapulted me back to a single episode that I experienced. It was in a surgical head and neck cancer ward, day 6, after my operation. Now, I survived in hospital from 2000, my second occurrence, by writing emails to my friends. It got it all out of me. And I'd like to read you, which is what I have there, an email that I wrote at the time. In the early hours of this morning, things seem just too hard. No way forward. Life is headless. Each moment feels like I'm stuck in Dante's Inferno. Yeah. The up went well, but living with all that done to me is hell. Can't swallow, can't choke, can't walk, feet are swollen, no feeling on the underside of the foot, and the pressure sore on my back is a constant source of pain. Just to divert for a moment from that, I had a 12-hour operation. I had the fibula harvested from my left leg. So for 12 hours, and I'm thin, scrawny, I lay on my scrawny back without moving. And as a consequence, the nerve was seriously damaged. Man, I was pissed off about that. Anyway, back to the email. This walk I'm on is one of immense pain, frustration, desperation, but the doctors say they're so pleased with my progress. Let them insist on my health. But then, lying awake in this horrible early morning hours, at some stage during this burning in the fires of desperation, I realised that the only one who can help me is me. So stop the blabbing and take control. So I'm going to focus more on what I can do. And you know what? That was a minor shift. But it was a profoundly fundamental shift in me feeling square the shoulders. And from then on, whenever I was down, I would consciously put my shoulders down and square them. So as a result of the very severe experiences I don't have time to tell you, I underwent in hospital. I thought I had to do something. So I said to myself, as a health professional myself, I'm going to be an advocate to health professionals on behalf of patients. And the following year, I presented at a pharmacy conference. I was asked to write an article, and then that article got published in an international journal. Now, I just want you to look at the bottom at the bold text. I felt as though the health system often worked against rather than with me, and had on occasion thrown me to the floor and ground me to a pulp beneath its foot. I do hope that you haven't experienced that. So to try and make sense of things, and now this is my journey over a long decades. I have done various things: courses, meditation, in different communities of practice spiritually, and I have put them all in these three neat little circles. And I think it's essential to look after the body, the mind, this is what drives us, and the spirit. And we're all going to do it in our own very unique way. It's people who are going to help us, maybe our belief system, feeding ourselves good food, and making sure we take exercise. I'd like to come down to the last point on the spirit: consciously questioning life and reading widely. I will never stop learning. I don't want to. I want to find out more about people, about the human spirit. So who am I now? Well, at the top, I'm a student of life. I'm still wife, mother, friends, a long-term patient. On the other side, supervisor, research advisor, health professional, and at the bottom, patient advocate to the health professions. All of this is grounded by me being a head and neck cancer patient. Now, it's just being a head and neck cancer patient. Let's not just too far away from that reality. But it has fundamentally changed me as a person. It's made me a better person. There's been a hell of a lot of bad, but there is good. And I hope that by talking to you, I can help you that much. Carers, don't let your patients get away with relying on you too much. Give them a bit of a prod, okay? Just like I was given a bit of a prod to do this presentation, and I have enjoyed talking to you, so I'm going to leave you with my email details. I would love to hear from you, please. To all of you, goodbye. To my fellow head and neck cancer patients, I love you without knowing you. You are my family. You are one of me, and I am one of you. And I would like to wish you all, for the rest of your journey and the rest of your story, love, life, and strength. Bye-bye.
Hi, it's Guy from CC Med. Just want to wish everyone at Swallows all the best of luck at their virtual head and neck cancer conference. Such a shame we can't be there this year, but let's hope to get together next year. We at CC Med obviously look after the AS Saliva or Tharna dry mouth range. If you'd like to learn more about that, then please visit us on our website. In the meantime, best of luck. Sure, it's going to be a great couple of days. Really looking forward to it.
Hello everyone, my name is Lewis from Flint Health. Many of us are suffering from skin reactions that often gives us no choice but to give up on the activities that we enjoy the most. We at Flint Health want to provide innovation that allows everybody to enjoy the life that they love. This year we are proud to be supporting this year's Swallows event and honoured to be involved with such an inspiring charity that work extremely hard to help patients and carers. At this year's event, we'll be hosting an educational breakout session which gives you the opportunity to learn more about radiotherapy by one of the country's most respected radiographers. Also, a fantastic opportunity to discover a solution for your skin that at present may be very sore, itchy and red following on from radiotherapy treatment. It is extremely important that this year we bring clinicians, patients and supporting companies together as one to be supported and to support others.
Hi, this is Joanna Knight from Capitex Healthcare. We're very proud to sponsor the virtual Head and Neck Conference 2020. Thank you.
Ho ho, hee hee, ha ha.
Centres. We're here, right where you need us.
Hello, my name's Daniel Hughes. I'm from Aspire Pharma and we really hope you're enjoying your conference today. We're here to talk to you today about oral mucositis and dry mouth, specifically alpronite mucosamine. You can find out more information about mucosamine by visiting our virtual stand. We'd love to virtually see you, and we hope you have a lovely virtual conference.
Hello, my name is Abby Miller. I'm a speech and language therapist working at Chesterfield Royal Hospital in North Derbyshire. I recently won a fellowship from the National Institute of Health Research to help me learn how to carry out research in the health setting, and I'm studying a master's at the University of Nottingham. I would like to use these skills in order to benefit patients with head and neck cancer. We know that people with head and neck cancer return to work less often than people with other cancer types. I really want to understand what it's like to return to work following head and neck cancer, what was tricky or what helped you. So I'm keen to speak to anyone who has gone back to work to understand your experiences, and I would do this by a one-off interview either on the telephone or virtually at a time to suit you. If you'd like to find out more information or take part in this study, that would be fantastic. You're very welcome to contact me on my email address. I also have a Twitter account where I recently wrote an article explaining what's happening in the research internationally around head and neck cancer and return to work. So please do contact me, or of course you can leave your email address and contact details with Chris and he'll pass them on to me. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Philip Lewis. I'm the president of the Mouth Cancer Foundation, the national charity which supports everyone affected by the disease. We work to improve awareness and provide education, both for the public and healthcare professionals. Early detection is the key. That's why we've developed our self-examination protocol. To find out more about us, or to join our annual 10K awareness walk, please visit our website, www.mouthcancerfoundation.org.
Hooray!
Dry mouth affects 1 in 4 adults within the UK and can have a significant impact on your overall health. That's why we created Oraleave, a complete oral care range for dry and sensitive mouths. The enzyme system found in all Oraleave products helps supplement natural saliva to help keep your mouth healthy and comfortable. Designed with dry mouth sufferers in mind, our products are free from alcohol or foaming agents that can irritate a sensitive mouth. Headquartered in Luton, Bedfordshire, our small and super friendly team works to help raise the awareness of dry mouth with healthcare providers and patients alike. You can visit our website, drop us an email or give us a call from Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. We are ready to answer your questions about our range and process your orders. We love hearing from you. Oraleave, making dry mouths happy again.
Hi, I'm Dr. Elaine Emerson and I'm a research leader at the Centre for Regenerative Medicine, a research centre at the University of Edinburgh. Join me for a special behind-the-scenes virtual tour of our laboratories and to find out more about our research to develop new treatments for head and neck cancer patients recovering from radiotherapy.
When Chris was diagnosed, he just switched off straight away. He didn't take anything on board, he didn't listen to anything, he just went into his own little zone. He decided he couldn't peg feed himself, he was just far too lazy to be bothered to do it, he just couldn't be arsed basically. He thought it would be so much better for me to feed him, coming from a day's work, in my black work suit, have to feed him, and then decides he's going to cough and this mixture flies all over me and he sits there laughing like a right, clever sod that he is, when poor me is dripping in all this food. I've got to clean it up. It's still on the ceiling because he can't be asked to clean it off or even decorate. He went into his own little, what I call cancer bubble, where it was all about him. He didn't care about me or the family. He just sat there like a right miserable little You know, to be honest, that's my nickname for him now, Miserable Twat. He's not got any better. You know, he puts a big smile on for everybody else, but he don't give a shit about the rest of us.
I went to a really tough medical school. We had to find our own cadavers and bring them in.
Now we have John, who's a head and neck cancer survivor, who's going to talk about no spit living with dry mouth.
Our next presenter, oh, it's me. My name is John Holmes and I'm 72 years young. My grandsons say I'm vintage, not old. I'm a head and neck cancer survivor and I've been married to Linda since 1980. We had planned big celebrations for our ruby wedding in April, but coronavirus scuppered that. My presentation is called No Spit. Hello folks, welcome to sunny Blackpool. The sun is shining beautifully here. It's the middle of August and we're recording ready for November. It might not be sunny where you are now. Right, I'm back inside now. Now I'm going to have to take these glasses off because I can't see my script. So let's put the other ones on and let's get on with it. My presentation is called No Spit. And I'm going to tell you how I have managed no saliva for the last 11 years. Simply what's worked for me. It's not Swallow's policy, it's not, and I'm not medically qualified. And I'm not endorsing any of the products I use, but if any of the companies I mentioned want to send me a brand new car, that's fine with me. Also, as I go through, I'm going to tell you that other products are always available. But first, I want to ask you a question. During this lockdown, I've been trying to learn Japanese, and it's dead easy. I'll give you an example. What's the Japanese phrase for a baby's nappy? The answer? Sakapoo-poo. It's easy. Now it says here, pause for laughter and huge applause. Thank you, folks. Okay, are you sitting comfortably? Then I'll begin. First thing was diagnosis. On Friday the 16th of October in 2009, I went to our local Victoria hospital to get the results of a biopsy on a lump on the side of my neck. So I was taken to a small room where a nurse was sitting on her own reading through some paperwork. She looked up as I went in and she said, "Oh, you're on your own then?" And I said, "Yes, I'm on my own. Why would I not be? Oh, this isn't good news, is it?" The thought that it could be cancer had not even been entered our heads at home, and none of the medics had mentioned it either. The consultant came in and told me it was throat cancer. The full diagnosis was, and I've got to read this, squamous cell carcinoma, left oropharynx involving left tonsil, base of the tongue and soft palate. And then afterwards were these figures. Apparently T4 is the largest and most invasive tumour. N2 meant there were secondary tumours in my neck and lymph glands. MO was no other secondaries. Some good news then. My immediate reaction was anger, that this beast had invaded my body. I said, "Is it terminal?" And the consultant said no. And I said, "Then we will beat the bastard, won't we?" And this was the foundation of my fight back, folks. I firmly believe that a positive attitude helped me to beat this. My next thought was, oh my God, how do I now tell my wife Linda? She'd just nursed and supported me through a double heart bypass in the July of 2009, and now this. I found that the fear and the panic, which is normal, was best dealt with for me by doing this. I didn't want to let the cancer take over. I wanted to stay in charge. They wanted to start my treatment straight away, but I said no. Can I please have a week if that won't make things worse? And they said yes, okay. I went home, I told my wife, and I told the kids and their families. This was Friday afternoon when I had the diagnosis. On Saturday, we went to our local travel agent, and on Sunday, we flew to Cyprus for a week's holiday. My decision, not the cancer. Now let's look at treatment. It was carried out at Preston General Hospital, chemotherapy and 35 sessions of radiotherapy, no operation. One of the things that really annoyed me before I had all of this was having to have my back teeth out. I'd looked after my teeth really well all my life, and I was really annoyed at losing them. One day, in the shower, I had a handful of hair, and I thought, right. I went downstairs and I said immediately to my son, shave my head please. And he said, why Dad, you've still got hair? And I said, no, this is my decision, not the cancer. I'll have a shaved head because I want to. Let's look at managing the after effects. First of all, talk about dry mouth and swallowing. That's why we're called swallows, because people have difficulty in swallowing. First of all, I want to say a very, very, very big vote of thanks to the speech therapist at the Victoria Hospital for getting me over the first huge hurdle, which was my very first swallow. I couldn't do it. I couldn't put anything in my mouth, not liquid, not solid, not anything. I was scared stiff that I was going to choke and die. She was called Beth, and I really want to say thank you, Beth. I had to try and overcome that first bit. Later on, however, I did find that real ale and Guinness worked really well, and sometimes not in moderation either. Oh, there are other real ales and beer available. Phlegm was a problem too, so now I gargle every morning and every night and before I go to bed, and I really am amazed at how much it brings up, and I would recommend that to anybody. So I mentioned about phlegm and gargling, and I find it really helps. But let me just show you what I do. It may sound silly to show you how to gargle, but this works for me. Hardly anything at the moment, which is great. But at the end of the day, there's always usually a lot that goes down there. Cheers. I manage dry mouth by carrying a bottle of water in my rucksack, and I'll come back to my rucksack later. And I also use, where's my first one? I use this, which is called Oraleve Moisturising Mouth Spray. I find for me, I've tried quite a few, and I find for me this works best for me. But remember, also reflux can be a problem I found. So what I do is I take these, get them on prescription from the doctor, and I'm still getting them now, and I take one a day, and these stop the acid coming from my stomach up into my esophagus, which again can be a problem. A bit like indigestion, but it's awful, and I do need to take them to keep it down. Okay, so as usual, halfway through this I need to have a little drink of water. Oh, that's better. Okay, next thing I want to talk about is eating. I've split it into two, eating at home and eating outside of home. At first, and I'm sorry to mention this while you're sitting there, but I suffered from very, very severe constipation. So I had to look at eating a lot more fibre. I start off by having the same breakfast now that I've had probably for the last 10 years at least. I do vary it now and again, but mostly this is what I have, and I'll show you what it is in a minute when we go into the kitchen. Right, so welcome to our kitchen. This is my breakfast, and I have most mornings because of the fibre content, and it stops the constipation, and it really works. First of all, I put 4 prunes and chop them up. I have 2 figs, and I make sure I take out the little stiff stem and chop them up, and I chop up a banana. I then have 1 handful of high fibre, and I use that one there, all together. And just because I like it, I use soya milk on top of it all as well. And it works really, really well, and it actually tastes quite good. But be careful, because every cereal, especially this one, has a high sugar content. So the other thing I do with fibre is I take, on prescription from the doctor, something called fibre gel, and it's a husk. I take 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening, but you must read the instructions and get your doctor to make sure it's okay for you. You must not take it immediately before you go to sleep. Okay, everybody, all at once, what am I going to do now? Okay, let's look at my soup maker now. This is the one that I've got, all together, and it works really well. It's for homemade soups. A lot of the tinned soups I've found have got lots and lots of sugar and lots of additives, so I didn't really want to do that, and fresh always tastes better. This is very automatic. You put everything in there once you've chopped it together, and then you just simply pick the menu choice, the program that you want, and this is how you do it. Pop that on there like that, choose the menu, and I'm going to show you something. There's 4 different programs, and I'm going to hold that. There's nothing inside, but listen to this noise. Now that's quite noisy. So this has a dual purpose, because when you put it on, it's automatic. So you turn it all on, and it starts to heat up, and then it starts to blend. But it blends when it feels like it. So when you're over here, working away on this side, and that noise goes on, it works as a laxative as well. Choking. Food gets stuck in my throat, like it might do with you if you've got dry throat or no saliva, when I don't chop it up enough, and I've recently discovered that I choke quite frequently if I talk when I'm eating with my mouth full, which you'd be surprised to hear didn't seem to happen very often. Yes, it did. So now I'm trying to not do the 2 things at the same time, and it's working. I've always got water nearby, always, and gravy and sauces, not spicy sauces because I can't do that, they help too, and I'm not afraid to ask for them, but I'll come to that in the next section. Eating out. For a lot of people, this is something that they've stopped doing because they feel embarrassed, or they don't want to take such a long time eating. So what have I done that's helped me? First of all, I told Linda early on in the cancer that we would not stop going out to eat, because we used to love it. Eating out at restaurants, going on holiday and eating foreign foods. I said, we've always enjoyed it, and we don't need to go and find a menu just for me. The internet allows me now to look at the menu if we know where we're going, and I can spend a long time deciding on what I want to eat, rather than having to spend loads of time and people waiting for the order to be taken when I'm actually in the restaurant. When I get to the restaurant, before I order, I tell the staff that I have had throat cancer and have no saliva. And I found that mentioning the word cancer actually makes them very supportive. If I need extra gravy or extra sauce, I ask for it, and normally it comes, usually free of charge. So at friends' houses, I found that invitations had dropped up a bit at first because people didn't really know how to handle my problem. And I'd also become a cancer bore. I was talking about it all the time whenever we went anywhere. Now I discuss the menu with friends in advance and tell them what I need, if anything, and they're all fine with that. Oh, and I've stopped being a cancer bore. I'm not embarrassed when I go out anymore about being slow to eat. I need to chew my food. It's better than choking or leaving loads of food on the plate. Real friends and real colleagues understand. If you eat 3 meals a day, over 365 days a year, that's 1,095 challenges every single year. And you can rise to these challenges and change most of them to successes and give the big C the middle finger. Okay, the next thing, let's talk about talking. Ha! My career was in training and development and presentations, so I really felt it when I found it difficult to talk because it was something I'd done all my life. So what do I do now? I have plenty of water or liquid nearby, as you can see, and I've politely asked my family to refrain from finishing my sentences if I stop for breath or I stop for water. Politely. I told you before, I was really annoyed at losing my back teeth. I'm going to keep the rest of them. I brush my teeth carefully after each meal, gently, and I use an electric toothbrush in the morning and at night. I keep a toothbrush, toothpaste and a flosser in my rucksack. Rucksack comes later. Let's have a look at what I use. All the dentists and the doctors seem to prescribe this. It's called Durafat and I get it on prescription from my dentist. I also use Biotene, which is a fluoride toothpaste for people especially with a dry mouth, and I get this on prescription from the doctor. Thank goodness for the British NHS. And the final thing I do to look after my teeth is I use a toothpick and a flosser, and I found this one which is combining them both, and I find it's really good. I've got one very big gap between 2 teeth here and food always gets stuck in there, so this really helps. Get ready, all together. So, what else helped? First of all, my wife and my family were incredible. I didn't dwell at any stage on these questions. Why me? Is there a God? How did I get this? I've never smoked a cigarette, which is true. That helped because then I started thinking positively and not about blame. Another thing that helped was I joined the Swallows. In March 2015 I joined as a volunteer. I was fundraising, I was attending events and I was supporting our Blackpool charity shop. Have I mentioned our charity shop yet? It's probably the best charity shop in the world. October 2006 to October 2019 I also was team leader for our patient and carers monthly meeting that we held here in Blackpool. And now there are lots of these all over the world, I'm very pleased to say. I met some incredibly brave and inspirational people during the course of my tenureship as team leader, and I'm very grateful for having met them. I realised very quickly how lucky I am. Some of them will never ever eat properly for the rest of their lives. I can. I'm still a volunteer and I'll continue to support this wonderful charity as long as I can. And I think the Queen's Award for Volunteers says everything. I also investigated every offer of help that was given to me, just to see if it was any good for me without rejecting it out of hand. I also learned that if you bottle your feelings up, one day that bottle will burst. You have to talk. You have to talk. You have to talk. Looking good can help to feel good. And regular exercise has all sorts of benefits when you cope with all this. And I also moisturise my neck twice a day, because that's the area that starts to make you look older. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. I hope it'll help. And if I haven't joined the Great Wetherspoons pub in the sky by the time this goes out, I'll be holding a question and answer session as per the programme. Stay safe.
A horse goes into a bar. Bartender looks at him and says, "Why the long face?"
Hooray! Have you ever wondered what happens inside a research laboratory, or who the people are who are working on new treatments for head and neck cancer? Join me, Dr. Elaine Emerson, and members of my research team for a special virtual tour of our laboratory.
Mucosamine mouthwash and oral spray can be used together to provide a convenient and effective way to help you with the effects of cancer therapy. The mouthwash and oral spray have been proven to reduce the symptoms of dry mouth, provide rapid pain relief, and help treat and relieve the symptoms of oral mucositis.
Hello, Mike Heffernan here from Dr. Hef's Remarkable Mints. You may remember Toby and I from the conference last year. I can't believe a year has gone by. Unfortunately, because of social distancing, Toby can't be in the same room. So I thought I'd bring another alternative Toby along to wish everybody a great year. And hopefully next year we can all get back together again. Bye for now.
I was a workaholic, super energetic, fit, healthy, and a really, really happy person. Didn't think for 1 second that, cancer would hit me. Everything changed. Every waking moment you appreciate everything much more. The hospital stay was really, for me, mentally challenging. I just wanted to have some inspiration, and in that environment it's incredibly hard to find. Having spoke to a friend who was having treatment at the Rutherford, I decided to have a look. It doesn't feel like you're coming for cancer. It feels like you're just coming to get well. It's a positive experience rather than I'm having chemotherapy. I'm really excited about my future. My advice for anybody starting their journey would be to surround yourself with positive people and to ask yourself, what do you want to do? And go and do it.
Hooray.
Head and neck cancer is a brutal treatment. When you take the ability to communicate off somebody and to eat and drink, you stop being a human being. So what we're doing is, courtesy of one of our sponsors from America, we're actually sending patients what we call a boogie board. The boogie board is a piece of equipment that the patient can write on it and then push a button and that text disappears.
So we'll use this on our head and neck cancer ward for patients with communication difficulties, particularly after surgery, including laryngectomy. So the device allows you to write a message and then move on by deleting it automatically. And that's very useful for patients who can't speak, which is common after head and neck cancer surgery. Communication is very difficult after head and neck cancer surgery, and it's frustrating for patients who can't communicate, but particularly if they've lost the use of their voice. So this kind of device is critical for communicating with family and caregivers and healthcare professionals during their inpatient stay.
So the boogie board is a nicer way to communicate with your friends, your partner. It makes it so much easier for the patient to communicate.
The Mouth Cancer Foundation and Swallows Head and Neck Cancer Charity have enjoyed a great relationship for many years. We are both passionate about supporting patients and carers every step of the way along their cancer journey. Working together makes us stronger. And when we are stronger, we can better serve everyone affected by the disease.
Next we have Emily, who's an artist local to Edinburgh and is going to talk about the role of an artist in the medical setting.
Emily Fong is an artist exploring life and death, embodiment and emotion, and the experience of existing in a human container. Her presentation is called Journey of the Salivary Gland from the Patient to the Laboratory.
Hello, my name is Emily Fong and I'm an artist speaking to you today from Scotland in the UK. And I just want to say it's an absolute pleasure to be here and to be speaking to you at the first virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. I know that we would usually be meeting in other circumstances, but it's absolutely fantastic that we're gathered here today, and I'm really grateful that you've joined me. So today I'm going to be speaking about a project that's really quite close to my heart. It's called GLAND's an Out-of-Body Experience, the journey the salivary gland takes from the patient to the laboratory. Now, this isn't a project that I've been undertaking alone. It's an art science collaboration that's been based out of the Edinburgh University Centre for Regenerative Medicine. So specifically, I've been working alongside Dr. Elaine Emerson and her absolutely fantastic team. And we've been working in collaboration with Ascus Art and Science, directed by Miriam Walsh. So it's important also at this point to recognise that we've received funding support from the Medical Research Council, the Centre for Regenerative Medicine itself, and also the UK Regenerative Medicine platform. So GLAND's an out-of-body experience. At the centre of that is really the salivary gland. That is the focus of this project itself. And I'm going to go into that in greater detail, but it's really the landscape around the gland that we're interested in and all the different parts that the gland might see along the way. So before we begin, I just wanted to begin with this slide here. So this is a drawing that I made at the first head and neck cancer support group that the Swallows organised at the beginning of the pandemic. So this happened online, and I wanted to say that it was such an inspiring thing to see this community gathering in this new way at a time where actually connection is much more important than perhaps ever before. And without the ability to meet in physical spaces, it was incredible to see so many people gathering online to support each other in this way. And for me, as an artist, I felt very, very humbled to be invited to that space and to witness this part of the process that's really quite important in history, really. This slide I also put here as a really important reminder for me to say thank you, and it's important that what I say before I begin this talk is that I'm really grateful to the patients who have allowed me to witness and to observe parts or all of their treatment processes for head and neck cancer. And there's many vulnerable spaces that I've been allowed access into, and I think it's a really empowering and wonderful thing that so many patients have allowed me to do so and to share this content with you today. So it's because of them that we're here, and I just wanted to say thank you. So as artist in residence at the Centre for Regenerative Medicine, for the past 18 months or so, I've been working with this team and exploring the different ways that they are working towards a long-term treatment for the regeneration of the salivary glands. Now, the salivary glands are a really important part of our daily function as human beings, and for the treatment of head and neck cancer through surgery and radiotherapy, salivary glands unfortunately are the ones that are really vitally damaged, and potentially there are patients living with long-term side effects of dry mouth. And that is because they have lost all or part function of these important organs. So when you think of saliva, it's not something that we actually think about every day, but really it's something that is in the everyday function of a human being. It is involved in communication, so speaking, eating, digestion, very importantly maintaining the healthy environment of the mouth, so the teeth, and it really does affect so many more different ways that we actually function every day in our lives. So when these organs are damaged, it means that patients that are undertaking treatment unfortunately are living with these awful side effects. And when I entered the Centre for Regenerative Medicine and Dr. Elaine Emerson told me about this, that their patients that she's working towards treating are living with this condition, I just thought, actually that's extraordinary, and it's awful to think that there might be so many people who are functioning without their saliva. So really that was the beginning of my my interest in engaging with what Elaine is doing at the Centre for Regenerative Medicine. And you might be wondering, what is an artist to do in these spaces? You know, why am I here? What's my purpose? Well, I think one of the great things that I do as an artist is actually I observe. So I'm a very keen observer, and not only do I observe, I actually translate my observations into drawings. And I think that drawing has a really powerful way, and it's a really powerful medium to actually communicate the things that we may see and we may not also have access to see. So I've been given access to some incredible spaces, and hopefully via drawing you're able to access those spaces with me as well. So today I'm going to share a part of that journey with you, not all of it, but a good part. So here I am observing in the Emerson lab at the Centre for Regenerative Medicine, and you see pictured here Dr. Elaine Emerson here and her PhD student John McKendrick, and the two of them are working on a tandem experiment looking at the salivary glands but also the lymph nodes. So it's found that these two functions might be both vital parts in this process of treatment investigation. And as you can see here, what I'm really curious about communicating is that actually the white coats, which might seem fairly opaque to the outsider, are really there to protect the scientist or the clinician, but that actually what's going on behind that interface is actually quite accessible, and it shouldn't be something that we're scared about. We can investigate it and be curious about these different spaces and the experimental processes. I've also been witnessing things like you can see here in the tissue culture core. So this is the Emerson lab members actually looking after their cells. So if you can imagine, cells are components of the body, so they also, like us, need to be kept well. We need to make sure that their environment is happy and that they're fed. And this is what's happening here. It's a change of media. But really, the story of the glands begins right here. So on my first day in the Emerson lab, I was presented with this small pot, and inside this pot is actually a sample of human salivary gland, which at the time I just thought was completely extraordinary. I was being shown a part of the human body, and as someone who, as an artist, does not usually engage with this kind of material, I found it was really important to ask John McKendrick, who showed me this sample, whether or not the patient was actually alive. Because I think asking questions like that are really important for the way that I, as an observer and as an artist, engage with this project and this material. And he said to me, yes, the patient is alive. The person who owns this salivary gland is actually alive. It's just that this portion of the organ has been removed through surgery and is now part of the research process in the laboratory. So, wow, there's a patient out there in the world and they have no salivary gland, but it's here. And I just think, how extraordinary is that? That's the beginning of this investigation and these questions that are starting to arise in my mind now of, how can a person live without their organ? And if this organ is not in their body, then actually it's having an out-of-body experience, really, isn't it? It's contributing to the world in a way that the person is also contributing, but in an entirely different space, perhaps in an entirely different part of Scotland. who knows? So for me, I was quite curious to know whether, through the creative process, could we actually observe how this organ arrived in the laboratory itself, and what did it see along the way? How is the patient living without it? Are they okay? What's going on? Do they think of their organ anymore? Might the organ think of the patient? These questions are a little bit abstract, but also I think really important as a way to perhaps look at this whole situation a little bit differently. So in order to do that, I thought it might be important to name the organ. So I've named the organ Osiris, and Osiris is the name of the Egyptian god of the afterlife. Also quite fittingly, the Egyptian god of inundation and rebirth. So although Dr. Elaine Emerson might not be aiming to reflood the Nile, for example, her aim is still really to return the saliva to the mouth. So in a sense, we are talking about inundation. We're talking about reflooding the area that is the oral cavity in order to improve the lives of patients again, one day. Fingers crossed. So Osiris is going on a journey, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about this journey. Not the whole journey, but a good portion. So here we are in the neck lump clinic. So if, for example, you have found something out of the ordinary happening in the region of the head and neck, perhaps a lump, the first place you would go would be to the head and neck lump clinic at the Lauriston Building in Edinburgh. And I've been fortunate enough to reach out to some of Dr. Emerson's colleagues on the external side of the lab, so in the different areas of the NHS. So here what I'm doing is I'm shadowing Mr. Ian Nixon, who's the ENT surgeon. And on this specific day, there were about 13 different patients that came in and out of the clinic to visit Mr. Nixon, and his process was to investigate the neck and the head firstly via touch, to see where that lump might be located and how it moves. And then the next process is really to use this camera to go inside the throat and to see what's happening in there, and if it's possible to see this potential lump via those means. So here, when I'm thinking I'm in the clinic with the patient, with Mr. Nixon, and also thinking about Osiris. So Osiris is still in the body. Osiris is perhaps a little bit anxious. And what happens next? Most of the time, the lump may not be a problem, but sometimes it is. And if it is, on the same day, there may be a biopsy taken. And if that biopsy shows that the person might need further treatment, then they progress to the next part of the process. So here we are in the MDT clinic, and the MDT clinic is the multidisciplinary team clinic, which is exactly that. It's a team of healthcare professionals who are all involved in the care of the patient. So I think this image is really important to share with you as a community, because even though you may have undergone some of these treatment processes yourselves, this is not a space that you will probably ever have access to, not in physical form anyway. So if you have had some scans of your body, or your head and your neck, they will arrive here, and your clinicians will be undertaking, I guess, a team overview and making a decision from their different perspectives on how to move forward with your treatment. So you can see here what they're looking at are scans of the head and the neck. And also you can see there's a camera up here, which is the pathologist dialing in from the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. So really, this whole room is quite a extraordinary and dynamic space. And so you'll have your surgeon, your oncologist, your dentist, the nurses involved in your therapy and your treatment. You name it, your whole team there ready for you to make the decisions that they need to make. So in this space, I thought, once again, we're thinking back about Osiris, because he's focusing this project on the salivary gland itself. And what is the experience of Osiris in this room particularly? Well, what I found quite extraordinary was to think of actually all the different salivary glands that are in this room. So many. so many of them. So even though your clinicians might be focused on you and your scans at the front of this room, where my mind is at as a creative person is thinking about all these different salivary glands that are hovering within the body. And also just being aware that at any one time any of these people could be a patient. That's something to keep in mind and to note, is that even though we may be well, we may also be the ones that end up needing to be at the neck lump clinic or needing to be in this MDT clinic. So it's just being really aware that actually the head and neck cancer patient experience is something that is really important to be aware of, not only if it's something that is affecting us directly, because it could be something that affects either one of us in our lives or someone that we know and someone that we love. So in that way, Osiris is helping me to focus on the outside and the external community of really anyone. So at this point, if your scans have reached the MDT clinic, it's more than likely that you will perhaps need to progress to the next stage of treatment, whether that be surgery or radiotherapy, most of the time the two combined. So if you need to progress further, here we are in this next space. And this next space is the operating theatre. But first, before we head into thinking about this operation, what I really wanted to share with you is this process of the anaesthetic station. So before you go into the operating theatre, you're actually connected via the anaesthetist to this machine here, which is involved in all of the parts of the caring for your vital functions while you're on the operating table. So taking care of your breathing, taking care of your heart rate, and everything else that makes sure that you are very, very stable and able to be continuing with the operation itself. So this is a really, really important part of the process. And as you can see here, the station that's so intricate is on wheels. So it really does move with you from that initial process through to the operating theatre and stays with you that whole time. Here you can see that the anaesthetic station is actually connected to the foot at the end of the operating table itself. So this is the surgeon. So if we move down the end of the bed here, you can see that there's 3 surgeons working on the operation. So they're beginning to open the neck here, and I should say that actually what I'm observing at this point is a parotidectomy, or the resection of a parotid gland. So the parotid salivary glands are the biggest glands that you have. They're really the ones that sit on the cheeks here. And I think it's really important to share with you here just how much of a collaborative environment this operating theatre is, and actually how peaceful it is, which may seem contrary to the feelings that you might have pre-surgery or even post-surgery, not knowing what the spaces look like. But actually within these spaces themselves, there is so much expertise in the room and so much calm. So much calm and so much communication between one another. And everybody has their own role to play, and they're playing it very, very well and very aware of everyone else in the room. And as you can see here, there's 3 surgeons, and at any one time there was 3 or 4 always working on the one patient. So that's really important to be aware of. And also, what you can't see in this drawing here is behind here is also the nurse. And so the nurse is there also for the entire duration of the operation, and they're a really important part of the process because they're involved in making sure they're passing the right implements all the time, back and forward. They're involved in weighing everything. So should there be things that are removed from the body itself and the implements themselves, and making sure that everything is always in its right place. So back to Osiris. You might think that the operating theatre and the operation itself is the end of the story. You know, I've had my operation and that's done. But actually it's this salivary gland once again acting on behalf of the patient, in fact, because if you can imagine this organ that's been removed, it's not only a problem, it's almost like an archive now. It's full of information. So what it's doing is it's now delivering this information to the next stage to be able to understand what's happening with this tumour. Has it been entirely taken out? What structures has it affected? And here you can see this is the skin, this element of skin just on the top of the salivary gland itself, which is fairly life-size. And you can see that this little puncture at the top is actually where the tumour is beginning to protrude through the skin itself. But once you flip it over, you can also see the landscape underneath, whether it be muscles or tendon or areas of parotid gland itself. So Osiris is on its way to be able to tell the pathologists at the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary what's happening next. And that's the end of the surgery, where the patient is being well taken care of, and the whole process has been very, very neatly closed into a wound that will eventually become a scar. But what I wasn't aware of is actually that the healing process of this scar is very, very quick, and as you can see, very carefully done. And also a drain has been inserted so that the whole area is kept clear and able to be healing quite well. So here we are at the Edinburgh Royal Infirmary. So Osiris has been delivered in this little pot, as we saw earlier. So once again, we're following this structure. And this site here is really important, and it looks a little bit, if I have to admit, it looks a little bit like a chopping board. So it's a creative site for observing. And in fact, I found very a lot of similarities between the pathology lab and the artist studio, for example. You can see with the array of inks, which you might question what is their purpose, but actually they're really important elements for observing. So as you can see here, there's a little pot and the organs are taken out and placed onto the site. And here, I've written anatomical landmarks, because what they're doing is they're looking for different landmarks within the organs themselves and finding different ways to observe what's going on. So what they're doing here is harvesting lymph nodes. So your lymph nodes are also taken out at the same time as the parotid gland itself. And they're very important because they measure how far the tumour has spread. If there's a lot of cancer within the lymph nodes in themselves, then that affects the different staging of the cancer. So the inks, what are they doing there? So they're used in order to cover the surface of the organ itself, and that helps the pathologist to determine whether the edge of the organ is actually an edge that's been made by the surgeon through the operation, or whether it's a cut that's been made in the pathology lab itself. So that's very, very important. And then what happens after that is the small parts of the organs are put into these little plastic containers called cassettes. And the cassette is closed, and then now it goes to the next part of pathology, which is to put these cassettes into this area of processing and diagnostics. So they're placed into a bath of formaldehyde and then processed into little wax containers, and then from there they can be sliced into very, very thin slices and put onto slides for microscopes. So you're once again being able to investigate Osiris in their small parts underneath the laboratory microscope. Really, this pathology lab is quite extraordinary. It's a bit like a factory, and it's extremely important. And when the organ arrives, it's given a number, and at the beginning of that process, that number is checked multiple times just to make sure that each time along the process the number is kept consistent so that it can then report back. So this is by no means the end of the story. There's so much more to see. And for me, I'm really excited to see the next part of the process of oncology and radiotherapy, and to understand what the patient experience of that is like. But that will most likely happen when the world gets back to normal, post-pandemic, whenever that is. But it's really important to remember that once we're looking at the salivary gland as the central element of this story, this Osiris, there's so many different perspectives to be seen in the landscape of the GLANDs. And I'm really excited to have been able to share a small part of that with you today. And I just wanted to say that I hope you've really enjoyed this first day of this first virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference. And if you haven't been made aware yet already, Dr. Elaine Emerson here, who's pictured with me in the lab, is speaking tomorrow at day 2 of the conference. So if you haven't already done that, please do sign up and go and hear her speak directly about her fascinating research. And the title of her talk, I believe, is Returning the Spit to the Mouth. So hopefully you're now aware of how important that is, and I'm sure if not firsthand, you're experiencing this already, that it's something that I guess a level of awareness will help you to have a certain amount of compassion for those people you know that are experiencing dry mouth. It's been a real privilege to be part of this project, and I really, really hope that this work enables patients and their families and clinicians and the public really to have an understanding that healthcare and experience of disease doesn't need to be necessarily terrifying to understand or hard to access. It can actually be a really interesting way to observe and to live in your body in a different way. And thank you very, very much for listening. If you're really interested in this project, you can go and find out more at my website at emilyfongstudio.com/GLANDs, and you can read more about the blog, on the blog, more about this project there. Also, I wanted to let you know as well that within the next few months or so, I'm really hoping to do some patient interviews via this digital platform, whether that be Zoom or something else. So if you're a patient who would really like to share your experience with me, please do get in touch, and you can do that via my website, and we can figure out a way to have a meeting from wherever you are in the world to my studio here. Otherwise, I hope that you're well. Please take care.
I saw a patient the other day. I said, sorry, but you get 6 months to live. He said, I don't think I could have paid my bill for another 12 months anyway. I looked at his chart, I said, I think you got 12 months to live.
The University of Edinburgh's Centre for Regenerative Medicine would like to take you behind the scenes of our research. Join me, Dr. Elaine Emerson, for a special virtual tour of my laboratory and to find out more about our research into new treatments for patients recovering from radiotherapy.
Mucosamine mouthwash is a soothing mouthwash designed to become part of your usual daily dental routine. It's not always practical to carry the mouthwash around with you, so Mucosamine oral spray comes in a convenient 30ml bottle with a long nozzle to help you get those hard to reach areas in your mouth for fast targeted relief when and where you need it.
Hi. Just wanted to come and say hi and Alright.
Now mic's gone, I can take that off. It's Toby from Dr. Hefts. Just wanted to say hi, and thanks to Sharon and Chris for letting us come and say hello on this virtual conference. I'm sorry we can't be there today, but I'm really looking forward to next year, so hopefully we can meet each other face to face again. Have a great conference and see you again soon. Cheers then.
Hi everybody. My name is Mark Lawler,
and I'm from Queen's University in Belfast. I'm Scientific Director of DataCan, the UK's health data research hub for cancer. We see data as being a little bit like oil. And just like oil, it needs to flow. And then we can use that data to help us in earlier diagnosis of cancer and in providing better treatments for cancer patients.
Despite having no symptoms whatsoever, somebody sits in front of you and says, "I'm sorry to tell you, Mr. Colgrove, that you have prostate cancer."
I have a routine blood test every year, and then I had the MRI, and that's when they found a P-shaped tumour in me. In fact, it was through you that I found out about proton therapy. The actual treatment with the protons takes less than 2 minutes aside, and that's quicker than a slice of toast.
Seeing the tech and the facilities is all fine and it's smart and it's plush, but that counts for nothing if the people aren't giving you a feeling of security and support, and that's what the Rutherford Centre did so well.
Oh, flipping heck.
Hi, I'm Liam from Flen Health. We know that most patients undergoing radiotherapy treatment will suffer some kind of skin reaction to this treatment, which is why Flamagel RT is clinically proven to reduce the effects of radiotherapy-induced skin reaction. Over 90% of patients say that it soothed the pain and the heat from their reaction with its cooling effect, and it reduces the intensity of that red, dry, itchy, irritated skin. And it's easy to apply, it's not sticky or greasy, and it dries on the skin very quickly, allowing you to get dressed and get on with the rest of your day.
Thank you, everybody. That almost concludes day one of the conference. We hope you enjoyed the day. Please join us again for session 3 of the virtual International Head and Neck Cancer Conference starting tomorrow at 10 AM GMT. Now, before we go, we have a special announcement. We are delighted to confirm our conference in 2021 will be hosted in the wonderful city of Cardiff. The capital of Wales. It is the United Kingdom's 11th largest city. You'll never be short of ideas and inspiration while visiting this wonderful city, and the conference will again be full of international speakers and lots of laughter. Our conference president will be Mr. David Owens, a consultant ENT surgeon at the University Hospital of Wales.
Hello from sunny Wales. I'm Dave Owens, a consultant head and neck surgeon working at the University Hospital of Wales. Together with the Non-Surgical Cancer Centre Velindre Health Board, we treat just under 200 new head and neck cancer cases per year and serve a population of just over 500,000 people. As part of a larger South East Wales head and neck cancer network with our sister health boards, we treat around 750 new head and neck cancer cases per year in a population of around 1.5 million. Here at the University Hospital, we are preparing for a second wave of COVID-19. You can see construction of our new 400-bed surge hospital is rapidly progressing. With this development, we feel that we'll be able to meet the challenges of a pandemic spike without a major effect on our elective workload. I hope you're enjoying this year's virtual conference so far. I'm delighted that Cardiff will host the 2021 event. The conference will allow us to showcase the excellent care and innovation seen in the diagnosis, treatment and ongoing care given by the head and neck teams of Wales. It is an enormous honour for myself and the wider head and neck community in Wales to have Cardiff chosen as the venue for the 2021 conference. I can't promise the weather will be better than now, but pandemic willing, you will receive a warm, if not dry welcome, and I look forward to seeing you all here.
Thank you everybody, and we can now go live to Boston, USA and to Arthur Loretano, and is looking forward to hosting the question and answer session. It's over to you, Arthur. And to Arthur Loretano, and is looking forward to hosting the question and answer session. It's over to you, Arthur.
And we're live. Hello, everyone. That was a great session this morning. And this afternoon, I should say. It's still this morning here in Boston. So that was a great second session. We had a wonderful first session as well.
And to Arthur Loretano, and is
here.
looking forward to hosting the question and answer session. It's over to you, Arthur.
Wow, it's like Groundhog Day. And we're live. Hello, everyone. That was a great session this morning. And this afternoon, I should say. It's still this morning here in Boston. So that was a great second session. We had a wonderful first session as well.
And to Arthur Loretano, and is looking forward
Arthur, just sorting it.
And answer session.
Okay.
Over to you, Arthur.
Wow, it's like Groundhog Day. And we're live. Hello, everyone. That was a great session this morning. And this afternoon, I should say. It's still this morning here in Boston. So that was a great second session. We had a wonderful first session as well.
And to Arthur Loretano,
Yay.
That's a session.
Okay.
Have you sorted it? We're getting all feedback and everything from everywhere. All right. I think we're all right to go, Arthur.
How's that?
Perfect.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Let's start that over again. My name's Arthur Loretano. You've seen my terrible jokes or heard my terrible jokes today, but it's a privilege and an honor to be running this panel discussion. We had a very successful one earlier today.
I think we're all right to go, Arthur.
Oops, I'm still spinning around.
Perfect.
All right. Welcome back, everyone.
I think someone's still got their machine running in the background.
No, you've seen my terrible. Today.
I think we're all right to go, Arthur.
Oops, I'm still spinning around.
Perfect.
All right. Welcome back, everyone.
I think someone's still got their machine running in the background.
No, you've seen my terrible. Today.
I think we're all right to go, Arthur.
Oops, I'm still spinning around.
Perfect.
All right. Welcome back, everyone.
I think someone's still got their machine running in the background.
No, you've seen my terrible. Today.
I think we're all right to go, Arthur.
Oops, I'm still spinning around.
Perfect.
All right. Welcome back, everyone.
I think someone's still got their machine running in the background.
No, you've seen my terrible.
I think we're all right to go, Arthur.
Oops, I'm still spinning around.
Perfect.
All right. Welcome back, everyone.
Someone's still got their machine running in the background.
No, you've seen my terrible.
I think we're all right to go, Arthur.
Oops, I'm still spinning around.
Perfect.
Let's try it. Can you hear me? All right. Maybe this is going to work. Let's try this again. Good afternoon. I'm Arthur Loretano. Here I am from Boston. Things seem to be better all of a sudden. Got a little glitch there. But in any event, we had some wonderful speakers for this afternoon session, just as we did this morning. And so we're going to run a panel discussion. We've got all the speakers from this afternoon. So we're going to jump right in. And the way we did this earlier today was to take some initial questions. Now, this afternoon session was really great about individual experiences. And I wrote a few notes, and then we did get a few questions as well. So I just want to make sure everyone is on. Let's see, is Dr. Lewis on? There's Dr. Lewis. All right, very good. So you touched on actually 2 points, really, multiple points, but 2 big things that I got. One was in the COVID-19 era, the whole idea of social isolation, and then, moved into the fact of something we've seen as well, which is people not coming in for screening. And then you spoke, very eloquently about all the mouth cancer awareness, mouth cancer screening, getting to your dentist, having those things checked out. So what I wanted to do is ask you, a little more specifically, ways that you see people sort of getting around the COVID-19 isolation, or again, the detrimental effects you've seen from that.
Yeah, well, as England goes into our next lockdown this week, then of course things are going to get tough again for everyone. But all medical centres, all dental practices will remain open, and we'll be doing a full range of treatments, including those vital examinations, which is when we get the main opportunity to look for early signs of mouth cancer. And another initiative that we're trying to take is to encourage all dental specialists to look at their appointments as well, because people.
I think Dr. Lewis has frozen.
That's his end, I think, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I'm still live. All right, well, we will come back to him. Just a quick comment from myself. In our area, dentists shut down for about 3 to 4 months completely, just did not take appointments at all. I'm curious from others if you had similar experiences in your areas. So Ian, let's go to you. I see you nodding.
Yeah, we had the same experience, that certainly temporarily, not the hospital dentist service, but the community dentist did close, and they provide a screening provide a screening program for head and neck cancer in Scotland, but also obviously, ongoing follow-up for patients and from dental hygiene point of view, because it's not all provided by the hospital sector. It's getting back going, but I personally, I'm not quite sure how Scotland are in a slightly different phase of lockdown from England, but I'm not sure how that's going to impact, because they are back up and running again, is my understanding.
Here in the States, I can tell you it was interesting when they ramped up. Obviously, they used the personal protective equipment, and Ian and I can definitely relate to this because we're ENTs, we're both in people's mouths. And I mentioned on the earlier panel today that in the United States, most dental care is not covered. So people pay cash for it, which means a lot of people don't get dental care. And on top of it now, our dentists are actually charging a surcharge for personal protective equipment that they're using.
Yeah.
So they're actually charging the patients an extra $25 to $50 for the allotment of PPE that you're using, which obviously we don't do in our medical practices. So it is interesting.
Arthur,
yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you a true story. Here in Blackpool, we had a gentleman that in the last lockdown had an ulcer on his mouth, couldn't get to see the dentist because they were closed. By the time he finally found someone to see him out of the area, unfortunately, the cancer was that far gone, and we lost him 3 weeks ago to the battle, all because COVID stopped him going to get early diagnosis. Now, I'm not saying that it would have been a different outcome, but who knows? But that's the reality of not having dentists operating and looking at people's mouths. So, I think it's a massive thing, and dentists have a big part to play. And I know that Philip and the Mouth Cancer Foundation are always doing their best on that. But that's reality. That's the real story.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't happen again this time, because all of the practices will be remaining open during this lockdown. And as I was just saying before I lost the Zoom link, we're also asking all dental specialists, that means endodontists, orthodontists, all these other people that people see, to do an early detection exam as part of their follow-up appointments as well, because it's estimated that in this country 16 million people have missed appointments since the beginning of the March lockdown, and that's effectively 60 million opportunities to do an early detection exam, and we are doing absolutely everything we can to catch up on that and to give people as much access as they possibly can.
Excellent, thanks. And that is just huge. You know, and I've had a similar story, Chris, where a gentleman, in fact, I brought this up at a statewide board I was on, a patient who kept telling his doctor he had jaw pain, and they kept trying, or sinus pain, and they kept trying different medications, all through televisits. And ultimately, this gentleman had a maxillary cancer, and I, you know, fortunately, we were able to get around it. I took off his maxilla for that. But one of my points at the state level is if a patient's had 3 or 4 televisits with you complaining about the same symptom and it hasn't gone away, it's probably time to bring that patient in the office and see them, or, you know, at least refer them. And that was definitely a recommendation people took. I'd like to move.
Also, something.
Go ahead, Phil.
No, that's something we've done here as well during lockdown. A lot of us were using teledentistry to try and consult with patients, but it isn't an alternative to coming in for a face-to-face visit. It's really difficult to take photos inside your own mouth, as anyone who's tried it will know. And in the office, we use professional photography equipment, and it's still difficult. And there is really no alternative to actually examining a patient in the flesh.
Yeah, and I don't know if Ian has tried this, but I tried to do a fiber optic exam telemedicine on a patient. I just kept hitting the computer screen. It just wouldn't come out the other side. It was really frustrating. I hate when that happens. Anyway.
Well, it may be worth mentioning that we could, that obviously you can't examine people face-to-face without seeing them face-to-face, and endoscopy is impossible and intraoral examination is difficult. There's a group in the UK called ENT UK who've been, during this, trialing something called a symptom-based risk calculator. And if you put a symptom risk calculator into Google, there is a website that will allow you to predict the risk of throat cancer based on, or head and neck cancer, based on symptoms alone. It's really designed for primary care physicians to more appropriately refer patients into secondary care settings, is the way it's been done. But that's the way we're asking primary care physicians in Southeast Scotland, and how ENT UK are asking secondary care physicians to triage patients in a very resource-tight environment using the risk calculator, which was designed in a population, I think, from Liverpool, no, Birmingham, Newcastle, I think, and then validated in a Scottish population and has now gone live. So there are options. But, you know, as John says, there's nothing quite like examining somebody, you know?
Yeah. And that's interesting. We've actually used a similar calculator among the primary care doctors just for COVID, you know, people checking off symptoms as to whether they can come in for a face-to-face or whether they should try to do it through telemedicine. And maybe we can talk a bit about telemedicine later. It's actually something I've been doing for about 3 years in terms of follow-up visits, you know, to save patients a trip in the office, save them a copay, quite frankly, which I know takes money out of my pocket, but I don't care. I want to take care of the patients. I do a lot of, you know, pre-op consultations with patients the night or two before surgery, just to make sure they don't have any other questions. And there's no reason for them to come into the office for that. Now we've leveraged that during COVID. I wanted to talk about some of the, you know, Roz and John gave some great perspective about lifestyle changes, and I know Chris and I have talked about this at length. So you know, and I will tell you multiple comments about how inspirational John and Roz were. Roz, one question that came up for you, and I can ask John as well, was about physiotherapy. Did you go through a lot of physiotherapy, not just for the head and neck, but for the fibula graft that you had, for the leg graft?
Well, after my vancomycin, I was in the Johannesburg area for quite a while, and I went to a specialist, swallowing physio, and she helps a lot. So whenever I went back for a 6-monthly visit, I would go and see her. And then she left for New Zealand. So when I was at home in Grahamstown, I went to see a local physio, and I organised with her to phone the physio and to get some guidance as to what she could do in the mouth. I did that for maybe a year and a half every now and again, but since then not. I have asked my surgeons, should I carry on with physio? Now, okay, the one has retired now, and he said, you could, but it's probably a waste of time. Now, I mean, I'm very rigid on this side of my face. This is where it all started. And I know that I do appreciate it when a physio does work, but the expenses add up. So how much do you do? And of course, I can sit there at home while I'm watching TV doing it, but I'm afraid I don't have the self-discipline to do that. But I am interested in, particularly being a long-term survivor, I am interested in the long-term effects and hearing people talk about fibrosis and about shoulder pain, and should healthcare practitioners be encouraging us to maintain a presence with our physios?
Great, thanks. John, in terms of your care and your during treatment and post-treatment care, did you use physical therapists at all?
Am I on sound? Hello, am I on sound?
Yes, you are.
Oh, good. Right, well, you need to bear with me, people, because mine is 11 years ago and dementia has kicked in. However, I am very, very lucky because my wife teaches trigger point Pilates. Right, so I can get any sort of stretching and physio, if you like, treatment at home, free of charge.
Great, thanks.
And I do find that a lot of the stretching exercises, because mine obviously is all to do with dry mouth and saliva, but nevertheless, I still feel very strongly that if you feel good and you exercise, then it really does help the other symptoms. It really does.
Great, thanks.
Can I say something?
Yes, absolutely.
About the fibula, and I had slightly limited ankle movements as a result of that fibula removal. Last year, I started, as I'm 63, I'm getting older, I've had arthritis forever, I have all kinds of things crumbling. I went to a biokinetics, and I'm doing twice weekly sessions with her. And I know, for instance, that has greatly improved the mobility of my ankle. And like John, I feel very strongly about the fact that health professionals should be actively encouraging us to maintain an exercise regimen. I have walked every day for years and years and years and years, but it's those focused manipulations and that focused exercise, stretching and lengthening that I think benefits us.
Yeah, I agree.
Great, thanks. Ian, do you refer, I know I refer a lot of patients for physical therapy when they have weak shoulders after a neck dissection to try to reduce the pain, the pull on the nerves. Do you use it for that or for anything else?
Yeah, sure. We do that for routinely following neck dissection that quite a few patients will undergo during head and neck treatment. But I think sometimes we're saying physiotherapy, and in the UK we would probably say speech therapy for management of trismus. I think that we overlapped a little bit with this with the lymphedema chat earlier in the previous QA. That primarily the what you might call physiotherapy for the jaw muscles is performed by speech and language therapists in the UK. Yes. So we do use them, and we monitor people's what they call the inter-incisor distance, and recommend that patients who've been treated with radiation and chemoradiation in particular try to maintain their jaw opening rather than losing it and trying to regain it, because it's so difficult. That's very difficult after major surgery and fibular reconstruction, as Roz has described. But yeah, I think that's critical, because if you lose the mouth opening, it has a very bad impact on quality of life.
Yeah, good point. We've had issues with that, and our again this morning on the conference, our speech therapist was mentioned, Katie, and she does both lymphedema. She's also doing a lot with trismus, and she uses this device called the Therabite that the patients use, and sometimes even just use tongue depressors where they put it in their mouth to keep stretching it open. I've had to do a few surgeries to release trismus, and trismus is when you just can't open your mouth, or when the mouth is really tight. And even in those situations, if you don't do post-op physiotherapy, it just shuts down. We have David Owens on today, and hi, David. David is our host for next year in Wales. He's a consultant otolaryngologist. So, David, if I'm going to put you on the spot, your thoughts about physiotherapy since we're on the topic.
I'm coming in. I think physiotherapy is absolutely essential, and I agree with Ian in the much that we deal with physiotherapy for the limbs, the effects of neck dissections and laryngectomies and other surgeries to keep the shoulder function and the neck function, but also the physiotherapy of the throat and the swallow are important too. And we use Therabites, but we use active early intervention whenever possible. As people have said before, prevention's better than cure, and in trismus, there's never a truer word said. Get them treated early. And the exercises you can get online are available and we use regularly. Our patients have a physiotherapy review in hospital, and are given exercises to go home, irrespective of whether they have weakness or not at this stage. But as everyone else has said, I think it's absolutely vital.
Great, thanks.
If you want more to add there, but
that's great, thank you. I have some questions for Roz and John, but I just had a thought for Emily. So Emily, I'm putting you on the spot next. So my daughter and my son are both animators and do a lot of illustrating as well. And my daughter, in fact, took a bunch of my operating room pictures and painted them. And so I have portraits on my wall of parotidectomy, as you had shown, some thyroidectomies, and also a patient who I did a tongue resection on, and pictures of that. So my thought is that the work you're doing is, I think, very important for patients. In fact, speaking to things online, my daughter created a swallowing video just for our clinic of some animations, and then we sort of did the explain the exercises that people should do for swallowing. So my question is, have you found that outreach to patients, or have you done this, where you involve them either in looking at your pictures or even possibly using art as therapy for them, which is what we do sometimes in our cancer centers. We have an art therapy thing. Have you done any of that, or had any experience with that?
I have begun the process very briefly just before COVID came through, where I had a couple of meetings with some patients to show them these drawings that I've presented today. And it was a really powerful experience, actually. And I think because these processes that people have undergone, if you can look at from a critical distance, I guess, that long perspective, yeah, it was a very, very moving experience for them to be able to see the spaces that they hadn't or couldn't see really, but were really relevant to their own treatment processes.
Great, thanks. So John and Roz, let me pose that to you first, and then I'm going to move on to some other questions. What would be your thoughts about that type of an interaction, just especially at the beginning of the process, or, moving along in terms of that therapeutic type of approach? John, I'll ask you first.
Yeah, well, I always think a picture's worth 1,000 words. And if you can actually show people, right, in a format that they can understand without, pardon folks, using great long words that they might be confused with, then they can see, yeah? And if you can see what's going on, then you can understand it better. and maybe deal with it better.
Was?
I read a paper recently on actually Mary Wells, who is speaking tomorrow. I've interacted with her, and I Googled papers with her on, and there is one where patients were asked to visualize their cancer and to draw what they thought, how it looks. And my research in health communication is pictogram based, aimed at kind of low literacy patients. So I'm quite interested in images and visuals. And I was very interested to see that they were able to draw some kind of association between how they depicted their cancer and outcomes. No, that was actually a paper about cardiac disease. So I think asking the patients to visualize this is a great idea. And the few times during the process, I had a rough little sketch done for me by my first oncologist. I found it incredibly helpful. So yeah, start drawing.
I think, Arthur, the other thing we should be doing as well is looking at the power of music to be therapeutic. You'll see my friend on the wall. See my friend on the wall behind me?
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley. Our survivor stroke cancer song was Three Little Birds. Oh. Yeah? Every time every little thing's going to be all right comes on, then the whole room, if we had a meeting, the whole room started singing with it. And it just kept us going all over the world. And it got loads of people involved as well. So there's lots of inspirational music that you can use to help people just to relax, and maybe even to start relaxing them enough to start communicating, to start talking about their true feelings. Because it's difficult sometimes to hide your feelings if you're crying your eyes out.
Good point. Two technical questions here. One is Ben says he has been trying since April to get a dentist and now asked his ENT consultant help. Philip, can you help Ben? Chris asked me to ask you that.
Can I just do a dental thing as well?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. Current situation personally here is my wife was registered with a dentist here in Blackpool. The dentist that she was registered with used people on like a 1-year secondment, and they were the ones who did the NHS service, which you don't have to pay for. You get on prescription. Those people, because of COVID, are no longer in the practice. So my wife can no longer be in the practice because all they do now is private. We have tried unsuccessfully to find a dentist in this area who will now take on NHS new patients. Can't find any. So that's bad news.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't dodging the question there. My Zoom feed keeps going down. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes. Any patient who has a dental emergency can call 111, and the local arrangements will find an NHS practice in the area to see them. Now, it's easy to say in practice, as I think most of us know, it's more difficult. But that's your first port of call if you don't have a dentist. Now, if you do have a dentist, then of course life gets a lot easier. Another thing you can do, of course, is just call around practices, and particularly if you are worried that you may have early symptoms of mouth cancer, I don't think it's going to be too difficult to find an emergency appointment. And certainly anyone who's got a dentist, keep those regular checkup appointments if you can. And just on the same subject, but a little bit differently, self-examine at least once a month. Have a look yourself
me if there's anything that looks to you to be suspicious. And if there is, get straight in touch with your dentist or your doctor.
Great, thanks.
Hey, can I come back on that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I think it's great that people self-examine, and I think it's a must. I think the problem we've got with COVID is if you find something, there's that fear factor of going to see somebody. And who do I go? Do I speak to my dentist? And if I'm speaking to my dentist, they're going to charge me and I'm being furloughed, I've no money. If I ring the doctor up, he'll say, well, come back to me in a month's time, and if it's still the same. And the problem is, like the gentleman here in Blackpool, that's exactly what happened to him. He self-examined, went through the process, went through, 111, in the end rang 999, and he had finally found someone, and then 4 weeks later he's died. So in reality, unfortunately, the system lets us down when someone does it. And, dentists, whether they're on the NHS or private, have got to take that call, Philip. And I think you've got to get that message out to dentists. If people ring up and ask for advice, it shouldn't be the receptionist saying, oh, you're not registered, go away.
Yeah, can I first of all pick up on your first point, because I did try and illustrate in my talk. Dental practices are very, very safe places to visit at the moment. And so are medical centres, doctors' practices. So please, nobody should be put off from visiting because of the risk of being exposed to the virus. And again, as I said in my talk, of course, nothing's entirely without risk. If you've got to catch a bus to get to the practice, there's going to be an element of risk. But secondly, on the second part of that, the first port of call is a dentist. If you contact a doctor with a problem in your mouth, chances are you'll be told to contact a dentist. And again, as I said just a few moments ago, most practices, if they think it's suspected mouth cancer, will see patients, and many, many practices would not raise a charge for that sort of emergency consultation.
So maybe then, Philip, outside this conference, me, you and the Mouth Cancer Foundation need to get a message out to all the database of dentists that you have to say, train your receptionist to ask the right questions and give the right advice.
Yeah,
start.
And that's something I'm privileged to be able to give lectures sometimes on early detection of mouth cancer to dental teams. And I stress at those lectures the importance of the entire dental team. And again, I think I touched on that in my talk. The receptionist is such an important person, but has to be fully up to speed like everybody else in the practice.
Great, thanks. Second technical question. Roz, everybody wants one of your t-shirts.
I will tell my friend who gave it to me. Actually, she asked to see my video, so she should know that I show it live.
Okay. So one thing I wanted to talk about was, we've all been experiencing the COVID isolation, and people talk about this like it's the worst thing that's ever happened in their lives in terms of having to stay home, which it's not convenient, but nevertheless it's life-saving. But people with head and neck cancer, you guys have alluded to it, go through a lot of isolation, a lot of changes. I also have always looked at this as a lifestyle cancer in terms of the way my patients approach it, because there's a lot of guilt. And I always try to get rid of that and say, look, we've got the cancer, we're dealing with it. Let's move forward. Let's not go back over, I wish I had stopped smoking ages ago, for, people who smoke or drinking or whatever. There's a whole, at least in the United States, the whole negative connotation on HPV. If you have an HPV related cancer, people immediately, don't think you had some deviant behavior or something like that. And then there are the occasional patients who don't smoke, didn't have an HPV positive cancer, yet people look at them negatively. And I think there's negative connotations on this. So I'm curious your thoughts on, you've already touched on it, but the isolation you felt both with having head and neck cancer and then going through all the treatments you have. And then, you know, from there, how you've dealt with it to try to maintain the positive outlook that you guys have obviously shown, you know, in terms of making adjustments to where you go to eat, things you do, etc. So Roz, I have you on my screen right now, so I'll put you up first.
Yeah, well, you know, it's for me, it's been a long, slow journey. And having treatments, recovering, trying to recover a normal life, carrying on lecturing, best down again, dead ups down again. It's that one slide I showed, you know, who am I? What makes me get out of bed? And I think it's so important to identify where in this amazing world of ours we can make that much of a difference in someone's life. For me, that's always been training health professionals, training pharmacists. But after my meningiectomy, I could not do that anymore. Energy-wise, I can't expect English second language speakers to hear me all the time. But I have been able to retain postgraduate students, and I Zoom now one-on-one. So that has enabled me to stay connected with research. And for me, my little bit of patient advocacy that I can do when I present at conferences. Here at Stephen Grahamstown, I know no one who has head and neck cancer. In PE, I keep on asking them, is there anyone I can speak to? I'm never with other patients like me, so I can't really help them. Maybe now that we've all got more used to doing things online, I might be able to play a bit of a role. I also, with reference to COVID, I mean, what was so different? I'm delighted that I'm not feeling envious about missing out on restaurant experiences. I can't do that. I can, but it's really hard. And I was in Cape Town visiting with my husband, visiting our boys, and I ended up in a noisy restaurant, and it was crowded, by the way. Thank heavens I didn't get COVID. And I sat there like a newt for those few hours, and it's a very disempowering situation that you're in. And I think you have to learn to juggle isolating yourself totally, and then you have no interaction. And I think interaction is energy. We take energy in when we are with friends. You have to juggle that with, okay, I can try and do that occasionally with friends who know me well. And I think John, you spoke about that, with friends. We all find our own way. And for me, it was having some meaning. And for me, I've also gone on a long self journey. Who am I? What am I like? What kind of undesirable characteristics do I have? So I've worked on myself as well as my outward life.
Great, thanks. John, your thoughts?
I think, yeah, my first, if you like, contact with head and neck cancer isolation came during the meetings, the Swallows carers and patient support meetings, when people came along, and some of them had not been out since the treatment. They'd isolated themselves at home. And the first step to come to the meeting was the first step in them getting back, if you like, into life. And I always remember, and I quote, that a lot of the ladies and gentlemen that came, the patients and the carers, at the end of the meeting came up and said, that was great. We just needed someone to listen. And once they realized other people were in the same situation as they were, then It was lovely at the next meeting, which was a month later, for them to report that, yeah, we've been out twice, we've been out eating twice, because they'd made the first step. The way that we're coping with COVID isolation is quite simply by, I mentioned Guinness and real ale. It's not alcohol anymore, it's isolation medication.
Yeah, nice. Chris, your thoughts on that? I know we've gone out for dinner before. I know there's things, you do eat, you don't eat. And, I know you've said it.
I think isolation is horrendous for anyone, never mind cancer patients. And I think now the general people out there without cancer getting isolated, they get a little bit of a flavour of what head and neck patients go through. And I think all cancers are bad, don't get me wrong, but I think head and neck, when it affects your voice and your ability to eat and swallow, then you stop becoming a human being. And once you stop becoming a human being, then depression comes in, and then suicidal thoughts come in, and all the other bad stuff comes in, which makes you very, very isolated. It took me a long time to get out and start eating again. I still struggle on certain things, but now I don't get hung up on what I can't eat. I celebrate what I can eat. And I'll always try new things, because what I've learned is something that I can't eat today, tomorrow I'll try it and I'll be able to eat it. But then I'll try it the day after and I won't be able to eat it. It's just, I think I've suddenly realized the power of our brain. Our brain can take over your thoughts and how your body reacts. I really do think that. And I think if John and a few of the other speakers, I mean, look at Ross, if you ever want to be inspired and want to be positive, then, my story and my journey was a piece of cake. But what I like about what we do as patients when we come together and carers, we always think we've got the worst journey, but you always find someone that is worse off than you, that's had a worse journey. That's what inspires you to get going. Eating and drinking, communication is what humans do. And unfortunately, you medical people, which you're all wonderful people at doing, your goal is to cure cancer. And thank God that you're getting very, very good at that. Quality of life is important. Survivorship is not survivorship without quality of life. And eating, drinking, communicating is the bedrock of quality of life. So, So I don't know, but that's my thought. John?
Yeah, I think Ros touched on it. Head and neck cancer is not just for Christmas, it's for life.
Yeah, very true. One of the things we talked about this morning was exactly what Chris just said, that, from a clinician standpoint, for all of us, it's almost table stakes that we want to cure cancer. We expect to do that. And that's what people come to us for. We do our best anyway, but it's really moved now to survivorship and quality of life. To cure somebody's cancer but leave them with a horrendous quality of life, frankly, is a discussion we have up front even before we do someone's surgery, to let them know potentially what things are going to be like. So Ian and then David, I can tell you in my own clinic, we have a social worker that we use. We really don't have in the United States, we have terrible mental health services anyway. And getting people into therapists and things like that is really hard. Do you have any psychosocial supports in your systems, Ian and then David?
Yeah, well, if I answer first, in Edinburgh, most patients need some form of psychological assessment. We use a distress thermometer, and it's delivered by the clinical nurse specialists, and that allows us to highlight patients who have severe problems, who are then referred on to psychology support. But there's a massive lack of psychological support in the NHS in general. And again, these people tend to need it. We touched on this earlier again, that they need it quickly, because there's no point saying you got 18 months wait time. And so that is a real challenge for us, providing that. But we try to do it for everybody through the clinical nurse specialists, and then try to identify those who need are at highest risk. Very rare we use psychiatry, but we tend to use psychological support when required. I don't know if that's similar in Cardiff.
David, what are your thoughts?
Very much so. The the nurse specialists are key to the assessment using a number of different questionnaires, but also with general discussion and communication with the patients that, unfortunately clinicians at times don't have time to do. We have good links with our psychology teams, and I think, it was highlighted in some of the talks during the day that is so important. But I think that, we could always have better, stronger support, and it's something that we fight for. And I'm sure you'll say the same thing, that, it's one of the number one things that we want. It's just difficult to get.
Okay. Emily, I'm going to put you on the spot again. So you have been really, in your artwork, you've been an observer of a process. And I'm going to make the assumption here that you've neither had head and neck cancer nor know anyone who does. And maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I missed something there. But what is your thought watching, like you've done something that I always thought was cool, which is, you've watched people go through this. You showed the pre-surgery anesthesia area, you showed the surgery, you showed the things afterwards. So as an observer, how do you see this process, both from how the clinician side works and then from the patients, and what you might be able to say to the patients about the process, about seeing people like we have with Ross and John here, how positive they are. So I'm curious, your observations.
I think that's one of the most interesting parts of this project, has been seeing all of the different perspectives and having that, I guess, quite unique point of view, being able to see where everybody is at. And I think there were some things mentioned in the earlier talks this morning about having, I'm not sure the term that was used, but it was something like a navigator or something.
Yeah.
And I guess, yeah, in an unofficial way, this process has felt a little bit like being a kind of creative navigator, wandering through the different perspectives. And I do know someone who had head and neck cancer. My granddad actually passed away from head and neck cancer when I was 14. And I didn't see any of the process at that stage and at that age. And I think this has been a really, I guess, powerful healing process for me in a way too, to see from a personal point of view that actually the whole process is really well guided and well scaffolded, I guess, through every stage.
That sounds great. I think that's important for patients to, know, as we say in the United States, sometimes it's important to see how the sausage is made, or I guess in this case, how the haggis is made. Does that sound right? I don't know. Maybe I don't want to know that.
Do you know what I found amazing about?
What do you guys think about that?
About Emily's work. Emily's work, she's taking something out of your body, a picture out of your body, and taking it on a journey. And when you see the drawings, I mean, we saw it on presentations, but I've met Emily and saw her drawings, and they're incredible, because suddenly she's put this piece of organ from your body, give it a name, and now it's on a journey. And not only that, the person's living that journey is from. And to be able to, when I got my biopsy, as thick as I am, I thought it just went under a machine, and a machine says you've got cancer or you don't got cancer. What I didn't realize, someone actually has to slice it up, do all these wonderful things, and then tells you guys how you should treat us. And what Emily does is brings that alive. And I love art, and I think art should be used an awful lot more. Art is a special media that can break down a lot of barriers, from young children through to, a 99-plus-year-old person. So Emily, well done. It was a great talk. And, I want to see more art. So, but yeah, I just, a lot of people on YouTube and have been sending me questions, is saying that they didn't realize you could live without your organ in your body. And, and there you are giving it a name. And I think that's amazing. So, I'm blown away by Emily's projects, and I look forward to seeing more of it.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
One thing we didn't touch on in this session that we talked a lot about in the earlier one was carers. And, we've talked about isolation, and we haven't talked much about carers and, or what we call caregivers, support, family, friends, etc. So again, I want to speak to the people who are, are survivors. Ross, how did this affect the people around you or the carers, or what could we as clinicians or others have done to support the carers more? And then John, and then Kurt. I'm Chris. Curtis.
Well, I have a bit of a different experience in that for most of my operations, I had my sister present, and then I stayed with her for those first 2-3 weeks before I flew home. Once home, now I'm married to a British man whose heart lives in Wales, by the way, David. He's not all over me and asking what he can do for me. He's a bit of a hands-off kind of person. I'm a very independent person. So in terms of care, he's there. I know he is always there for me, and he'll do anything. But he's not the one who will say, Lois, you haven't eaten. Whereas when I'm with my sister, she will notice that and do it. In terms of carers, in the more severe parts of my journey, I also count my friends who have brought food around, who have looked after me really well. So I've not experienced like a partner who has taken on the entire burden of caring for me. I've done all the medical aid stuff, all the appointments, all my own flights, and just because it's who I am, and I'm used to doing that. So I can't really talk about carer burden, although having said that, my husband is the one who sees the real me, whereas no one else does. And it's not because I want to hide it, it's just that it's not nice to go spewing and coughing and spitting and, in front of other people. And I'm reluctant to do it in front of my husband even, but he can't get away from it. He signed up for it.
Yeah. John, your thoughts on the carers?
Yeah.
Did I lose John? Oh, there you are. John, you're on mute.
Back on.
You're on now.
Back on.
Yes, you are.
It's that Chris Curtis keeps unmuting me. I've seen a change in the name carer to caregiver.
Yeah.
A carer, if you talk to somebody who isn't involved with all of this about a carer, they're an employee of a care home. And it's a different role completely. A carer in a care home is more medical, nurse, whereas caregivers in our situation are people who give us care in all sorts of different ways. So I think we need to change the name. In terms of my experience, my wife, obviously, my family, everybody who was involved in, and Derek mentioned it earlier, that he was like me, he was living in one area and was given treatment in a different town. So you've got communication issues there, which were still there 11 years ago. But I think carers need to have their own particular journey. And I know the Swallows did a lot of work last year. Chris can expand on that in terms of the carer journey as well, the caregiver's journey, as well as that of the patient. And that's important. Chris?
Yeah, I can't talk, and I wouldn't dare trying to talk on behalf of a carer. Anyone that knows Sharon, if I'd done that, I wouldn't be here tomorrow. But, I lived my journey as a patient. She lived her journey as a caregiver. we both went on the same journey, but as she says many a times, we were both on different tracks, yet we were on the same journey from A to C. And, you know, Sharon was my godsend. And I don't think I'd be here talking to you today. Well, I know I wouldn't be without her. I don't know how we didn't get divorced. You know, you may have seen a little bit of a spoof film that we put up with Sharon talking. I'll tell you the history behind that. Sharon was doing a piece to camera about caregivers in our Caregivers Project. And as a joke, John, we do a lot of film work with John, and he knows us all inside out. And he said to Sharon, without telling her that the camera was rolling, now you've said what you think people want to hear. Tell the truth. What do you really feel? That spoof film that you saw came from the heart. When I saw that, I cringed and thought, my God, was I really that bad? But then I thought, do you know what? That's a great message to send out there. That's how caregivers inside are feeling. So if you want to know about a caregiver's journey and what they feel, watch that spoof film tomorrow and listen and look in Sharon's eyes. That's the real journey of a caregiver. Yeah. And I don't think it's for any patient to ever try and talk on behalf of their caregiver. And if Derek was here, he would be ripping me apart for even trying to talk to you now about being a caregiver. Derek had an horrendous journey as a caregiver, but he's an inspirational guy. They're the people that we all need to listen to. Health professionals, dentists, health professionals, patients, companies, drug companies should all be listening to caregivers, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that get us into survivorship and then have to live with us beyond survivorship. So I'm not going to talk on behalf of a caregiver. It's not my place to. But please watch Sharon's film tomorrow if you get a chance, because that, look in her eyes, listen to the voice, that is spoken from the heart. And that's why I want to say I'm a caregiver.
Sorry, Chris. And ladies and gentlemen, can I just say, when you watch that film, alternative swear words are available.
Listen, John, that's the clean version. It goes with Ross's t-shirt. We need to sell the film and Ross's t-shirt together. We'd make a fortune.
Yeah, you will.
Just a few closing thoughts, as I know we're getting towards the end of our time. Philip, I hit you up early for a lot of things, and I know I haven't asked you much towards the end. Any closing thoughts from your standpoint? Oh, you're on mute. There you go.
We are in very challenging times at the moment.
Yeah.
The difficulty, again, for dentists and the dental profession generally, is finding time to carry out these routine appointments. I was talking about how important it is to attend them. But a lot of us are still really playing catch up at the moment and doing our best to get through the backlog of patients who have been disadvantaged by the events of this year. Nevertheless, I would just reiterate, anybody who even thinks they might have early symptoms of mouth cancer should telephone their dentist or a dentist and make that clear to them, and they will get an appointment.
Great, thanks. David, any closing thoughts? And then I'll go to Ian as our president of our conference for his final thoughts. So David.
Oh, no, I've enjoyed the day immensely. I've learned a great deal. It's been a perfect insight. I look forward to seeing you all in Cardiff and watching tomorrow, of course. So thanks very much.
David,
one thing, David, since we're virtual this year, so we haven't done any drinking, we haven't had fish and chips, we haven't anything. So we're going to be double in Cardiff. So I hope you keep a budget, man.
I'll keep my wallet full.
David, listen, I just hope that me and Ian in our opening film have not put you off, because we've already written the script for next year. Now we've seen your man cave, we've got some great ideas.
Yeah, I'll start drinking now for that. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is though, Ian loved dressing up, so we won't go there.
Absolutely. All right, Ian, close us out.
Okay, well, it's been a great day one. Covered a lot of ground, and I think everyone will feel they've learned a lot and heard a lot. And we're looking forward now to day two, starts tomorrow at 10. A bit about research in the morning, and then more about psychology and supporting patients in the afternoon. But I guess we say thank you to the speakers today for the time they invested, and thanks to the panelists who turned up for the QAs. I'm getting the feeling from Chris that we've had a very good response to day one. I don't know how you feel it's gone, Chris, but hopefully we build on that, and all we have to do is outshine Cardiff. That's the only aim. Yeah.
Well, you beaten Brighton last year, so hey, so you know, I'm just such ashamed that we couldn't take everybody to Edinburgh, because I know that you drink tea and a lot of coffee in Edinburgh. So you know, Arthur would have loved being in Edinburgh drinking tea and coffee.
Absolutely, both at the same time.
So it's been a great day.
Thanks to you as well, Arthur, for chairing these QA sessions so well.
Yeah, I have to say, you know, Arthur got up at 3 a.m. USA time, and he's been here all day, you know, and he deserves a round of applause. So well done, Arthur. Fantastic. So, from my point of view, you know, it's been a great day. I was very, very worried. It's the first conference in 5 years I've been managed to go and make my own cup of coffee. I've had lunch. I've not done any pressure work. Oh, it's been brilliant. And tonight, I'm not even going to end up in hospital. Last year, I ended up in hospital. So, hey-ho, it'll be great. So, you know, enjoy the rest tonight. And honestly, I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. Ian, thank you very much, Arthur, and all the speakers. And John, you were funny as ever.
Absolutely.
And Ross, I love you to death. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.